Is that loud? Is that loud? Hmm.
Smashing blast from the past,
Let's see here.
developed by vicarious visions. It's Crash Bandicoot.
Oh boy. Bro says, "Hey bro, how you doing?" Let me adjust this sound. It's like a volume mixer. Volume mixer. There we go. That's better. I can always turn it up, turn it back down. What are we playing? Crash Bandicoot. I 100%ed both Crash 2 and Crash 1. If you want to 100% these games, you need to be cracked. Right? You need to be absolutely cracked. And I just want to show you, right? Because I am proud of it. I am proud of the fact that I am unironically cracked. So you see these? You see these? You see that? You see that silver looking thing at the bottom? That Ankh? That is a plat relic. Plat relics are insane. I've gotten every single thing in this game, including the plat relics. Every single plat relic. I have all of them. So you can see right there. Oh, it doesn't. Hold on. I'll move it a bit. 27 platinum. No gold, no sapphire. In order to do this, you need to be cracked. Okay? I just want to point that out. These levels are insane. Anyway, that's beside the point. I'm now currently just trying to 100% Crash Warped, which is Crash 3. And I did also do the same thing for Crash 1. So I'm happy that I completed those. Now we're on Warped. 102%? Yeah, it's kind of weird with the percentages. Yeah, it's weird with the percentages. Anyway, been trying to do good with these levels. Let me see where I'm at. I think, yeah, so some of these levels I can't get everything yet. I have to complete the game and then come back to it. But we're going to try this one. Anyway, we are taking calls. 202-998-5218. If you want to call in, we can have a discussion. More than happy to have the discussion. This is a new addition in Crash 3. Is my game too loud? Is it too loud? Or is it just me? Oh, shit. Just trying to avoid two things there. It's okay. But thankfully, since I'm not really doing time trials, at least right now, I can kind of do this. I honestly, I can't do time trials and debate at the same time. It's physically impossible. My body will not let that happen. I screwed up. Tech VR says, sounds fine. Okay, cool. But yeah, no, particularly there have just been some stages that just been insane. I would just be stuck on it for 3 or 4 days. And sadly I can't show you Wiegand Keegan says, morning, woke ender. Woke. It's funny. It's good stuff. Good stuff. Just gonna keep firing. All right. Whoa. Oh. Oh my God. I don't like that mechanic. Oh no. Damn it. We are taking calls. 202-998-5218. Want to argue with me? I'm right here. Let's go. Always look forward to hearing people say that, you know, I was wrong for calling out the guy who's a Christo-fascist, a neo-Nazi. They then conflated calling somebody by a specific gender equivocal to me like they think that I'm basically misgendering somebody by calling them a neo-Nazi. The comments are actually hilarious. The comments are hilarious. Like, here, I'll pull it up so you guys can see what I'm talking about. So I released a video that says, let me see if I can get Chrome open. Hold on. Chrome. Yeah, so I released a video for that time I debated a Christian nationalist. It got wild. And I call him a Christo-fascist and a neo-Nazi in this video, right? Well, in the video, I call him a neo-Nazi. And look at this. I thought it was important to affirm the identities of others and not force your own perception of their identity. Yet here you are, calling somebody a neo-Nazi when they repeatedly tell you that they are not, also when they demonstrate otherwise. What? If you say some neo-Nazi shit, I'm going to call you a neo-Nazi. That's the problem. I asked him some very pointed questions, you know, that he answered quite openly that are very akin to neo-Nazis. I'm sorry. Be a better person. If you want me to not call you a neo-Nazi, don't be a neo-Nazi. Don't argue neo-Nazi shit. How about that? How about that? Really simple. It's yeah, hot take. Hot take. All right, here we go. Come on, First Amender. You're way better than these cheap tactics. I simply asked what they believe in. They believe in Christo-fascism. This makes society a worse place. Period. I'm not going to apologize for calling out hateful people. I'm not asking you to apologize. I'm saying you led every question, misinterpreted almost every answer, and then blatantly ignored many of his points. Dude, you could watch it yourself. What point am I missing other than he's a hateful person who wishes to subjugate people on the basis of religion? Exactly. What am I getting wrong? Well, I disagree with the use of subjugate as a description in his views as for hateful. That's a matter of point of view. Since you see dude, he's literally shitting on half the population. Dude, since you see misgendering as hate speech, then I assume hateful might be a lower bar for the use of the word. Yeah, misgendering is hate speech. Go fuck yourself. How about don't be an asshole? Don't get up out of bed and wake up in the morning and be an asshole. This guy does that on a daily basis. Not Paul. The guy, the Christo-fascist that I argued against. All right. I'm debating live right now. Okay. Night Fox says, I know Vosh is fucked, but a few years back, he would all these people he would call these people Nazis, and that kind of turned me off of him. But now it's full mask off. Vosh sounds kind of vindicated, as much as I hate to say it. True. Good point. Lol. Just straw man after straw man, and then you ran when your views were shown to be hypocritical. First is a coward. Dude, I have an open phone number. But when I see the debate is just going in circles, I move on. I'm done. I made the argument. Don't be a hateful piece of garbage. AWOL Thought says, idiotic. Well, smear my name and I appear. I didn't smear your name. When the fuck? Bruh. I was talking about the guy, the Christo-fascist. Anyway. I am perfectly okay with this video. I'm perfectly okay with calling him a Christo-fascist. And I also believe that Christo-fascism is under the umbrella term among neo-Nazis. I believe that. I think, like, if you're a Christo-fascist, you align quite closely with neo-Nazis. I'm sorry. I don't know what to tell you. Be a better person. Go be a better person, right? Don't get up out of bed and be like, how do I want to subjugate minorities? How about go fuck yourself? Go fuck yourself. Unironically. I don't care if I get low views. I don't care. I'm going to call it out like I sees it. That's what I'm going to do. Anyway, let's keep playing some Crash Bandicoot, shall we? Bobro says, mandatory therapy, maybe that will help these people. A lot of the times only like this because insecure things they could be helped or treated with therapy. If I'm not mistaken, I'm almost positive that mandatory therapy does not actually work. If I'm not mistaken, I believe therapy is typically reserved for people who want it. And if they don't want it, it doesn't really work all too well. So that's, I'm not in favor of mandatory therapy for that basis. All right, let's see. We are taking calls though. So if you want to call in the show, you can, 202-998-5218. The phone number is open. Anybody can talk. I don't know. Do you disagree with me calling him out? Maybe you disagree with me calling the guy out. I think he's a neo-Nazi though. I really do. I believe that. I do. I think if you hold neo-Nazi talking points, I'm going to call you for what you are. Wigan Keegan says, I read somewhere, I forgot where, and that it was more proper to describe them as national Christians or Nazi, if you will. Who the fuck cares? They're a Christo-fascist. Stop wasting your time with Christo-fascists. It's a Christo-fascist. Fuck, dude. Bruh. All right, hold on. All right. Well, we got that, but the problem is that we need to make our way back. All right. I really wish I could, like, actually control better in the water. It's kind of like little like, you know, well, fluidy, I guess. National Christian. Dude, Tech VR is laughing his ass off at that. National Christian, he says. They're like, no, call them like they are. Christo-fascist. Bring it back. Bring back that term. That term's not new. That term's been around forever. Call them what they are. It's a Christo-fascist. That's what they are. I'm sorry. Be a better person. You want to be like a better person? Don't argue Christo-fascist talking points, right? Openly on stage. Let's see here. Misgendering is not hate speech. You lost that debate hands down at that point. Well, I don't know. I mean, if you're misgendering somebody out of mistake, It's not hate speech. But if you're actively being antagonistic towards them and misgendering them, yeah, it is hate speech. Go fuck yourself. Seriously. Yeah, it's hate speech. I believe that. I do. And no, I don't think misgendering or addressing somebody by what they believe in is, and then they say that they don't believe in that thing. That's not the same as misgendering. That's just stupid. Those are not the same thing. I'm sorry. I'm gonna calls it like I sees it. Okay. Nick goes, boo-hoo. Hey, man, call in the show. AWOL Thought says defensive mode activated. I'm sure he won. There's tons of people that get defensive. That doesn't mean they lose a debate or that they lost an argument. What? Right? Why not come up with better talking points? Don't be like a fucking nightmare piece of garbage. How about that? All right. So I think okay, we can rush forward here. So we're going to, oh, okay. That was a terrible idea. Okay. God, dude. No, first you didn't spare my name. Bobro did. Oh, okay, thank you. I don't know if Bobro shit on your name. No, dude, I'm sorry. I'm gonna call it like I sees it. I mean, I guess people can get upset that I put a mirror in their face, but yeah, you know, whatever. It is what it is. Oh, God damn it. I don't want that. Oh my God, dude. Don't like this. Wigan Keegan says, Bo, I wish I could claim credit for that, but alas. I went and I got breakfast this morning. I went to a breakfast place. You know, had some nice scrambled eggs. Pancake, and also an English muffin. But sadly, I went to try the English muffin, and for the first time ever, because it's actually a really good place that I go to, the English muffin tasted sour. I was like, bro, check your English muffin. It's sour. And I was all sad, because English muffin not supposed to be sour. Bobro says, what are you trying to do, Amender? Well, what I just did is I activated a special thing. And now that I have activated the special thing, I need to go all the way back to access kind of like this secret area and hopefully get all the boxes. See? Right here. Boop. See? Now I can go through here. And I even get a checkpoint. Yay, checkpoint. Woo! Nitro crate. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh, sick. Alright. Regan Keegan says, Capacraft says, did you ask if you could speak to their manager? What the fuck? No. Dude, I'll be honest. I was just like, hey, just FYI, you may want to check your English muffins. That one tasted sour. That's all. That's all I said. Right? I wasn't shitting on them or anything. We did it! We got all the Kritos. We got all the Kritos. Oh. Wait, wasn't there? No, never mind. I think we got everything. Oh. I don't know if it's possible to speedrun these levels. We are taking calls, by the way. 202-998-5218. If you disagree with me, call in. We'll have the discussion. I'm almost positive that you can rush. You can use the rush power in this, so I'm not going to worry on getting that onk. At least not yet. No onks yet. No onks, sadly. Can't do them. Bobro says you should have like a little character associated with a persona amender, like Markiplier has his Tiny Box Tim and Jacksepticeye has Septic Eye Sam. A lot of big YouTubers have that. Oh, huh. Like what, in the bottom left-hand corner? I don't know. Oh, I love lamp. I love lamp. Oh, yeah, that's right. I could double jump. I completely forgot about that. What? Oh, bro, what? What? Oh, fuck off. I got one life. All right. Got a life. All boxes, we're getting all the boxes all day today. Bobro, TechVR says, Bo, we already have that already. It's shown during the art streams. It's true. It's true. True. No, I think I know what you're talking about. I've seen people like have like little characters that are like animated and such. That would be kind of cool. I could probably animate a character. I could draw. Yeah. Ooh. Oh, thank goodness. 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Done. Easy. Easy, 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 easy. Hey, Walter, unless you want to concede my point that shame is needed, needs to return to society in some form. Wait, I did concede to that. We should shame some people. Yeah. Like right-wing nationalists. Oh, got him. Got him, boys. No coming back from that one. Oh, man. Yeah, to be fair, I did shame them there. Didn't I? So I have to concede. You've got me. Ow. That is a weird mechanic. What is that? What is going on with these carpets? Ah, stupid ass. So dumb. Let's see here. It says, Weekend Keegan says, Bo, it's a quote from the 2004 movie Anchorman, The Legend of Ron Burgundy. Bobro, if you stop giving people a voice because you disagree with them, what makes you any better than the people you consider to be Nazis or fascists? I never said not give... Well, I don't know what Bo is saying, but I never said don't give Nazis a voice. Certainly they have a voice. In fact, I would say their voice is louder than ever. I mean, it's incredible to me because it's like we could just think about it for half a second and go, wait, that's hurting a lot of people. And I don't think they care. They don't care. Be a better person. I don't know what to tell you. Be a better person. If you find yourself aligning with a bunch of fucking Nazis and fascists and shit, like, just be a better person. Hot take. Don't be a crappy person. Anyway, we are taking calls. 202-998-5218. We can, of course... There's that purple. There's that purple. I can't get that purple yet, though. So we have to keep going. That's all we get for now. Unless, of course... Wait. Can that purple one be gotten by not dying? Did I die? Did I die? Let's see. TechVR says, well said. Thank you. Appreciate it. I appreciate that. I don't know if I died or not. You can go through the bottom of this thing. Oh no, I died. Okay, we gotta quit. If we tolerate them, then they ruin our tolerant society. Yeah, paradox of tolerance. Yep, that's correct, Bobro. I agree with you. I was told that this game is much easier than 2-in-1, and that if I had plat trophied 2-in-1, this should be a cakewalk. I kind of look forward to that a little bit because I gotta tell you, those 100%ing those games was not easy at all. Actually, I don't even think First Amendment needs to change anything presentation-wise. You don't think I should be improving anything? Really? Is there nothing to improve? There's got to be something. There's got to be something I could do. Maybe like get like a soundboard or something. That would actually be kind of funny. A soundboard. Yeah. Do I have a soundboard on my... Yeah, I could have like a soundboard on, say, like my notification server. But wait, do I have to be in a VC for that to like do a soundboard? Yeah, I think you do. You do. Shit. Maybe like, let's see, Discord, soundboard. There's like a website that you can go called My Instance. A lot of the times it can be really freaking loud though, so I'm not gonna just try this out live. I'll probably bruh, please. AWOL Thoughts says he looks non-threatening, which will work for his demographic if he's willing to face a lot of folks who he dislikes. He just needs to listen more when he debates people. He'll blow up eventually. Thank you. TechVR says voice mod has one built in. Oh, true. Yeah, but I don't want to turn that on. That's gonna mess with my sound channels. You could buy a physical board so you can use it whenever you want. I could probably just do like a... Let me see here. All right, hold on. I mean, I could do one for Discord. We'll figure something out about that. I don't know. You know. I could also like, I don't know, clean up my stuff a little bit. I don't know. Like if it's like, I guess too crunchy or whatever. I don't know. All right, let's, so I'm trying to get, I think if I'm not mistaken, you should be able to get onto the purple platform, purple gem platform, if you don't die on the way to that platform. Sadly, I keep dying. So we're going to fix that. All right. I think if you want more people faster, you need more funny, unique things about your channel. When it comes memorable, people want to come to your channel. I agree with that. I've considered taking some improv classes. Because, like, I'm not, like, consistently funny. I'm sporadically funny. Like, there are moments that are funny, and then moments where I think something is funny, and it's not funny at all. And then moments that are very funny. So it's like, I'm not consistently funny like a lot of people. And I think I need to like practice that or something. I don't fucking know. Maybe I gotta talk. I gotta talk to my buddy Mouses. Mouses might be able to actually help with this. He's a comedian. Oh, you can just kill those guys right away without using the spin. That's cool. Aha! Ha ha ha! I was correct. I was correct. I was correct. Everything is funny. You just have to word it correctly. It's funny. Fuck you. All right. Whoop. I don't know. I got to work on that improv. Another problem that I have, I laugh at my own jokes. I can't help it. Sometimes I just make myself laugh. I don't know. It's fun living in my head. It really is. Tech VR says Hitler was a horrible person, but he did you one funny thing that slightly redeemed him. The part where he killed himself. Sorry. That was spicy. Maybe I need a laugh track. Get the laugh track. Hold on. That's so long. What the hell is that? That's a good one. That's a good one. Hitler killed Hitler, everybody. All right. Where were we? Road crash. Oh, man. We can actually do the time trials for this. All right. Bobo says. All right. I think we gotta. Ba 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 da ba. Ba da 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 na na na. Ba 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 da ba. Ba da da ba ba da ba. Ba 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 da ba. Ba da 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 da. Da da da. Oh shit. Ba da 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 da. Come on, let's get ahead here. Fuck you, bastard. Trying to get around these bitches. Uh-oh. that's just terrible. That was just terrible. We're gonna try that again. I thought you said you can't do time trials. Well, nobody's calling. Maybe if somebody calls and then we end up like going mid-debate, I can't do time trials. But like if it's just us just hanging out, you know, I'm probably, you know, I could do some time trials. Let's turn it up the music. Why not? Beep, beep, ba, ba. Ba-la-la-la-la-la. As suspected, you can in fact dodge those. There's no speed boosts here. This might be an easier stage. Oh my god, dude. Screw these guys, man. Screw these guys. Now we're cooking with the gears. Oh, gotta stop. Can't do that. Bruh! No. Restart. Just retry that. Ugh. AWOL Thought says, well, I did get my critique for your improvement. I just think you could listen to who you're debating more. Okay. I could always improve on listening. You know? But let me ask you this. Do you believe that that guy was a Christo-fascist? Just curious. Based on what they were saying, do you believe that they're a Christo-fascist? And don't say Christo-fascists don't exist, because they definitely do. Can this guy fuck off? All right, here we go. AWOL, seriously. Do you think that that he was a Christo-fascist? Do you believe that? Oh my god, dude. Fuck these guys. That's a rough spot. All right. I'm gonna go the round. Yeah, boy. No, we're going this way. It was kind of janky, but hey, you know, I'll take it. All right. Oh, you know what? I didn't get the all the boxes. I should get all the boxes. AWOL Thought says, so first, if you had a choice, who would you like to debate out of anyone on the planet? Jordan Peterson would be great. I would love to debate Jordan Peterson. That would be a good one.
Well, you've crashed a few parties before.
Wait, who am I saying? Hold on. No, I would like to debate Donald Trump. Yeah, no, Donald Trump, for sure. For sure. Oh, God damn it. I didn't want... We're not doing time trial. Not yet. And we can actually take our sweet time. We don't actually have to win this race in order to get the white gem. So just take your time and just collect boxes. Okay. Donald Trump has the vocabulary of a fourth grader. Yeah, I would love to debate Trump. I would love it. Though I feel like, to be fair, right, like, assuming that he is not going to retaliate against me, like, it would not surprise me if, like, oh, Trump doesn't like me, and then would, like, I don't know, result in me, like, I don't know, potentially, like, getting my house eminent domained or something. You know, something crazy like that. Like, that would probably be my only fear. Be like, all right, I'd love to debate Trump, but under the stipulation that he does not retaliate against me in any way, shape, or form. Just we have the conversation and nothing happened to either of us. Yeah, mind you, we do not need to win this race in order to get the white gem. We're just gonna kind of trail through, and then I'm gonna show you time trial. It's time trial gonna kick my ass. Should be it. 25 out of 25, baby. All right. Low. Trump would eat First Amender alive. Personal charisma and personal accolades to win his debates. AWOL says, April Cox says, insane crash? Brother, why? What's wrong? What's wrong? All right. We're going to try the time trial. We are taking calls. 202-998-5218. Feel free to call in. We can have the discussion. All right. So for those that are not aware, time trials for these stages work best when none of those racers are on the field. So every time I fail, we're going to set the timer for 40 seconds. And then when the 40 seconds are up, I race. It's easier when they're not there. AWOL Thoughts says, Cushy, I suspect he will debate for a few moments in the afterlife. AWOL Thoughts says, Bobro, if I remember correctly, you are not working right now. Have you ever tried out a job at Krispy Kreme? All right. They're far enough ahead, so we should be able to just kind of go. All right. Let's see how we do. 60 seconds. Okay. That's not good. Definitely not getting plat now. That's for sure. But we're going for plat, so we'll see. I have no idea how we're supposed to get past that. But let's see how we do. Oh my. We caught up to the racers. Looks like we have to wait even longer. All right. Well, that's a fuck up. Come on, Amender, get good. We gotta wait even longer though. We'll put it on for 50 seconds. This is gonna be brutal, guys. Bobo says, I play racing games a lot. So this does not play like a regular racing game. Oh my goodness. All right. Yeah, we got to wait 50 seconds. I don't know what... 6, 5. All right, we're good. Let's go. They're far enough ahead. What? How did I miss that? We have to restart. That was terrible. I lost 2 seconds there. I want to play that new F1 game. That game is really, really realistic. So much so that I was not having fun when I was playing it. I was like, this is like a lifestyle, bro. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I missed a couple boxes there. Not good. Oh, dude. Bruh, how? How are you supposed to make that? I got a lot of air there. Why would it not work otherwise? I don't get it. Just restart. We're down 4 frickin' seconds. April says, going for platinum? Yup. We are taking calls. 202-998-5218. Let's have a debate. Let's have an argument. I want to hear it. I do. Am I wrong about what I say? I think the guy is a Christo-fascist, man. Hold on. I love this comment from AWOL. Well, if I'm going to be honest, yes, I think he had a lot of fascist on him. But I think you misrepresented him once you put him in that category. Hold on. He said a lot of fascist things. But by calling him a fascist, that's misrepresenting him, even though that's what he said. Why am I not getting air now on that? Is it because I'm not going fast enough? Like, because I'm like entering it with a slide? Is that the problem? Plenty of air there. Come on. Bum 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 ba ba. Oh my God. No clue how I'm supposed to do that. Oh my God, we're catching up to the guy. This is ridiculous. Terrible. Terrible run. Terrible run. It's not even remotely acceptable. North of 49 Canuck, says another simple-minded fuck. Playing games and eating chips. Well, hey, man, call in. Also, I'm eating Jelly Bellies. Don't you know who I am? What? Just call in. You got a problem? Got a problem with me? I didn't do anything to you. I'm just playing my game. It's Saturday. I work 40-hour work weeks. I should be able to play games. Screw you. Bo says, games are fun. What's wrong with playing games and eating chips? Based. I couldn't agree with you more. All right, here we go. All right. We are taking calls. 202-998-5218. Hope to... Dude, I'm not getting air on that. I need air on that. I got to figure that out. I got to figure out what's wrong with that. North of 49 Canuck says, and I am laughing. All right. Kind of gross, but all right. I mean, you do you, I guess. I mean, you wake up on a Saturday morning and you're like, I want to be a piece of garbage today. Time to be a piece of garbage. Water. I need water. Water is good. Besides, April Cox says, Saturday is chips and Vidya time. Completely agree with you, April. Couldn't agree with you more. All right. 10 seconds. I increased it to a minute because I keep finding the guys up there. So, North of 49 Canuck says, nope, just want to laugh at pussies. See, you woke up in the morning and you're like, I think I'm going to be a piece of garbage today. And then you went immediately to my chat to go be a piece of garbage. Hey, man, more power to you, bro. More power. How do I got to be on the outside, I think. We are taking calls. 202-998-5218. If you're worried about me getting your number, don't worry. You could just star 67 and then type 202-998-5218. Do you disagree with the soy boy liberal? I'm right here. $20 seconds. 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right. Let's try to approach that that ramp from the outside rather than hugging the edge. We're gonna see what we can do here. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. That's terrible. Okay, no, that's not how you do that. That's not how you do that. God damn it. Is being soy the new alpha? That's funny. I mean, I think if you're just like, open about it, like, who cares? Who gives a damn? The facts are on my side. AWOL says, April, isn't that an oxymoron? Yeah, I mean, to be fair, it kind of is, based on current paradigm. But hey, being beta doesn't mean you're wrong. This waiting is not going to be healthy. It's not healthy. We are taking calls 202-998-5218. If you disagree with me for whatever reason, then just give me a call. All right, come on. What did I do that enabled me to be able to okay, that worked. Why did that work? Why did that work? I don't know what I did different. I didn't do anything different. I didn't do anything different there. Why did that work? Can anyone tell me why that worked? Maybe I was approaching it sliding the whole way? I don't fucking know, dude. This game's weird. And the way that this works is weird. All right. Making good time. We're getting a call, but I'm doing good. No, I'm not. You're on the line with First Amender.
First Amender, good morning.
How you doing? Good morning.
I am good. So I don't know how far delayed the feed is, but you were just addressing my comment about putting the fascist guy in a box.
Putting the fascist guy in a box?
Yeah, I made the comment that
I don't believe in putting him in prison. I just think, if they do something harmful, then yeah, but generally speaking, no.
No, I meant a category of the box. Like, I was agreeing with you that he had said some fascist
okay,
things.
I see what you're saying. Gotcha, sorry.
What I'm talking about, and I brought this up a lot of times when me and you talk, I think that you shut down when you put people into a certain category and then you stop actually listening to what they're saying. When you went down the list of things that make someone a fascist, to make him fit a couple of those categories, you had to keep rewording and narrowing down the question until he agreed with that point of view. So that's where I think you kind of lost the plot as far as calling him out goes.
So why whiff waffle on these questions? Why does he have to waffle and obfuscate?
Well, I don't...
Like, these are very direct questions. I'm just gonna here. You want to take the test? We'll do the fascist quiz. Okay. So
sure, go ahead.
It's going to be a yes, no, or I don't know. One of these is kind of opposite because if you say Yes to it. Anyway, okay, it's fine. So
Okay, I would say I need one caveat though.
what?
The problem with yes, no is that there is
Well, say I
sometimes
don't
nuance.
know or it's complicated. That's fine. We can do that.
Okay, fair go. Let's go ahead.
All right. So, do you have a belief in the superiority of the white race, particularly those of Northern Europe and Aryan descent?
No.
Wow, see how quick that was? Amazing. Do you call for racial segregation, deportation, or extermination of non-white populations?
Okay, now a question like that's where I'd say there's nuance because there's a difference between segregation, deportation, and exterminating people.
Do you agree
right?
with any of these?
Well, I agree with deportation if we're talking about legal deportation. If
Okay.
you have a bunch of illegal people who shouldn't be in your country.
Do you have
See how that could
an
fall?
opposition to immigration, especially from non-European countries?
No.
No.
Although I will add the caveat, I have a problem with illegal immigration. Go ahead.
Do you have a hatred and distrust of Jewish people and cite conspiracy theories such as Jews control the media, the banks, global politics, great replacement?
No.
No.
Only caveat I'd give there is that there are a lot of Jewish people who are in places of power. I wouldn't say all or anything like that.
Was it 6 million?
What 6 million?
The Holocaust. Was it 6 million?
Oh, I would assume so. It might even be more. I don't know.
All right, good. That's the opposite one, by the way, because anyway. Do you glorify Hitler in the actions of the Third Reich?
Now, actually,
Probably
that
not,
one
right?
funny. We well, wait. That one's funny because we had to speak about that. Me and you had a kind of heated debate. You made an example that if someone walked up to you and said, "I like Hitler," you said that you would, cuss him out, and then we went back and forth. And my point was that Hitler had a lot of charisma. So if someone treated that as someone having a lot of charisma, that is not including the fact that he's a horrible person, just they have a good trait.
Do you glorify
have already
Hitler and the
conceded that
actions
one.
of the Third Reich?
No, I don't glorify them.
All right, good.
No.
All right, good. So, do you support a strong, centralized, authoritarian government led by a dictator-like figure?
No, definitely not.
Okay. Do you have a rejection of democracy, liberalism, or human rights?
Depends on what human rights it is. Depends on what kind of liberal
So
it
it's
is.
complicated?
Yes.
Okay.
Because as far as human rights go,
Do you have an emphasis on law and order, militarism, and traditional gender roles?
yes, I do.
Okay. Do you refer to LGBTQ plus people as degeneracy?
Nah.
Do you support for laws or violence to enforce traditional gender or sexual norms?
Violence? No.
No, hold on. Laws or violence?
Oh, okay. When I think about it, I don't think that something like that could be put into a law in a fair way.
So is it a yes or a no?
We'll say no.
Okay. Do you have extreme nationalism? You believe that in extreme nationalism tied to ethnic or racial identity?
No.
No. Do you have a strong opposition to multiculturalism, globalization, and foreign influence?
Foreign influence, definitely. The rest, no.
The rest, no. Okay, so that's it's complicated. Okay.
Yeah.
So the ones of the I don't know and it's complicated, I basically take them and throw them in the garbage because it's, for you, it's, a little different. But I look at the tally of yeses and nos, and then one of them I have reversed. It's the Holocaust question.
Okay.
But yeah, so basically in the yeses, that puts you closer to a Nazi. The no's put you farther away. You answered yes to 2 of them and no to 9 of them. that
Okay, fair
means you're not a neo-Nazi. You're just a Republican.
Okay, I'll accept that.
But you understand that this guy, he whiff-waffled on almost all of these questions and often obfuscated to make it seem like the yes wasn't as bad as it really was. But he was answering yeses. Which is why I was very quick to just kind of throw him into that camp. He answered yes to 13 of them. He said that the Great Replacement, he was sitting there saying that I was arguing Great Replacement theory.
Yeah,
Do you
that's
know
how
what Great
y'all
Replacement?
conversation
I don't
started.
even believe in Great Replacement theory, but he does. And he was sitting there saying
Well,
that
he was-
I was the one that believed in Great Replacement theory, but I don't even believe having immigration is even a bad thing. And I don't think that it's being designed by the Jews to do that, right? So no, I wouldn't believe in Great Replacement theory. However, he does. He says, well, you're arguing you're being a useful idiot for people that want to replace you. So yes, he would believe in Great Replacement theory.
That's fair enough. I do remember the conversation, and he did start off by accusing you of it. You of it.
So, okay, but here's the thing, man. Like, I'm sorry. Like, I'm going to call it like I sees
Okay.
it. I think he's a Christo-fascist, and yeah, it's gross. Ew. Get away from me. You're gross.
Okay. And you know what? Even I could even give you that caveat that you could put him in that category. Most of the time, I always reiterate the same thing when I'm talking to you. I feel like once you get emotional, you stop listening to what the person is actually saying, and you start inferring what you think they mean instead.
That's
And I
when it
think that
gets
happened with
good.
him also. Well, only if you're right, because if you're not right, then you got that smug thing going on, and the person gets upset because they're like,
Why
"Look,
does it
I
get him
didn't say that."
upset? Why are you getting upset? I'm just a soy boy liberal. I thought I was the sensitive one.
Well, you are sensitive.
I
but
am. I'm
the
very
problem
sensitive.
is, okay,
Don't
People can upset
bully
you.
me. I'll come.
well, I don't think that you get upset by personal attacks, which I actually admire about you. I think that you can take a lot sometimes. I've watched a couple of debates now, the bigger debates.
Yeah.
But I think that the failing
Dude,
is
the
that you're
chats on
emotional.
Modern Day Debate are freaking wild, dude. Those chats are nuts, dude. I am astonished how many hateful fucks there are there, dude. I'm just like, I feel so bad for like the Andrew Wilson people and the fucking, Crucible people. I mean, I think they're in a really, really dark place in their life. I really do. I believe that.
Okay, well, we can actually revisit that too. Although I have looked at those comments, and like I said, I tend to disagree with you, but I see you as a good person. So some of the comments, I'm like, okay, that's a little bit over the top. But we can. I just have to ask a certain question here. I just watched the debate of you and Andrew Wilson, and you lost that debate in the first 3 minutes because you actually didn't go with what the prompt was. Do you agree with that?
What prompt?
The prompt was, there are no differences between a trans woman and a woman. Which, of course, you
No,
and
that
everyone
wasn't the
else knows
prompt.
there is a difference.
That wasn't the prompt.
Are you sure?
No.
I think you should look that up, sir.
The question is,
I
are
just
trans
watched it the
women
other
women?
night.
Are trans women women? And I believe by gender, yes, they are women. I didn't say that. I would never argue that a biological woman and a trans woman have nothing uncommon with one another. No, they would have something very uncommon with one another. The trans woman's gender doesn't match their sex. What?
But, okay, if the prompt was, a trans woman is a woman, isn't that still saying that there's no difference between the two?
No,
In
I'm
general,
just
for the
no. I'm
purpose
just
of the debate?
I'm referring to trans women in terms of their gender.
Okay, well, then maybe that's why you lost that debate. But, I mean, for the
No,
most
they just
part,
don't understand how it works.
Or-
The trans
or
issue
you
is
misread
hands
the
down.
prompt.
No, I didn't. The prompt is, are trans women women? That's what that is.
Well, if they okay, here's the problem. As soon as you add the word trans, it makes a difference between it, right?
I'm sorry. Repeat that.
as soon as you add trans to woman, you're making a difference between woman and trans woman.
Yeah.
So if you're going by that prompt, you would have lost that debate because you started off on a shaky footing.
No, I didn't. And I've explained myself. When I'm referring to woman, I'm referring to it in terms of gender. There is a thing of woman in terms of gender.
Okay, and again, I'm not saying that you didn't try to make your point, but what I'm saying is, according to that prompt, it seems like you lost that debate.
No, I did not lose that debate.
Let me ask you. All right, let me ask you this: did you win your debate against Rachel?
I think so.
All right, so which debates do you feel like you've lost first?
I think I lost one with Jovan Bradley. I don't think I represented capitalism well enough. And he got me on a couple of points that I didn't research. I didn't know those particular points. And so I would say I concede that argument because I just wasn't prepared. To be fair, I didn't come into that debate prepared at all. In fact, if anything, I did not take it seriously in that I was just kind of playing a video game instead of treating it like a very serious debate. It should have been. I should have taken it very seriously and just taken all of my attention to address Jovan's points.
Okay. Well, it's good that you can admit that. Like I said, I think that most of these debates you're losing, it's because you're...
No, I don't believe I'm losing the debates. I believe that I win in terms of reality, in terms of substance. But, I mean, maybe somebody can make an argument that I'm losing in terms of rhetoric. Maybe that's possible. Yeah, but the reality is that the facts are actually not on their side when they're saying, why is that 83 out of 90? Oh, duh. Never mind. Sorry. Stupid. Yeah. All right. So, Guy Ledouche says gender and sex are the same thing. They're not.
No, they're not.
When referring to gender is an internal sense of your sex. It is possible to possess a set of hormones which causes you to feel a specific way. Your internal sense of self may not align with your external sense of body. So, a good example of this that I can bring up to you is, let's say that you're going through puberty as a boy, and for whatever reason, God has played one heck of a cruel trick on you, and has given you gynecomastia, meaning you're growing breasts for your puberty as a boy. The internal sense of who you are does not match with how your body is. And sometimes hormones can be in such a way that literally changes the brain morphology and forces the internal sense of your sex to be different from your external genitalia. That's transgender. So yes, there is a difference between gender and sex. If I fed you or Guy Ledouche, if I fed him estrogen and gave him testosterone suppressants, he would start establishing female typical traits. Anyway, sorry. I was addressing the comment section.
I know. Yeah, I know that you're going to have to soap up at least once or twice, but you're good at that particular subject.
I mean, do you think that the Republicans have got it wrong when it comes to what the fuck just happened? What just happened? What was that? Guy Ledouche says, "Did you just assume my gender?" I sure did, buddy. You're not going to tell me you're transgender now, are you? TechVR says, "I still don't understand why the right consistently uses the trans topic when it's such a tiny % of the population." Completely agree. Anyway, sorry. Go ahead and continue.
Well, I do agree that it's a tiny part of the population, but it's become a big issue because of the loud voices involved, right?
I'm sorry. Repeat that.
I do agree with it being a tiny part of the population, but it's become a big issue because of the loud voices involved with it.
Yeah.
It's
No,
a
for sure.
it's a divisive subject, regardless.
It is. It is a divisive subject, and it doesn't surprise me that there are indeed a lot of hateful people that they use it as like a talking point to like say, quote unquote, protect children, when in reality, it's, if anything, they're hurting children, specifically trans children for that. It's sad.
I do get that, but you do see that on the other side, they feel like you're the one who's hurting children.
Yeah, I get it. But I'm not the one that
Okay.
is denying basic gender affirming care for people. Like, I think if you have precocious puberty, you should be able to get hormone blockers. That's not new. Ooh, what's this? Hold on. Whoa!
Would that be the only caveat for why they can get that?
No, I mean, I think like if you have gender dysphoria, not necessarily being trans, but if you genuinely have gender dysphoria, 100%, you need to be on hormone blockers. You need to talk to a doctor. You need to talk to a psychiatrist and confirm to avoid suicidal ideation.
Okay, fair enough. I don't want to even get pulled into that subject though, because that is your wheelhouse. But I did have another question for you.
Sure.
You're sorry, I had to go to speaker for a second. Your Jake Rattlesnake debate.
Mm-hmm.
I honestly believe could have beat that if he hadn't hit you in your weak spot, which is your empathy. Remember, he started with the whole "call me
The
Lord"
weak
throughout
spot
the
is
whole-
empathy, guys.
It is. Well, we can. You know what? That's a great debate prompt. Me and you could debate that one.
Why would empathy be a weak spot? That's
Okay.
terrible.
Do you think that you know what? It is terrible.
That's
But actually,
terrible.
you know, this is perfect. This is the perfect subject because this is going to cover what I consider most of your weaknesses in your debate style.
Okay.
When I say something like empathy can be a weakness, can you not make an example of when empathy can be a weakness yourself?
No. Unless if you're talking about
Okay.
like, I don't know, like a Machiavellian.
Well, maybe that's part of the failing is that your mind doesn't go that far. Because you seem to go that far whenever it's an example that's against your argument. You always go to the worst example. So empathy being a weakness. I see someone laying on the side of the road. I stop my car. I get out of my car. I go over to the person, and they spin over, and they have a gun, and they rob me. Did my empathy put me in that situation?
Yeah.
Okay, so do you concede my point that empathy can be a weakness at times?
Yeah, I mean, I guess I can see that, but it's like, I don't think like,
Okay, wait.
I feel like I can have that kind of empathy.
Wait, stop. Wait, hold on one second first. Before you give me another disclaimer, I just want to say this. My point is that when you're in a debate and someone says something like that, and you've cut off that whole route of thinking, that's impossible. You're already putting yourself at a disadvantage because in just that one sentence, I was able to prove to you, in some cases, that makes sense. I'm just calling out a blind
Well, I don't.
spot.
Okay, so here's the thing. Like, I don't believe like I believe you can have that empathy and then like be aware of your own safety.
Well, I could, yeah, that might be right. But there's also a lot of other cases where, let's put it this way. If you put your trust in someone who's known for stealing and backstabbing someone, but you also feel like underneath them they've had a lot of problems going on, and you extend your trust to them and they backstab you, again, that's empathy making you weak, right?
That's empathy making you weak. Again, I
They
feel like
wouldn't
you
get
can
the
have
chance to-
empathy, but like not be stupid.
Okay, but it doesn't even have to be a
Like,
stupid
I just feel
situation.
like you can
Like,
you
it's
could
a
just
matter of
avoid
trust,
being
right?
fooled.
Well, okay,
I can
wait,
possess
let me ask you a
empathy and
question.
like not be naive, right? Like you're aware of that, right?
Yeah, that's easy. I definitely grant that.
So empathy
But
is
let me
not
ask
the
you this.
weakness, it's naivete. That's the weakness here.
No,
Yeah, no, I think so. Like, cause it's like
the empathy is what
your
leads to it.
empathy got you in trouble in the moment with the car thief. But the problem with that argument is that has more to do with you being naive, as opposed to like you being an empathetic person.
Well, what made you take the steps to get out of your car? Your empathy, right?
I mean, but I would say if you can have empathy and then be not naive. Right? I'm sure there's
Okay.
like a vibe
Well,
check that you can do on somebody just because they're like broke or homeless or, whatever. Doesn't mean,
I
oh
agree with
man,
that.
I gotta have like this perpetual empathy. No, I think like, take for example, like when I was in New York, man, there were so many homeless people, bro. It was just insane. I was like, holy crap. The level of just homeless people was just through the fucking roof. And, I mean, at
Wait, I
first
got a
you're
quick
just like,
question.
oh,
Were
this
you
is really
visiting
sad
or
that this is a, huh?
Were you visiting or did you live in New York?
I was visiting.
Okay, I'll revisit that in a minute. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, and I just saw there was a lot of homeless people, like a lot. And at first you're just kind of like, oh, it's so sad, right? But then like over time, you're just like, I have to ignore these people. There's too many. I can't help all of them. There's no way to help
Yes, that's
them,
true.
right? They're just, and a lot of them, they have like some pretty significant mental disorders that like, honestly, like you're not equipped to be able to like assist these people. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So it's like, in my opinion, it's like, okay, listen, you just have to kind of ignore it. That's me, like while I still have empathy, you're no longer naive towards it. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does make sense. I don't think that it's disproving my point, though.
Fuck.
But how about this? We were talking about the deception aspect of it. Who's more likely to deceive someone? Someone with empathy or someone who doesn't have empathy?
Someone who does not have empathy.
So wouldn't that person be working from an advantage of strength? If they don't have
No.
empathy, they're
No.
more willing. Let me finish. Let me finish. They're more willing to exploit the weaknesses of others, correct?
Yes.
So again, from that point of view, isn't the empathy the weaker one?
No, I mean, like, yeah, I just reject like Machiavellianism, like what you're just describing.
I know you do.
Machiavellianism. Maybe it gets them ahead in life, but I think it's an abhorrent action, and so I don't like it from a principled stance. Like I just wouldn't.
And you know what?
I would not place value on somebody like that. In fact, if anything, I would just go out of my way to avoid a person like that. I'd be like, I don't want anything to do with that person. That person's dangerous.
Oh, wow. Wow. You know what? That is perfect because that just circles right back around to my point. Once you put someone in the category, you just kind of shut down. You no longer listen to them.
Yeah,
So again,
correct.
in the debate
I don't want them in my
there's
life.
a lot of
Yeah.
times where you
Correct. I
Say
no
again?
longer want them in my life.
Okay. But again, how are you going to win any debates if their point or their stance offends you so much that you can't speak to them?
Well, I do speak to them. I mean, you'll notice that I talked to a Christo-fascist for a good hour.
You did.
And I listened to him. I did listen to the guy.
You did. Look, you did. But wait, let's finish this off though, because at the end of that conversation, you never did address his accusation of you being in charge and not being in charge. I'm sorry, obviously you're not. But in favor of what was he arguing?
The great replacement theory.
Yes, he accused you of that,
I
right?
did. No, yeah, I
And
did
then-
reject that early in.
Yes,
And I said specifically to him, no, I literally don't believe Jews are trying to replace like white people in the United States. It's ridiculous. I just told him that, right?
Yeah.
Do I have to sit here and go through like specifically the evidence disproving the claim that Jews like are trying to replace us? No, I don't think I have to.
Okay, fair enough. But you also read his comment because, again, he was like, oh, well, he ran off as soon as I started to make my point, which
he
goes
had
back to
a
the whole
full
shut it
hour
down.
to make his point, and his argument was the great replacement theory is happening and that I'm pushing for it.
Okay, I see that I'm not getting my point across with you here. Back to the empathy thing for a second.
Okay.
Do people take advantage of people normally?
Do people, that's a complicated question. I think it depends on the person. I think it depends on the scenario, the level of stakes involved. That can vary greatly.
Okay, fair enough. That was too vague. How about, I would say that your worldview is that you want a better world. And because you want that better world, you don't like to see the dirt and the grime that's involved with some of those aspects of the world. And because you don't approve or don't like that point of view, it gives you a blind side for when you're talking to someone who has any of those interests. You were talking about Andrew Wilson and the Crucible people. I'm a sub to his channel because I like debate. But again, that doesn't mean that I agree with everything he says. But
Wigan Keegan says, you gave great replacement theory a full hour of attention? That's generous. Dude, true. I couldn't agree with you more. They act like that I'm the one not being generous here. I gave him all the chances in the world to not be a racist.
Well, you said you are going to debate him again, right?
Sure. If he shows up again. I think he unsubbed to me, though. I'll be honest. I think he was really upset that I put his social media profile out there.
Oh, well, that's a shame. That's just sensitive.
What, sensitive that I put his social media profile? Why would he go out of his way and be like the most hateful fuck ever? Right?
Uh-huh.
And then be like, why am I getting consequences for being a hateful fuck?
Well, actually, I mean, I don't really think Dean Winters doxed him completely, but I could understand why he'd have some kind of apprehension about it.
What I want is to be a hateful fuck and not get any consequence for it. That's what they want. I want to be free to be a hateful fuck to other people. You know?
Give me one of his views that you figure that is hateful. And I know that this should be easy to knock out of the ballpark, but give me one of his hateful views he stated, that he actually said.
Well, he was arguing great replacement.
Okay, he was arguing great replacement.
Yeah.
Give me one example of something he said specifically that was hateful.
That we should.
Not the general thing you were talking about. Do you remember one thing he said specifically that you can call hateful?
Yeah, great. Yeah, I mean, I told you already. Great replacement. That's really fucking hateful.
Okay, yet again, you're talking about the whole category. I'm talking about if you talk to him for an hour, there had to be at least one sentence that stands out, or one stance particularly, that you were like, that's a hateful statement. That's what I'm asking for.
I mean, I don't have like a specific statement like memorized, but he spent a great deal of time saying, you're arguing great replacement theory, not me.
Okay, but this is the theory that I'm trying to give you. Perhaps after
it's a fact that Jews control the media and the banks, and they're trying to influence us.
Okay, wait. Okay,
it's not a stretch that they're doing it in Gaza, so why wouldn't they do it here in the U.S.?
Okay, so let me address that. That first one, about Jews being in power and things of that nature. Is that hateful?
Yes.
Why is it hateful?
Huh? Oh, because it applies a stereotype on on an entire group of people. And it often will fill anti-Semitic rants or conspiracy theories that ultimately dehumanizes them. Yes. Yep.
Okay, so there you are. You're going down the steps in the rabbit hole, but you're not actually addressing what I'm asking you. What is hateful about the statement that there are a lot of Jewish people in power?
Because it seeds anti-Semitic rants. It sows seeds of distrust of Jewish people.
Because they're in a position of financial power?
Yeah.
Okay. So if I say that Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson has millions more dollars than me, is that a hateful statement?
No.
Okay. Can you logically say that there are people who don't have as much money as me? As him. Who go, yeah, I hate him too because he's a rich movie star and that's annoying to me. Can you not see how logically it's not hateful until someone else decides it's hateful?
But we're not talking about like an individual where it's like, hey, Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson, he's a bad person because he's really, really rich. He should donate his money to Jews control the media and the banks and are trying to influence our thoughts.
Okay.
Big difference there, don't you think?
Well, yeah, but you did add more to it than what you said before. Because the first one was
sure,
just the
but
Jews.
I don't even. I think
right?
if you sit there and say Jews control the media and the banks, it for sure sowed some pretty significant seeds of doubt into people's head. Right? It's the whole goal of that is anti-Semitism.
Well, again, there you're going to the end goal, but you're not addressing what the person is saying. You're saying that it will lead to this.
I mean, like if you're asking like what caused that to be the case. I believe that usury was deemed illegal by a majority of religions, with the exception of Judaism, which did not have a problem with usury. And as a result, throughout the 1500s and further, they were perfectly okay with basically running the banks and performing interest rates. So that's why you have an overrepresentation of Jewish people there. Right, but that's really benign, right? When you put it in that way, as opposed to like, hey, everybody, Jews run the banks. And it's like, okay, yeah, I know what you're doing. You're doing the anti-Semitic, bullshit. And, it's tiring, man. I mean, have you've seen this kind of arguments. It's so ridiculous.
Well, yeah, I do agree with you on some of that. Let's bounce around for a second. I'm going to say an offensive statement, not too offensive. We're on YouTube. And it's not even one that I believe.
Okay.
Women are not equal to men.
Okay.
What is your initial response to that?
Like in terms of what?
That's the statement. We're pretending that I'm another caller, and I just came and I said women are not equal to men.
Yeah, I would say in terms of what?
You would say to me?
I just gave it to you. I say in terms of what? How so?
They're not as strong as us. And
typically, yeah.
And I think that they should express themselves less.
I think the what?
I think they should express themselves less.
Why?
Am I a fascist?
No.
Why?
No, I would just say why. Yeah, why should women not express themselves less? Or why should they express themselves less?
Okay. I'm going to actually give you props right here first. Because that's what I didn't expect you to even say that. Because before, we've had these type of conversations, and a lot of times, instead of asking what the person means by that, you normally just kind of, just throw something on them like, oh, so you believe that women should blah, 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 before they've actually given you the actual facts. So I'm sorry. You won that thought experiment, hands down.
All right. I don't know what I won, but... Lyodai says, logically, the statement is not hurtful. If you think that it is actually you making the hateful judgment, you are presupposing hate on people based on bias. Do you see that first? Listen, if someone says black people cause most of the crime, do you see that? Is that hateful? I think I can garner a hateful statement out of that for sure.
No.
Why not?
I can say
Why can't I do that?
I can say as a black man. Okay, I'll answer you. I can say as a black man that if I looked at statistics and I saw who was killing more of my people, I could probably rock with that statement. I wouldn't see that as hateful.
Who's killing most of my people?
Now, I'm black. So black on black crime is a huge problem.
Sure.
So again, if someone said that statement, I wouldn't see that as hateful.
If someone said that to me, right, It would not surprise me that they're probably not going to say that it is due to socioeconomic conditions that causes that to be the case. Wouldn't you agree with that?
I would probably go back and forth. No, not really. I go back and forth with some of that too. There's only so much you can blame on society before it has to fall on the person's individual choices.
No.
I've
But we
seen
know
people
what they're
who live
getting at. We know that they believe it's inherent. They think that
Some people do.
that black people are bestowed upon them a warrior gene that causes them to be more aggressive and they can't be trusted. That's what they think.
Well,
Right? I hate fiff-faffing about as if that's not what they think. They do think that. They believe that. They believe that there is an underclass of people and we should rule them. That's what they think. Right? And if they're going out of their way saying with no context, black people cause most of the crime. That's their goal. That's their desire.
Well,
that's their thought process.
Okay. Again, it's like I wind up agreeing with you because you're not arguing the same points as me. I have not in any way, shape, or form said that there aren't racists who believe that. But you asked me a personal question, and I'm telling you personally, as a black man, that sentence itself isn't hateful to me. I'm not discounting that there are racist
hateful,
people out
sure.
there who might use
I
that
think it's
statement.
hateful.
Right?
I believe that. I believe that through and through. Hateful. Hateful as fuck.
Okay, well, I mean, yeah, of course there are hateful people out there, but it's not disproving the point that I'm trying to make to you, man.
I guess like we just agree to disagree. I don't know what else to tell you. I mean, I gave my spiel. I don't know. I guess it's just like a difference in like axioms or something. I don't know. It's just different.
Well, yeah. I think that you have like these kind of cartoon versions of some of these people and what they think about things.
Yeah.
All
right. So,
like I said, I listened to Andrew.
If there was no context, right? Someone says,
okay,
Jews control the banks and the media and the. I would say that that's hateful. I would.
Again, I wouldn't
no
say that
context.
was hateful. I would say that. Well, okay, even with no context. All right. I would first go back to how many people are Jewish who have a lot of money or control certain industries.
There's
right?
poor Jewish people. There's rich Jewish people. I don't know what the point of that is.
Well, first of all, we're not talking about the poor ones at all, right? We're talking about people who are in banking or in the movie industry. Let's say there. What percentage of that is Jewish influence? I don't know. I wouldn't say that the statement itself is hateful because it does exist, right?
I'm sorry. Repeat that.
I wouldn't say that the statement itself is hateful because there are Jewish people who are rich who are in Hollywood and in banking, correct?
Okay.
So that's why I would say that statement isn't hateful. Now, if they added to the end of that statement, maybe the part where you were talking about where they want to destroy us. Now, if you added that part, then yes, that makes it hateful.
No, I think no context. I think it's hateful. Right, because it's like I have nowhere else to go other than provide that. Right, I believe that is that it's hateful. Yes, wholeheartedly.
Gay people spray paint walls more than normal people.
Spray paint walls?
Yes, more than normal people.
Okay,
is that a hateful statement?
Yeah, sounds a little hateful.
Okay.
Yeah.
Maybe the problem here is what the word hateful means, because misrepresentation is not hateful. Being wrong isn't hateful. Hateful is when you're
I'm not talking about being wrong. It's like you're like, wait, why are you saying it that way? Like, do you not see how that could be interpreted in a way that's like aggressive, or like applying some stereotype to people?
Like that.
Right, especially right if you're talking about a marginalized group of people, like or a minority, like that's where it really gets into the weeds.
Well, I actually do agree with that also, but I think that there's far less racism than is actually portrayed both on the internet and on TV.
All right, but sitting there saying that Jews control the media, come on. You don't think that's hateful?
No, we've already gone over it. We've already agreed to disagree because I don't
we
think
just
that
agree to disagree.
statement
Yeah.
is hateful. Yeah, I
I
don't
think it
think the
is.
statement is
For
right.
sure it is. That's it. Yeah.
Well, that's fair
Tech
enough.
VR is correct. That's some Kanye shit. Kanye would say that shit. He would go out of his way and be
says a
like,
lot of shit.
"The Jews control the media," and he have his fucking, swastika shirt.
George Bush does not care about black people. Yeah, Kanye say whatever he wants to.
That
I
guy's
mean,
insane.
it's Kanye.
Do you think
But,
he's a
okay,
genius?
perfect.
I think he's a dumb fuck.
Who, Kanye?
Yeah.
I think that he's a musical genius. I think that he's got
Okay,
a lot
I'll grant
of,
you that.
mental problems.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
agree with that. I'll agree with
Yeah,
that.
he's just
Fair
got,
enough.
he's a little off.
He's a little
Okay,
off.
so let's.
A little. Just a
Would you
little.
say-
Not just a little itty bitty, little teensy eensy weensy bit.
Oh, it's a little bit more than a little bit, but would you say that a conservative could see you as a dangerous person?
I'm sorry, repeat that?
Do you think that a conservative could see you as a dangerous person?
Yes.
Okay. Does that make them correct?
No.
All right. Now I'm going to give you a sentence. That First Amender guy is dangerous to society. Is that a hateful statement?
Not inherently.
But doesn't that imply that people could look at that statement and go, well, he's a detriment to society because of it, doesn't it lead
Well,
to
like,
the same
what did I
hatred?
do? What did like? Okay, did I? Am I telling people to violently overthrow the government? I mean, I'm not doing that. But let's say if I decided, okay, now I'm going to use my platform to tell people to overthrow the government, right? In that case, right, if somebody says, oh, First Amender is a dangerous person, right, I would say, no, it would not be hateful to represent, to state that.
Okay. I think you're kind of contradicting yourself a little bit, but that's fine.
Okay.
Trying to figure out a different angle to bring this to you on.
Where the fuck is this fucking crystal, bro? Where is this fucking crystal? Been looking everywhere for
I
this
don't mention
fucking crystal. I
crystals
can't
that
find this.
Andrew Wilson
I
tried
can't
to show
find
up in your
this
chat.
motherfucking crystal, bro. Not the crucible. Crystal. I'm looking for a crystal.
Okay. No, they've got this thing going on where they harass people about crystals for some reason. I don't quite get it myself.
That's weird. Yeah, I don't watch the
a
crucible
little- yeah, it's a
because I
little
think it's fucking garbage for your brain.
Well, wouldn't that depend on what they're debating?
No, I just I
Like,
mean
like,
they're
curious
they're
about
awful.
something.
They're not good people.
All right. I know
There's
that,
some
again, like I
genuinely
said,
terrible people.
I know that guy's a trigger for you.
Was that hateful?
But if he, yes, it was kind of hateful, actually.
Hell yeah, that's
But,
hateful.
yeah,
Hell
a
yeah, that's
statement,
hateful.
sir.
And good. Yeah, it should be. It should be. Fuck these fucks. Fuck these people, bro.
All right, let me
Fuck them.
let me ask you this.
Oh,
Wow.
that's why.
Whoa,
Because
tone
see,
it
it's a
down then.
blue.
Calm it down.
It's
Calm
a
it down.
blue. It's. I need the blue. Okay, sorry. Go ahead.
Would you watch him? Would you watch him debate someone who is representing your point of view? If one of his debates came out now,
Would I what?
would you watch an Andrew Wilson debate if he's debating someone who's on your side of the fence?
I mean, I don't like platforming him. I'll be honest with you.
Well, actually, there's a good solution to that. You wouldn't even have to watch his stream. You could watch the stream of the person he's debating who you support.
Okay,
right?
that sure.
Okay. Which we could, by the way, use
But
for
like
your whatever
going on the
podcast
Crucible to watch
argument.
it, hell fucking no. Hell no.
Okay, but
I want
but you would
nothing to
watch
do with
it
that
if-
guy.
okay, but would you watch it if he wasn't on the Crucible? He was on someone else's channel debating. your
Yeah,
point
I
of
would
view
watch
against
the other person's channel, not the Crucible.
Okay, because my point was to see whether you could get past your dislike of him long enough to watch him argue a point anymore.
I'm sorry, repeat that?
Which goes back. No, I was testing your logic as far as whether your dislike of him was so strong that you couldn't even watch him debate against someone on your side. So I understand not supporting him. I'm just saying that I was trying to ask, was your dislike of him so strong
Yeah,
that you
no, I
wouldn't be
just
able to
think
watch.
I think he's a terrible human being. I think he makes like the world like physically a worse place.
Oh wow, I'd really like to know how does he make the world physically a worse place?
I think he hold on. Does it I'm sorry. I'm just like looking at this game here and I'm wondering if the box drops on the ground, does that mean I get the box or does it mean I just lose that box? I hope not. Anyway, sorry. Getting distracted. I'm sorry, repeat the question one more time. I apologize. I get distracted easy.
Oh, that's okay. It wasn't really a question. It's just a statement. I was just testing whether your dislike of him was so strong that you couldn't watch him debate at all because you don't like his views.
Yeah, I would say so. Yeah, I really don't like. I think he causes harm on society, and we should avoid him.
Okay. Well, now let's say that we're talking about strengthening your debate style. If someone on your side is debating him and they make a good point, but you haven't seen that debate, then you can't use that same point later on. Or vice versa. They make a horrible point
Because I don't need to use my later. I don't need to make my later point to somebody who can't open jars.
Come on, man. That's deflection.
That is so funny. Come on, that was funny.
It is funny.
Fuck
no,
you. That was
that's
funny.
as fuck. No, that is funny. I laughed at it too, but at the end of the day, it doesn't disprove the person's point. Like, you know what I'm saying? So that's kind of feminine, honestly. That's a really feminine defense for it. It's like, yeah, you made a good point, but
yeah, but I'm not the
ugly.
soy boy who
Or
can't
your
open
hairline
jars.
is ugly. Like, but wait, you do see my point though, right?
I'm more manly than him. I wanted to buy that brand and open 5 of them on stream to show how easy it is. Because I promise you, I can't open that jar. I promise you, I can't open that jar. I'm surprisingly strong. Okay. But I would love to do that. If it just open one after the other for him. But sadly, they do not have that brand. They don't have that brand. Isn't that sad? They don't have that brand in my area. I'm in Florida. No brand.
But first, go back to my point, though. Let's be honest. If you watch that said debate, if you want to improve your own debating skills, you should always watch people on your side to see what good points and bad points they make. That's an agreed, right?
Sure.
Okay, so again, if you let your dislike of him mean you can't watch the debate, you're not going to improve your own debate skills because, believe it or not, you might wind up facing him on the other side of the debate table again one day. You never know, right?
Sure, I guess, and?
Okay, so all I'm saying to you is that you should still force yourself to watch different things so that you have a good comeback against those things.
No. What I like to do is I like to read. Mm-hmm. I will read a topic.
Well, you know what? That's actually kind of apparent in the way you talk about some life situations.
Yeah.
Like I
think reading is far better than debate because like the debating, I think it's just like it's kind of debate bro-y, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Did I hold on? I thought I just did that like really fucking fast, and I don't think I got the fucking time trial thing. Damn it! All right, sorry. I think it's important to if you're going to debate. I believe reading about it as opposed to like it's going to be better off. You're going to know more.
Okay, fair enough. I do believe that, but I also think that we had once talked about the Whatever podcast, and like you had admitted that you've only seen like clips and things of that nature. And my point was that they have actually a lot of very good debates on that channel sometimes with very smart women who still get destroyed. It's not always the sexist gladiator arena that you've seen a picture it as.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that reminds me, because
But it kind of is, though.
We didn't get to the Okay, that's fair enough. We can get on the other day when we were talking. You were talking about how these poor women get on this podcast and they just get torn apart. And I made the point that, you remember that, right?
Yeah.
Okay, So I made the point that if you believe in equality, then those women should be treated as an adult the same as the men on there. They have the same freedom of speech. They have pretty much the same amount of mic time. So what makes it misogynistic or bullying for them to have a debate with these women?
Well, because it's just taking advantage of them. It's sad.
In what way? In
It's
what
taking
way,
advantage
sir?
of them. I just think that you're looking at people who are marginalized groups of people, and it's lambasting them, making him into a clown, and I think it's bad. I think and it also reinforces negative stereotypes about them. It's terrible. It shouldn't happen.
Okay. What if some of those people who are, quote unquote, having negative stereotypes put on them are actually the epitome of that negative stereotype?
How was that gold? How did I get only gold out of that? I did that so fast. Sorry.
No.
Let me see what the time is required for Platt. Because if it's like, I don't know, 1 second sooner, I guess I'd be all right with it. But let's see. 31 seconds? How the fuck am I going to do that?
Well, while you're pondering that, you could answer my question.
All right, go ahead. Sorry, what?
Okay, well, again, I was talking about the Whatever podcast thing. The way that you're portraying this, again, you say things like they're pushing a negative stereotype. Mm-hmm. Now, this show has a variety of different women on it from all different walks of life. It's not just OnlyFans or anything like that. But if someone comes on and they are literally living the life of that negative stereotype, is that the show being wrong, or is that the person reinforcing the stereotype?
No, I think that the show is reinforcing the stereotype. Even if the woman is living out that negative stereotype, who the fuck are you telling people how they should and shouldn't live? Go fuck yourself.
Well, wait.
If they're not hurting anybody, I don't give a damn what they do.
You tell people how they should and shouldn't live, don't you?
Yeah, don't be a terrible human being. I do.
Okay,
you're right, I do. I tell people don't be a terrible human being.
Okay, so if we go by that line of logic, I think you're a terrible human being if you sleep with 300 people in a year. That's what I think.
Why? You're not hurting anybody. Yeah. You're not hurting anybody.
Of course you're hurting somebody.
Who are you hurting?
You're hurting somebody.
Who are you hurting?
Okay. Oh, I can.
In fact, I would venture to say you made 300 people very happy.
Okay, that would be kind of cool, except for this is you talking out of your wheelhouse, and I mean that as far as if you sleep with 300, if it's a woman, she sleeps with 300 men. Do you think that any of those 300 men developed any feelings for her?
Number-wise, yeah. Okay, right? If you're talking about that, where it's like, people are getting hurt from that, then you have a point there. I'm not disagreeing with that.
Okay, thank you. So what I'm saying is that, first of all, I don't think you can blame the show because these people are paid to be on there. They know what they're walking into. And if they feel like they're confident enough to debate their decisions or their life choices, or they just want to be on a debate format, if we're doing equality, then they have every right to stand up there. And if they can't defend their point of view, you don't get to go, oh, these poor women, because they made the choice to be in that conversation.
By the way, for those that are listening, if you have not subscribed, consider subscribing. I'm a very tiny YouTuber, so any amount of subscriptions is huge for me. So I appreciate y'all for listening in.
That's right. Subscribe to him. You can hear me argue with him more.
We just get mad at each other. It's funny.
But no, first, so what do you think of my point?
I don't, I mean, like, I think if you're probably, sleeping around with too many men and men are getting attached and whatever, and it's causing a lot of negativity. I think here's the thing. I think you can mitigate a lot of that, by just simply being forward and upfront about yourself. And if they're not okay with that, okay, no big deal. No sleepy sleep. It's okay. But
I do agree with that.
I think I don't think there's anything wrong if a woman wants to sleep around. I really don't. I don't think there's anything wrong with that.
Well, I think it's bad socially. That's my own personal point of view.
Yeah,
And then
in
once
today's paradigm, it is
children
bad
or
socially, but I'm saying that the today's paradigm where it is bad socially, why can't I turn? What is happening? The controller works. The game's just like, screw you. I agree with you. In today's paradigm, it is bad socially. Though, with that being said, I believe that social stigmas can change. You know, especially if that social stigma has a great deal of negativity to it, right? And for no good reason.
well, again, why would you say there's no good reason? Like,
I
your
don't think
amount
it
of
has a
partners
good reason. Okay, does it increase STDs?
Go ahead.
Yeah, well, great. We're in 2025
Yeah.
where STDs, like, we can actually largely avoid STDs with just some contraceptives. So it's like, what's the big deal? What are we freaking out
still-
about? Like, these women are just sluts, and you know, I don't know. Just we gotta shame them for sleeping around. How about fuck you? Let them live their life. Leave them alone. When men
You're
use
proving my
their
point,
body to like get ahead in life, right? Like, let's be honest. There's men who do in fact use their body and make a shit ton of money by showing off their body. Arnold Schwarzenegger is
Yeah.
a really good example of that. Very good example.
Yes, he is.
Right? But we look at that. Oh, super positive. What a great thing, right? We don't look at it as like, oh, you're dirty. You're a whore. It's terrible. It's terrible. And it's
Okay,
like
wait.
men
Okay.
can flaunt their body and degrade their
Okay,
own
wait,
body
you
like
made
that.
point.
No
You're
problem.
Ranting now. You're ranting.
Go.
First, you're kind of ranting right now. Now, if I met your point as far as men and, being able to undress and make a bunch of money, we're talking about two different things, because supermodels don't get treated like the girls we're talking about or whatever who are sleeping with hundreds of people or 20 people or whatever. That's what we were talking about. There have always been models who are women who get respect for being beautiful, just like there are actresses who get respect for being beautiful. But we're not talking about those people. We're talking about people who are kind of free with their sexual partners and whether it might be detrimental or not. You don't believe it's detrimental. A lot of people do. I don't see why you don't see why the majority of society frowns on a lot of loose behavior.
Why?
Like,
I
you
see
can't
that
tell
they
me
do.
about
I just believe that it's unfounded. I think it's silly.
Well, okay, again, silly in what way? Because I guess I'm trying to understand your point of view as far as why do you feel like promiscuity doesn't affect society or people?
It does affect people in society in a negative way because of the tied-in stereotypes.
Okay, well, let's just take stereotypes out of the picture for a moment. If someone cheats on you, are you hurt?
If someone cheats, yes. If
Yes, you're
provided
hurt, right?
that
So wait,
it was
let's-
stipulated that, if it was stipulated that you would not cheat, but you are cheating, you would be hurting somebody.
Okay, so if cheating leads to someone being hurt, then wouldn't you say if the majority of society starts to cheat, there will be more hurt people?
Repeat that? Sorry.
Okay. If promiscuity leads to people being hurt because someone's been cheated on, then wouldn't you say the more promiscuity, the larger the rate of people who have their feelings hurt and start getting negative feelings about the person or the gender who hurt them?
What? Was I supposed to say something after that?
Yes,
That
because I
sounded
asked you
like-
a question. Okay.
One more time, because it sounded like a statement. And
No,
it
it's not
sounded like
statement. Okay. If promiscuity, which is cheating, leads to people being hurt, if there is more promiscuity, won't there be more people who are hurt who will also start to dislike the gender who hurt them?
sure.
Okay.
In
so
today's
what I'm saying
atmosphere,
is that-
yes.
Okay, so now let's say that you wanted to fight the whatever podcast is influencing its negative stereotype. Then you should be down for people saying promiscuity is bad, because promiscuity actually leads to a lot of the viewers who are watching that show who have been hurt by someone who cheated on them or who played them. So if you cut down on the promiscuity aspect of it, you cut down on some of these people who become haters. Can you refute that?
Yeah, because I think that there comes the initial like thought process that it's unnatural to have sex with multiple partners. I do think that you should disclose it. I think that's important, but yeah, I think it has more to do with just like societal norms or social norms than it does the act in and of itself.
I don't know. Like, it seems like we're, again, arguing two different things. I'm talking about someone is hurt because someone cheated on them, and the person who cheated on them is a serial person who catches bodies all the time. What I'm saying is, if that person wasn't catching bodies all the time, there wouldn't be as many hurt people left in their trail. That goes for men and women. So again, why do you think?
No, yeah. Again, the only reason
thing?
why is because societally, it's not okay to mess around. That's the only reason why.
So is promiscuity good or bad?
I don't think it is inherently good or bad. I just think it's dependent on the situation. I think if you have a person who wants to live their life as they see fit and they're upfront about it, I don't see anything wrong with it. Yeah, do it.
I'm sorry. My definition might be off, but isn't promiscuity when you're in a, well, you can't, promiscuity depends on you being in a committed relationship, right?
Promiscuity requires in a committed relationship.
Yeah, I thought it did. I might be wrong. I don't know. I'm asking you.
Well, I mean, if you are open about it, like let's say, for example, that you get into a relationship and that relationship, you say, hey, is it okay for us to mess around? And if they want to, they can. Right?
Well, yeah,
there's
but
nothing wrong with
that. That wouldn't even go in. Well, yes, and I wouldn't argue that because that doesn't go with this hypothetical. We're talking about the people who are hurt by promiscuity, right? We're talking about the people who feel like they've been cheated on. Well, not even feel like, the people who have been cheated on. We're not talking about the people who freely accept that.
Sure, I guess. I don't know what you're expecting out of me here, I guess.
I expect you to just live in reality with the rest of us and understand that when someone gets cheated on, a lot of times people get hurt.
Yeah, because of the societal requirements.
Why is that a societal? Okay, wait, stop.
Yeah, because it's a social norm. It's a social norm. If it wasn't a social norm, nobody would give a fuck.
Okay, how many people does it take to make a society?
To make a society, I don't know, like 2.
Yeah. Just 2?
Yeah, 2.
Okay. So if there's only 2 people in this said society, promiscuity wouldn't come in. So let's say there's a third person.
Okay.
Right? Okay, so when there's a couple and then the man or the woman steps out with the other person, they haven't, I would assume with 3 people, they haven't had time to be influenced by years and years and decades of society norms. Do you think that that person would have an emotional reaction to their mate sleeping with someone else?
I mean, maybe jealousy, sure.
Okay, is jealousy a social factor or is jealousy just a natural human emotion?
I think it's a natural human emotion.
Okay, so again, that goes back to my point. There's not social norms that influence how people react to adultery.
I mean, but
It's
here's the
how
thing,
they feel
like
as a person.
it's kind of like I get that people feel jealous, but it's like I would hope that we are able to like move past like such a basal concept of jealousy and like reconsider, oh wait, hold on, is this logical why I am being jealous? Is there an actual reason to be jealous? Like there are people who get jealous all the time over inane crap, like just stuff that just doesn't really fucking matter, you know?
It seems like
Don't
you
you
want the
agree?
human race to evolve. I'm sorry. Yeah, I would agree. I would like that better world that you're talking about, but that's just not how people operate. There's always going to be jealous people. There's
All
always going to
right.
be
Well,
racist. There's
then, I mean,
always going to be sexist.
like, we just move past the idea of like this kind of basal understanding, and go into like a higher level of thinking. Yeah, I'm still back on the same problem. It's the same problem for me. It's like, okay, yeah. So even if I assume that jealousy is natural, which I believe it is,
Okay.
you could move past basal instincts. It's kind of like how people naturally are tribalistic. They are. People naturally are tribalistic. They often favor their own kind. But we hopefully like push for higher levels of thinking on that, right? And then go, okay, well, maybe, this actually makes life a worse place for a lot of people by doing that.
Okay. I wish you could see the smile on my face because I have to use your own words against you. What did you just say about moving past our base tribal? Did you say base tribal instincts?
Yeah.
Okay. Earlier, when me and you spoke and we were talking about abortion, one of my points was that if you don't have sex, you never have to have an abortion. If you don't have sex, you never have to have STDs.
Uh-huh.
And if you don't have sex, you never have to worry about taking care of a child you're not ready for. Your comeback to me was that people are going to have sex anyway because it's part of their base instinct. People are going to have a lot of sex. Those were the words you used against me. So how can you use that as a defense now?
Because I think that like the desire for sex is much greater than like just simple jealousy.
Well, I would say it would be, but aren't they kind of co-entwined? Because you don't have jealousy unless like you're either about to have sex, you think you're having sex, or you're having sex, right?
Co-entwined? What? What?
Okay. As far as sex goes, you're saying that people don't feel jealousy unless they're having sex?
No, people feel jealousy for all the time. Like for the simplest shit.
Okay.
Like, he took my toy. Like, yeah, you can feel jealous just because like someone's playing with a toy and you don't get to. Yeah, we feel jealousy all the time for the most inane crap. Why does he get the company parking spot and I don't?
Okay. Well,
Jealousy.
let me slip into my red pill mode. Let me slip into my red pill mode for a moment. I have a question for you then. If I believe that teaching young men not to date that girl who has that huge body count because later on he might be hurt by her because she believes in a more loose frame of relationship.
I mean, maybe.
Am I
but
being hateful?
No, I don't think so.
Is that
I mean,
hateful?
you're just trying to protect somebody and that.
Okay, so why is it so hard for you to understand that there are people in the manosphere who want to protect men from future missteps?
Hold
And
on, but we're
unfortunately-
not talking about just protecting men, from girls that sleep around a lot. They're talking about demonizing women and providing hateful stereotypes against women and constantly degrading women every single stream. Like, it's a big difference.
Well, wait. Again, you can't make that statement because you've already admitted that you don't even watch the show. So you're making. What the hell are you doing, man?
I just
Oh,
did
you
it.
beat the game? You beat the game?
No, I was saying I did it. You said you can't make that
sorry,
statement. Yes, I can. I just did. I did it.
What statement? I'm sorry, you lost me completely.
That the manosphere says blatantly hateful shit towards women.
Okay.
It's not just like, oh, let's protect men from like the really
okay,
slutty
yeah.
women. No, dude, it's like unironically some of those hateful shit, most poisonous stuff ever. And let me just be honest with you, this manosphere stuff, you're going to be alone for a really long time if you believe in this shit. I'm telling you right now.
Oh, we've already talked. No. We've already talked about this. Happily married, over a decade. Plenty of good relationships. Because your problem is that. Yeah, okay, let me put it this way. If someone hated a liberal and they tried to describe a liberal to someone, what kind of picture would they paint?
if somebody hated a liberal?
Yes. If I'm someone who hates liberals and someone
Well, they would
asks me
probably
what's a
call
liberal,
me a woke soy boy.
well, yeah, pretty much so. But what I'm saying to you is that you don't have the background information because, again, you say you just watch these clips. So you, again, don't know how the show actually goes. You just have a guess, an educated guess as to what's going on. So when you say that, oh, well, they bring these women up there and they talk to them about this and that. If they ask them a certain question and that question leads to, much like your Christian Nazi guy, if I give you a list that someone has composed that says, these are the attributes of someone who's horrible in a relationship, and that woman answers 10 of those questions, and out of those 10, 9 of them she answers in that negative format, are they allowed to then say, call her a slut or a horrible person or whatever you decide that title is?
Repeat the scenario. My brain goes all sorts of different directions. I apologize. It's my fault.
Okay.
It's my fault. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
I just
All right,
realized that
let's-
I could do something really cool for the stream, and I don't know. Anyway, sorry. Repeat.
All right.
Please.
Well, do you need to pause and do whatever you want to do for the stream?
So, I just thought about it. I was like, my the number where it says call 202-998-5218. Like, I can make it a lot better by just having an actual graphic for it.
Probably.
Anyway, that's what I wanted to say.
Also, I think we should also throw up a couple of debate prompts every once in a while too.
Debate prompts? I got them.
Yes.
Do I got some?
Okay, so wait, back to my examples. Now that neo-Christian we were talking about earlier, you led him down a list
neo-Nazi,
of
yeah.
things that are, yeah. Well, yeah, as you say. Like I said, I'm not going to call him that. But you led him down the list, right? And since he checked out the majority of those boxes, you felt free to call him a neo-Nazi, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so if you're on the whatever podcast and they have a list of, let's say, the list is women who are deemed to be bad in a relationship, and they ask a woman and she answers out of those 10 questions, 9 of them for the negative. In other words, she clicks all those boxes. Are they then able to qualify her as a bad person to date?
No, because I don't believe they're a bad person.
Well, see, again, your own logic is working against you.
No, it's
you literally
not.
use the same thing.
I don't believe
Of
that
course,
they're a
you
bad
just used
person
it
for
yesterday.
sleeping
What are you
around. I think
talking
they have a
about?
right with their own body, and they're utilizing their traits that are that work for them, and I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I don't think I should be apologetic about that. I don't think women should have to be apologetic for wanting to live their
insane.
fucking life. It's their life.
This is just you being triggered and not listening yet again, man. I'm being dead ass real with you here. How can you say that if I bring out a list and the list says that if you check these 10 boxes, you probably fall under this category? With you using that same technique, it's okay for you to put that person in a checkbox, but a man can't do that to a woman because you don't agree with it.
Yeah,
What are
I
you
believe
talking
it.
about?
Yeah, I
Same
believe
metric.
it's. I believe one of them is hateful, and the other one is not. The other one is literally avoiding hate. In fact, it's pointing out blatantly the hate.
Would that change how you came to the title, or would that change how you came to the title?
Would that change how the what?
Would that change how you got to that title? Because again, we're using the metric that these 10 questions equal this. This person's answered the questions. The majority is yes. They equal this. What does that have to do with our conversation right now?
You lost me. I don't know what you're trying to argue.
Okay. Because you feel that the majority of women are oppressed or aren't doing anything wrong, you don't seem to see any other point of view but your own as far as titles given to women. That make sense?
Well, yeah. I mean, in terms of the negative stereotypes that women have to endure.
Well, again, we're talking about the people who actually.
I think we need to fix that.
We're talking about the people who. Let me ask you a question. If someone is, actually, I forgot who I'm talking to. I was about to say someone who's a repeat felon, but you don't believe they should be called a felon after multiple charges. If you have a repeat offender, is it wrong to call them a repeat offender?
No.
Okay, so if the person actually is doing the action, they can be called that title, right?
Yeah, I mean, provided that it's not like a negative stereotype.
Okay, so what I'm arguing for is that when people are on this podcast, there are just as many people who don't fit the stereotype, and they're not the ones who get lambasted, but there are just as many people who do fit the stereotype. So if the subject of the conversation is, what is a gold digger? And a gold digger takes, let's say, 4 key categories. If a woman comes on and she agrees with all 4 key categories and they say, you're a gold digger, are they wrong or hateful?
You're a gold digger?
Yes.
Are they hateful? I mean, it can. I don't know. I think it's context dependent there. You know,
well,
there are some genuine
like
gold diggers that are just, they're awful people. And then there's like some gold diggers where it's like, listen, they're just making an old man really, really, really happy.
Okay, yeah, I agree with both of those scenarios. But again, if context matters, my whole thing that I was arguing with you is that
I don't think there's anything wrong if they're, say, making an old man really happy. You know, yeah,
but
maybe they're doing it for their will or whatever and make millions of dollars off it. But again, I mean, if you think that man is not aware of that, you know, of that reality, got another thing coming towards you. They are aware of it, and they're perfectly happy with it. They don't care. It's not important.
So again, are you okay with them labeling said woman as a gold digger with that evidence? Or is that wrong or hateful?
Yeah, I mean, again, well, I think the term gold digger has a very negative. Huh?
I think you're kind of incapable of condemning women for the most part.
No, there's some terrible
women. I'm not talking about all women. I'm talking about when
there are some terrible women that would absolutely take advantage of people, and they do horrible things. Right? There are women that are like that.
So why? Okay, so if this woman exists who does horrible things, why is it wrong for there to be a male space where they literally call out that behavior?
If it's a non-toxic thing, but I don't think that the manosphere is not toxic. I think it's super toxic. Very.
Well, all spheres are toxic. Are you going to tell me there's no one in the trans community who's not toxic?
Of course. There's toxic people in all communities. I would say
there are priests who are toxic, right?
But like the majority of the manosphere is that, right? Whereas like when it comes to
you don't even know what you're talking about.
Yes, I do.
No, you don't. You said it. We've actually talked about this, man. You don't do your research on that. You're not. I guarantee you're not reading books on manosphere subjects, are you?
No, I have not read a book on the manosphere.
Bingo. So what I'm saying is that you're placing this point of view on a bunch of clips that you watch, and I'm telling you as someone who is active as far as watching the manosphere and talking to people, that it is not what is portrayed by Andrew Tate.
Check this out. I got something cool to show you.
All right.
This is cool. Watch this. You watching my stream? It's several seconds behind, so hold on.
Okay.
Hold on. All right, here we go. Watch this. Watch me. Watch what happens. Where's my video? Sorry. Hold on. Oh, dude, we got upgraded.
All right, I had to
upgrade. I upgraded. Dude, look how good this is. Look how good that look. Look how good that number look.
Okay, that does look better.
What do you think? I designed it myself. That's a good looking number. I made it a PNG with a drop shadow and everything. You like it?
It's cool.
Okay, anyway.
Now, Now, are you ready to concede that when it comes to male and female issues, that you tend to side with females regardless?
Fuck yeah. Yeah, fuck yeah.
Okay. So,
Big time.
So if that's the case, would you not say that you're biased?
No,
How can you favor one side over another and not be biased?
because one of them is marginalized, the other one is not.
Wow, first your logic is it's just like this fucking maze of darkness and fucking pitfalls. I don't
No,
get where you're
it
coming
logically
from.
follows. Fuck you.
It really doesn't, man. Your logic is
Yeah, it
tripping all over
does.
itself right this second. Okay, I think that the problem is that you tend to see if a man tries to help another man, and it involves painting a woman in a negative light, is that always a bad thing?
No.
Okay, fair enough. I'm glad we agree on that. You would agree that when women are talking amongst themselves about their relationships, that they may paint men in a bad light.
Yes.
Okay. Do you think that that's toxic?
No.
All right. Is it toxic when men paint women in a bad light
Yes.
for relationship advice? Okay, please tell me the parameter of what makes one toxic and the other not.
Oh, because women are marginalized. Men are not.
Jesus Christ. I did. So their
Telling
behavior
it like it is,
because
bro.
they're marginalized. Okay, take another marginalized demographic. If they're marginalized, do they have more of a right to punch someone in the face?
No, that's not what marginalized means.
Oh, I'm sorry. Give me your definition of it. Maybe I'm misunderstanding you.
I mean, I'm just going to apply the colloquial definition of it.
Go
Like-
ahead, please.
Of a person or a group or concept treated as insignificant or peripheral. No, hold on. Let me see. Is that? Yeah. That's about right.
Okay, so if an Indian guy walks up and punches you in your face, is that not just as toxic, not just as violent because he's marginalized?
Wait, what? Repeat that.
Okay. If an Indian man walks up to you and punches you in your face, is it less toxic, less violent because he's marginalized?
No, it's just as bad.
Okay, so again, using that example, how can you say that because women are, it's less toxic?
Because women are marginalized.
Well, we just used an example of someone who's marginalized.
Punching
and
in
you're
the
not-
face and talking about it are two totally different things.
Jesus Christ. Okay, then let's change the scenario. A woman punches you in your face. It's better because she's marginalized? Like,
No.
I mean, I don't understand where
No.
your logic is
No.
coming from here. Well, then again, wow, I wish that I actually could see the chat right now because I'm just so curious as to how people are seeing the points we're making here. You're saying that because someone is marginalized, their behavior is forgiven for the most part. Is that
Well,
what
the
you're
way
saying?
that it doesn't surprise me that women talk the way they do about men, because women are so consistently marginalized by men. They are.
So you would say, well, I know you wouldn't say this, but
Right?
it
And
seems
so
like
and
you
so
would.
I don't consider it anywhere close to as hateful as when men do it.
Okay. You would agree that men can be hurt by women, destroyed by women. You do agree with that, right?
Yes.
Okay. Why would their behavior that destroyed these men or hurt these men not be considered toxic? Is it because the men are in power, so what's done to them means that it's not as bad? Like, I'm trying to figure out what your matrix is for figuring out the harm here. Why does the woman get a free pass for doing the same thing a man does as far as harm goes?
Well, I'm saying when women talk bad about men, I find it to be more justifiable because they are more marginalized. Like,
Okay. And if we use like,
whereas men are not marginalized at all. They can basically do and do whatever they like for the most part, free of any of consequence. For example,
know
men
what
can
you're
sleep
talking
around completely free of consequence.
that's not true.
Comparison to
not
women,
true.
what a big difference,
No, that's not
dude!
true.
If
Because
you
number
sleep
one,
around with
they,
lots
they
of
risk-
women, you're like a cool guy. You're like a player.
some of that does work in some parts of society, but either way, they still have the pitfall of unwanted childbirth, which might lead to child support, or even worse, that the woman might have an abortion and they figured that they did want a child. And then last but not least, they also risk STDs. So again, they're not just free and clear of their own behavior.
But let's be honest, right? When a woman sleeps
Yeah, go
around,
ahead.
it's bad. But when a man sleeps around, it's good.
Up until a certain age, yes, I do kind of believe that. That's pretty much how society rolls.
Yeah, that's fucked up.
But again, you're not disproving my point, though, are you? You're not disproving
No,
my point, though.
I'm saying that men are largely left alone and can do as they please, but women are often marginalized, right? So it doesn't surprise me, and I even completely understand the plight of women when they say when they talk negative towards men. I get it.
And yet men don't have the same weight behind their plight against women.
The same plight. What?
Yes, but why does that not apply to men also?
Well, because they're not marginalized. I'm still stuck on that. Yeah.
Okay, if we're talking about relationship issues, are men not affected by relationship issues at the same numbers that women are?
Are men affected by relationship issues as much as women are? I think they're affected in different ways.
Okay, so in those ways, why is it wrong for there to be a male space that addresses those issues?
I'm not against a male space, but overwhelmingly the quote unquote male spaces have been super hateful towards women.
And you don't feel that the female spaces are hateful towards men because they're marginalized?
No, not anywhere close.
Okay. Again, I guess this is my point where I use your line. I think we're just going to have to, what is it, dichotomically? No,
We
not
have to
dichotomy.
agree to
What's the
disagree.
word? Yes, but there's a word for it with a D.
Dichotomy?
Diametrically?
Diametrically opposed?
Well, I had it right there. Diametrically opposed, yes. Well, first, you kind of sound like a misandrist a little bit there, man. Yeah, I said it. I mean, like, if your point of view is that...
I mean, if you think supporting women is misandry...
No, I don't think supporting women is misandry. But I do think that if you sit there and say that, well, women get a much bigger pass because they're women, that kind of fits into misandry.
No,
Let me
I
ask you a
don't think so.
question. Okay, fair enough. Even if you do agree that there are toxic women out there, and you do agree,
I love this comment. This comment is hilarious. Hold on.
What is it? I couldn't see it.
I gotta all right. I'm gonna do it. The impression for this guy. David HRSM says, "Thirst is racist against men."
Oh boy, that's funny. He's not.
Do you need
racist
your
against
helmet,
men.
bro?
He's a misandrist.
I'll call your carer. Holy crap. That is the dumbest fucking comment I've ever received.
I get the gist of what he's saying. You're anti-male.
That is so stupid.
Well, it was worded completely wrong. But you
First
are
is
anti-male,
racist
sir.
against men. Soy boy.
Okay, wait. I've got a perfect question for you.
What?
When a woman commits a murder, should she get the same amount of jail time as a man?
Yes, yes. What?
Okay, but see, and I'm not even trying to be funny, but the way you present your arguments, I really honestly thought you were going to give some kind of qualifier.
No. What?
So it's only in the social arena and in relationships that women are right and men are wrong. But as far as the law, it's equal in your mind.
What? What was that?
Are you gaming? Are you not paying attention? Are you gaming? You're not paying attention. What are you doing?
I got my rainbow flag.
Oh.
What?
Oh wait. Do you think it was wrong for them to take rainbow flags off of government buildings?
Yes.
Okay, I completely disagree with you. And
More
this
gay
isn't
shit.
an anti-gay thing. Okay, yeah, okay, you would believe that.
More
But,
gay stuff.
Okay, well, would you throw me under the category of phobic
frivolous.
because I don't believe that those flags should fly on certain buildings?
What?
Would you qualify me as homophobic if I say that those flags shouldn't be flown on several buildings?
No, not really. No.
Okay. Okay, good. We came to a point. Okay.
All right.
'Cause me-
So
to
a
me
guy is
personally,
saying,
I don't
"Hey,
have a
can we
problem
get
with
a
the
can we
flag.
get a can we get a new guy?" Fair enough. We
Oh,
have
my
been
bad.
talking
Okay.
for an hour and 30 minutes, and we got 27 people
yeah.
who are listening. Gabagool
All right,
says
well, I'm gonna
zero
drop down.
testosterone from this beta. That is correct. I have zero testosterone. I am more woman than man. In fact, I was born a woman. Can you tell?
Well, wait a minute now. I just watched your debate where they asked you, were you trans? And you were like, no.
I'm not born a woman, you idiot.
Yeah, I know you're not, man. I'm just fucking with you. It's just fun too.
All right. I'll talk to you later. I'll talk to you later.
The way you portray your
We'll
views.
talk later.
All right,
We'll
man. I
talk
enjoyed the
later.
conversation.
All right. Good talk. All right. The phone numbers are open. 202-998-5218. Call the number. Call the number. I ain't running. Joey Bell says, first only lets this guy cook because he's black. I don't care if he's white, black, whatever. Anyway. Ooh. You're on the line with First Amender.
Hey, Amender, I came up with a new term for you.
All right, what's up?
Soy tard.
Soy tarded. Oof. That's a good one.
There you go, bro.
It's a good
You
one.
can have that one for free, bro. But
No
after
problem.
the fifth
All
time
right.
you use it, you're going to have to pay me a nickel.
Pay me a nickel. That's funny.
Nah, bro, I just wanted to give you that tidbit right there,
That's
bro.
good.
Hey,
Good work.
Listen, dude, I was watching your debate with Andrew Wilson the other day. Because it's the first thing that pops up when I look up your name.
Yeah.
Can you steel man his position?
Yeah. If I'm not mistaken, I believe he was saying that my logic was sound but not valid, or valid but not
Right.
sound. Sorry.
Right, but like, what was his point?
That trans women are not women based on categories
Which categories?
of the sex of woman and man.
Right, because just to be clear, because a male human is a man and a female human is a woman. Traditionally, that's the way they've categorized the different sexes of humans. Do you understand that?
Yeah.
and that just because you use the word woman to refer to something that's not a woman doesn't mean that the definition changes. It just means that you're utilizing the word for something. It's like if I were to call you a dog. You know what I mean? That doesn't change the definition of dog to include a mender. It just means that I'm utilizing the word dog to refer to you. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I do. I think that in itself is a category error. And that was kind of the problem with his argument, is that he basically took my otherwise cogent and sound argument based on his own logic, and he turned it into an argument regarding what was it? He had turned it into an argument breaking down into. I'm sorry, I'm fucking focusing on my stupid game.
We're good.
He turned it into an argument that it wasn't, right? Even though it worked well within his own logic, he then changed man and woman to be cat and dog, like effectively going into like a false equivalency fallacy and a straw man, both at the same time. And I didn't even realize it until it was over.
You're misunderstood then. Completely. You should go and listen to the
I probably listened to it about 3 times.
Okay, well, yeah, then you completely misunderstood his position when he was referring to. I know what you're referring to is when he was trying to explain to you how a bitch is in reference to a female dog in the same way that a woman is a reference to a female human. It is not comparing those two things. It's explaining to you the semantics of the word, the proper utilization of the word, rather, or the traditional utilization.
Okay, I mean, but here's the thing, right? Like, again, this doesn't really lay into the problem regarding his argument. I asked him that, how do you determine somebody to be a woman? Right?
Well,
do you remember that?
Makeup. Yeah.
No, hold on. You don't actually determine somebody to be a woman based on their chromosomal makeup. You're walking down the street, right?
Uh-huh.
And you see a person. How do you determine that they're a woman?
Well, the problem is that you obviously have to assume based on the things that you can attest visually, right?
Yeah, so you look at them, right? That's what you do. You look at them.
But he spoke onto that. He said that.
Just because you can be fooled doesn't mean that they are that thing. But the problem is that they're not fooling you. They're just representing their gender. And when I'm referring to trans women can be women, that is in reference to their gender. So if they externally, even by his own light, saying that the way that he determines somebody to be a woman is that he looks at them, then if a trans woman passes, then indeed they are a woman by his own lights.
Well, no.
Yes.
So the word woman is in reference to a human female. If he were to assume that a man dressed femininely is a woman and they're not, then he would just be mistaken. Now, to me, it would be more, I think it would be more technically correct and better for society if the person dressed femininely were to refer to themselves as a man in a dress, because it would eliminate confusion.
I think they should call themselves a trans woman.
Well, no, they should just say that they are men that...
No, I disagree. I think that they should affirm their own identities.
Well,
we don't do this to anybody.
The problem is that they're not, it's not making them any less of a human or a person.
Yeah, it is. It's literally designed to dehumanize them. That's why they're doing it.
No, bro, it's not dehumanizing at all. As a matter of fact, it's just like confirming what they are.
No, it's dehumanizing.
No, bro, it's
yeah,
biologically correct. Like Amender, like
no, it's not. It's referring to gender, not sex.
No, bro, you wouldn't want somebody to come up to you and tell you, "Hey, Amender, you're a woman." Would you? It would get annoying eventually, right? It would be.
Well, I'm probably not the one to ask.
Well, hold up. Man. Are you a woman? Are you a female?
Listen. It's a journey for me. Okay.
Well, point is,
we don't need to talk about that right now.
For most people that aren't weird libtards, that would be something that would be problematic, bro. I think that like a mentally healthy person would want another person to refer to them as what they biologically are. Because if you refer to them as something that they biologically aren't, you're essentially lying to them or telling, or best case scenario, lying to them. Worst case scenario, you're feeding onto an illusion that is.
Yeah, I get that. That's the argument. But the problem is, It's not an illusion. It's something that's based in the neurochemical structure of their brain, right?
Well,
the internal sense of sex is 100% represented.
Well, the problem is that like there is a difference in brain structure for all human beings.
Yes.
And
then we observe specifically trans people. We can observe that they possess their own unique brain phenotypes, especially in the subcortical volumes.
Well, you can't say that it's unique to them when it is unique, different for everybody. Right?
No, they possess their own unique brain phenotypes, similar to different from their cisgendered counterparts.
Wait, so hold up. Again, right? Do you understand what I'm saying here? All people are different. All humans have different brain structures, 100%. You can have very similar brain structures, but all people are different brain structures. So you could have men that have brain structure similar to that of a woman, but it's independent to their own biology. It's not. It's just because you have Amanda. Just because your brain, if a doctor does a CT scan and it has certain traits that are similar to that of my daughter's, that doesn't mean you're a woman. It just means that you have a brain structure that is independent of yours.
Well, this is why we talk about gender, right? Not sex.
Right.
We're not talking about differences in sex. Sex never changes.
Correct. Sex is subjective, and that's what I'm referring to. And I'm not saying that it's wrong for a man to believe that they are feminine and want to wear dress. I mean, I personally think it's abhorrent. I disagree with that behavior, but it is what it is, right? Like, I'm not going to shit on somebody, a man, for wanting to wear a dress. But the reality is that wearing a dress doesn't change your sex. And
yeah, we're not. I never said that your sex changes. Well, never at any point did I ever mention that.
No, I know you didn't. But that's what. Let me finish, right? So when I refer to you as a man, I'm not lying. And if you get upset about that, well then again, right, the person that is wrong is the person being insulted. And we know that I think that this is a social issue only in Western countries, because in Asia, I think it was Space Apache that once said that they don't have this issue, right? Like the lady boys know that they are men dressing as women. And you wouldn't say that a lady boy is any less of a trans person than the fucking Navy SEAL dude that dresses in a dress. I would say that they are both in the same category.
In South Asia, Hijra are transgender, intersex, or eunuch people who live in communities that follow a kinship system known as the Guru Chela system. They are also known as Auravani or Uravani in Pakistan, Khawaja in Syria. In Western terms, most Hijras are feminine identifying people assigned male at birth. Hijras are officially recognized as a third gender throughout countries of the Indian subcontinent, being considered neither completely male nor completely female. Hijra's identity originates from ancient Hinduism, evolved during the Delhi Sultanate in 1206 to 1526 and the Mughal Empire in 1526 to 1707. Many Hijras today live in well-defined and organized all Hijra communities led by a guru. Now
so what are you saying? That
you said that they don't have this problem in Asia, but I just brought up
Right.
an instance where, well, the reason why they don't have the problem in Asia is because they affirm their identity.
Well, their identity being in what they represent themselves as.
Yeah.
Correct?
Yeah, they're Hydras.
Do they do males say that they are a woman?
Yeah, they're trans women.
No. Do they say that they are a woman?
They are trans women.
No, do the males say that they are a woman?
Yes.
Okay, so that's the problem, right? Because they don't. If you go to those areas, or
They
if
do.
you look at any type of interview with
Well, they
people
refer
that
to
live
it
in
as like a
those
third
areas-
gender, which is kind of exactly what we do in the United States.
Well, no.
We
you
just
don't,
refer to them as
because
trans women.
No, hold up. That's not what you're doing. You're utilizing traditionally used language that is defined. That again, historically.
Yeah, they have a
defined
different
as
language
one
than
thing.
us, but that's fine. I mean,
No,
we
dude, what
also
I'm saying
refer
is
to them
that
as a
if
different
you
as a
were to
different
say-
thing. We
if you
call
were
them
to say
trans women.
Trans women are trans women. 100% agree with you.
What?
You understand? Yeah, if you're going to make the claim that trans women are trans women, 100% agree with you. But that's not the argument that you're making. You're making the argument that trans women are women.
Yes.
Women has a traditional definition. And actually, I wouldn't even argue that it's a traditional definition. It's a definition based on biology, that is objective.
Yes. So is being a trans woman. And I
No,
believe
see,
that
that's
if
the
you're
problem, right?
referring
Like-
to the gender woman, it would apply.
No, well, the problem here, bro, is that I'm right and it's provably right.
Nope.
Whereas you're utilizing your
Again,
opinion
no.
to create
I've
a
brought this
definition
up.
for
I've
something
brought
that-
this up multiple times. Let me ask you this: is gender different from sex?
Is gender different from sex?
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, they're synonyms of
Okay,
each
so
other, but
there's-
yeah, they're different.
Would you say that there is a woman gender?
That there is a woman gender?
Is there a
Yeah.
woman gender? Is there a man gender?
Yeah.
Okay. So is it possible
I would
for
say
someone's
that-
gender to be different from their sex? Is that possible?
Oh, okay. Understand this. I am not a fucking super right winger, right? I should understand the social construct of the word, the socially constructed utilization of the word woman. If I were to be honest with you, I would say that their gender and sex are the same thing. Gender refers to a term that refers to a specific, the specific biological trait of a person, so of a human being. So again, I would say that there's two genders. There's male and female, and then there's two sexes, female and male. You cannot call a male monkey a man. You could not do that. You could call a human male a man,
Well,
but you
hold
could
on.
not call a pig that's a male a man. Right? That's the correct utilization of
But
the word.
we're
of
not
the
talking about
term.
animals. We're talking about
Well, I know,
humans.
but you understand what I meant there.
No,
You
I
understand
don't.
what I meant there?
I don't understand.
Okay, simple. The word man refers to a male human. We do not refer to male humans as males. We refer to them as men or boys. The reason we do that is because the differentiation between a man and a male
I don't know
is
what
that
your
a
point is.
man is specific to that.
When
to
I'm
a
saying
human
that
being.
trans women are women, I'm referring to that a
Not
trans woman is a woman by gender, not by sex. No, and in fact,
Okay, but
no
gender-
pro-trans advocate is going to say if you agree that that woman. Hold on. If you agree that when I'm saying woman, that we're referring to gender, and there can be a woman gender, and a person's gender may not match with their sex, that would mean that you would also believe trans women are women.
No, dude. Because,
Yes.
Again, I'm being very generous, but now I'm being not generous. I'm telling you that when we utilize the word, what gender refers to, realistically, is to the biological makeup of a human being. It doesn't refer to what they prefer, bro. That is a modern construct that, and people have utilized the word gender to define this construct, but it's not. And I'm gonna assume that they're doing that because it's an easy. It's a construct that they can easily explain and redefine. But the reality is that, again, the word male does not equivocate to a human male. The word man equivocates to a human male. The word woman,
oh my God,
the word female does not equivocate. Like when you say female, you don't immediately apply that definition to to every species. You can apply that definition to every species that has a male and female, but you cannot refer to a monkey as a female or a woman. Excuse me. You cannot do that. So, but if you refer to a woman, a female human as a woman, you are technically correct. You are semantically correct. That's my point. My point is that if a trans woman was a woman, you wouldn't use trans to refer to a trans woman as a woman. You would just refer to them as woman. But you are an honest person. You know that a trans woman is not a woman. That's why you use the word, I don't know what the term is, but the word trans woman to refer to a man that represents themselves in a feminine way.
Give me a moment.
It's that simple, bro. It's not complicated. And it doesn't have to be from a place. I'm not coming from a place of bigotry here, bro. You know I don't give a shit. I'm just telling you that and I know you do it for views, bro. I know leftists do it for views. And what's the other? Go throw them in the closet.
Hold on.
No, I didn't. No, Mother. He got doggy.
Oh, okay. Well, go give him a hug.
No, he literally.
I'm sorry, bro. I'm dealing with kids right now.
No, he cut me on my pinky.
What? Talking about men, I just got my cat's balls cut off, bro. So.
Daddy, I need the bamboo first.
All right, hold on a sec. Just give me a sec. I'm writing this down.
What are you writing? What are you writing down, bro? Sorry.
Hang tight.
It doesn't need to be difficult, bro. You don't need to be a soy tard. You could just accept that, like, there's biological reasoning why people believe this, you know?
So I'm going to break it down.
It doesn't,
I'm going to break it down for you. We're going to break it down together.
All right. Let's break it down, bro.
Is a trans woman a woman?
No.
Is gender different from sex?
No.
You contradicted yourself.
No.
How is gender not different from sex?
I told you that if I wanted to be generous to you, I would say that they are different. But I'm not being generous. I'm being real right now, right?
Okay, so
not.
When I'm saying gender being different from sex, let's break it down.
See, your whole argument breaks down if you believe that gender and sex are different. I don't believe that they're different.
Okay.
I actually don't believe that. I know that. You cannot be a male female. You cannot be a man female. You cannot be a male, or you cannot be a female male. You cannot be both of those things at the same time. You can only be one or the other. You would agree with that. There's biological reasons for that. You could have there's a few people or there's a extremely small percentage of the world that has biological anomalies that would contradict this fact, but we know these to be anomalies based on that are considered biological flaws. We don't categorize people based on biological flaws. If we did that, then there's 10,000 genders or 10,000 sexes. there isn't. We know that there are two. I think it's the same with all mammals, right? So again, make your point but if you're gonna make your point, base it on, biological reality.
Hang tight.
Okay. Bro, I think I just defeated you in battle right now, dude.
No, you didn't.
No, I think I did, bro. We'll let the chat decide that, but I think I did, bro.
Give me a moment.
GJM, you're right, bro. I would not be able to debate as effectively as I do, which I don't even think I'm a great debater, but I wouldn't be able to do it if it wasn't for him. He is a good dude, bro. He's very good. I already did, JG. I asked him that, and he didn't answer. Well, I made the claim, and he didn't respond to it, rather. No, yeah, I agree with you. JG made a good point, bro. Just because a person behaves one way doesn't mean that they are something, you know? Then you should read the comments on your YouTube stream, bro.
I'm not hitting up ChatGPT. If I was hitting up ChatGPT, this would be a lot quicker.
No, JG, again, like his whole position is based on me making the admittance that gender and sex are the same. I'm not making that admittance because they're not. So now he has to restructure his entire argument to fit
No,
the
because you're
narrative.
rejecting the difference between gender and sex, and I'm trying to find something that is basically as clear as day. There's no way to really to push away from it.
Well, I'm not rejecting the differences. I'm saying that they are.
No. Hold on. Is sex different from gender? Are those different things?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, and that
contradicted yourself.
No,
again.
No, hold up.
All right.
Hold up,
so I just want to be clear.
I'm not going to contradict myself, bro. What I'm going to do is I'm going to specifically state what are the differences. The difference between a gender and sex is that gender solely applies to human beings. And when we refer to gender, we're just referring to the sex of a human being.
No, you don't know what you're talking about.
Whereas a sex can be a term used to define the biological makeup of any type of mammal, you cannot apply that terminology to anything that's not human. So when we refer to when we utilize the word male, when we utilize the word man, it's interchangeable with the word male.
All right.
Because they are the same thing. Do you understand?
So just to be clear, right? Even if you being very obtuse about this,
I'm being very
people,
specific.
this is from Medical News Today. People often use the terms sex and gender interchangeably, but this is incorrect. Sex refers to the biological physical differences, while gender is how people identify. Sex refers to the physical differences between people. Shut up. Just listen. Stop saying no. Just listen. Sex refers to the physical differences between people who are male, female, or intersex. A person who typically has their sex assigned at birth based on physiological characteristics, including their genitalia and chromosomal composition. This assigned sex is called the person's natal sex. Gender, on the other hand, involves how a person identifies. Unlike natal sex, gender is not made up of binary forms. Instead, gender is a broad spectrum. A person may identify at any point within the spectrum outside of it entirely. People may identify with genders that are different from their natal sex or with none at all. These identities include transgender, non-binary, or gender neutral. There are many other ways in which a person may define their own gender. Gender also exists as social constructs, as gender roles or norms. These are defined as socially constructed roles, behaviors, and attributes that a society considers appropriate for men and women.
Fake news.
Let me go ahead and keep going here. Sex assignment typically happens at birth based on anatomical and physiological markers. Male and female genitalia, both internal and external, are different, and male and female bodies have distinct hormonal and chromosomal makeups. Doctors use these factors to assign natal sex. At birth, female assigned people have higher levels of estrogen and progesterone, which is assigned males have higher levels of testosterone. Assigned females typically have 2 copies of the X chromosome, and the assigned males have one X and one Y chromosome. Society often sees maleness and femaleness as a biological binary. However, there are issues with this distinction. For instance, the chromosomal markers are not always clear-cut. Some male babies are born with 2 or 3 X chromosomes, just as some female babies are born with a Y chromosome. Also, some babies are born with atypical genitalia due to the difference in sexual development. This type of difference was once called a disorder of sex development, but this term is problematic. In a 2015 survey, most respondents perceived the term negatively. A further review found that many people do not use it at all, instead just use intersex. Being intersex can mean different things. For example, a person might have genitals or internal sex organs that fall outside of the typical binary categories. Or a person might have a different combination of chromosomes. Some people do not know that they are intersex until they reach puberty. Biologists have started to discuss the idea that sex may be a spectrum. This is not a new concept, but one that has taken time to come up to the public consciousness. For example, the idea of sex as a spectrum was discussed in a 1993 article published by the New York Academy of Sciences. Gender. In the United States, gender has historically been defined as a binary. Many other cultures have long recognized third genders or do not recognize a binary that matches the American understanding. In any case, the idea of gender is either or issue is incorrect. Someone who identifies with the gender that they were assigned with at birth is called cisgendered. Someone who is not cisgendered and does not identify with the gender binary of a man, of a woman, or a boy or a girl may identify as non-binary, gender fluid, or genderqueer, among other identities. A person whose gender identity is different from their natal sex might identify as transgender. A 2016 review confirms that gender exists as a broad spectrum in contrast to the genetic definitions of sex. A person may fully or partially identify in existing gender roles. They may not identify with any gender roles at all. People who do not identify with existing gender binaries identify as non-binary. This umbrella term covers a range of identities, including gender fluid, bigender, and gender neutral. So this is medical news today, but it's not just this. The American Psychological Association also agrees in the difference of gender and sex, and so does the Yale School of Medicine. There are numerous, not just psychological journals, but there exists instances where this happens, where these factors are put into account regarding endocrinology. It is also the case regarding neurobiologically. So it is the fact that gender is different from sex. It's not your opinion. That's the fact.
Hey, man.
We discover more, and then we change it based on that. So, for the question, is gender different from sex? The answer is yes. The sex is different from gender. So, you said earlier, I asked you, is a trans woman a woman? You said no. Okay, I understand that that's your claim. So, is gender different from sex?
Gender is Gender is a categorization of sex.
Is gender different from sex?
Yes, there are two different words.
All right. So no. Are they two things? Are they describing two things?
Yes.
Okay. Yes.
Two different
Gender is
things,
different
yes.
from sex. Okay.
Right.
Is it possible to refer to a woman in terms of gender and not sex?
No.
No?
No.
Can
If
someone
you
possess
were to
womanly
refer to
characteristics?
that doesn't mean that.
Are there
if
social
they are
norms
not
that
a
are
female,
womanly? No, I didn't say that, right? When I am saying someone is a woman by gender, you're saying that's not possible. I can't refer to that.
I mean, anything's possible. Remember, we live in America. Though, what I'm saying is that if I were to refer,
Can someone possess
to-
woman-like characteristics?
Yes, that doesn't mean that they're a woman.
Okay,
Unless
hold
they're
on.
a female.
Hold on. So then is it possible to then refer to their gender as woman-like? Woman.
I could. No. That's fair. I can refer to them as woman-like.
Okay, so it is referred to it is possible to refer to a woman in terms of gender and not sex.
No.
So if somebody has
If a dude has big tits and they are woman-like, that doesn't mean that they're a woman. You know what I mean? If a fat dude has what I would qualify as womanly traits, that does not mean that they are a woman, Amender.
Yeah.
I think that's very logical. I think you could agree to that.
Let me try this.
Okay.
Is that a woman?
I don't know.
Can't tell, huh? No
No,
way.
I
No
can't
way to
see
tell.
because I'm not
Can't
looking
tell.
Well, I'm not looking at your screen, so I don't know what.
Can't
you're
tell.
referring to.
No way to tell.
If what?
If that's a woman. You got 12 seconds.
I don't know because I'm not looking at the screen.
Look at my stream.
I would say. Okay, hold up, bro. Give me a second.
Is that a woman?
Are you asking me if that's a woman?
Yeah.
I would say that looks like a woman.
Well, hold on.
Uh-huh.
By sex, they're not a woman.
Okay.
So what do you call that?
I would say that's a man that looks like a woman.
So it's possible to refer to somebody as a woman by gender.
No.
You just did it.
No,
We
I
just
said
did
that
it together.
No, I did not refer to them as a woman. I said they look like a woman.
Is that a
I
woman?
refer to
Dude, look at it. Are you serious? Look at it.
Thank you. I appreciate you using that term. I looked at it and
Yeah,
I do
look
not
at it.
know
It's
what
a
that
woman.
is. Okay.
It's a woman.
Okay.
You're going to tell me, let's say, right, that you're like you would clock this person and be like, that's a man. That's not a woman.
No, I would.
You need to go to the men's
dude,
restroom. No, dude, that's a woman.
No, dude, I would be like, I don't know. I mean, maybe it could be 2025.
All right. So I think it's possible to refer to, I understand that by sex, this is a man,
Okay.
but they look like a woman. They present like a woman. By gender, they are woman. That's how that works.
That's cool. So we should. So this is what we do, right? And we're going to be categorically correct. We should say that this person looks like a woman, but is still a man.
By gender, they are woman.
No, by the again, right?
You literally
Where-
said they look like a woman, but they're a man.
I said
Why are
they
you
look
lying?
like a-
Why would you lie?
Bender, I'm not lying. They look like a woman. Looking
Yeah,
like
so
a
why?
woman.
So what's that
Wait,
incongruence?
hold up. Listen. Looking like a woman.
What's that
does not
incongruence?
Change your Amanda, looking like a woman does not change or dictate your biological makeup.
I never implied that at all. Their sex remains the
Yes,
same.
literally
The sex
the
is that of
entire-
man, but by gender, they are woman.
Okay, gender and refers to it is tied to biology.
Gender is
If
tied to
you want
biology?
what modern medicine does, bro, is and I truly believe this is the fact. I mean, if to say that this is the difference between me and you is that I'm more quote unquote conspiratorial but I only am the way I am based on historical factors, like provable historical factors. But I feel that what scientists are doing, or politicians or whoever the fuck are doing, is that they're utilizing the term gender in a way that is going to eventually lead to people to believe that it means something other than what it means, so that they can explain their
We're
position.
using a term to describe a phenomenon happening throughout the world.
Why not?
Right? And so we have a
different
differentiation of sex and gender, which you agreed.
No, Amender.
And now we're
Why
at,
not
is it
use
possible to
a-
refer to a woman in terms of gender and not sex? I would agree that this biologically is a man. However, they very much look like a woman, present as a woman, likely talk like a woman. I would probably say that this is a woman, right? By gender.
Okay, you would be wrong. But you would be wrong.
No,
objectively
that
wrong.
dude,
And not
I'm
only
sorry.
that- not only
You're
that,
not clocking
you're-
this person. You're not. You're just not clocking this person.
I don't care if I clock you correctly, bro, because you can make an analytical mistake based on your limited perspective. Doesn't determine reality, bro.
All right. Well, I mean, I don't know what else to tell you, man. I can lead a horse to water. I can't make him drink.
No,
This is obviously this is obviously a woman. It's not even close. Like I think it is super unreasonable to say that this is not a woman. I think like you're deliberately being obtuse.
I'm not.
This is clearly a woman.
You're the one being obtuse, bro. And I'll end it with this, bro. If I take you to the ocean and I tell you this is water, and you tell me, well, it looks like water, therefore it must be water, and I say, haha, this is not water. This is salt water. This is ocean water. That doesn't immediately mean that I'm wrong and you're wrong, right? They can both be true. We can.
But I'm saying that I'm saying that sex and gender are different things. You agreed to that, and that one of the things that is associated with gender is an external is how you look externally. And so if someone is presenting themselves as that way by gender, they would be woman. So so I go back to this. I go back to this, right? I would refer to them as a trans woman. I can even say that woman is a term that can be used in terms of gender. So by that very metric, trans women are women.
No. Trans women are trans women, bro. You would never say that a trans woman
If
is
you
a
say
woman,
trans
bro.
women are trans women, that means trans women are women.
No, a
Yes.
trans woman is not a woman, bro. A
All
trans
right.
woman is...
But yeah, by sex, but not by gender. Anyway,
No, okay. Then
I don't have anything else to tell you, man. We got to move
Why
on.
use the qualifier of trans then, bro?
The sex doesn't
Why
match
use
your
the-
gender.
Okay, bro, but if that's the case, then they are not the same, huh?
Yes.
Because you would no, Amender, listen, you would admit that sex is tied to gender. There's no separating them. They are not synonymous with each other 100%.
Yeah, transgender
but
is
for sure
usually
they
a
are.
result of a person's hormones. And there are some typical hormones. So yes, there's an association to sex and gender.
Right, and there's no way to disassociate these two things, right?
Yeah,
So that's
but
why you
sex
have
and
to use
gender
the-
can
wait,
absolutely
hold
be
up,
opposite of
Amender.
one another.
That's why you
There's
must
numerous
use the
hormonal
qualifier.
conditions that can result in that.
Okay, that doesn't matter to the point. The point being that you wouldn't have to use the qualifier if it wasn't that there are different.
What?
I don't know why this is difficult. I mean, this doesn't have. My position is not. I don't come from a position of bigotry, bro. I don't. You know, I don't care. I'm telling you that the reason that this is a big issue is to divide to divide us because in reality, nobody gives a fuck. You know, nobody really cares except people that are gay, and they have a dog in the fight. You know, but really nobody cares, bro. You know,
I mean, you're the one that
problem
brought
is
up
that-
this topic, not me.
Well, no, it's because I'm proving how you're logically not making sense, bro. This is why I brought
No,
it up
I
as a
did
topic.
it does make logical sense.
No, bro, because you're
Yeah, it
saying
does.
that they're the same, but not the same. I've caught you.
I
doing this
literally
multiple
said
times.
trans women are women by gender. That's not different.
Okay, is sex and gender synonymous with each other?
They're related to one another, yes.
Okay, and what way are they related to one another?
Because there's some male typical hormones and female typical hormones
Okay,
that results
so
in specific characteristics that causes someone to be cisgendered.
Are those characteristics those that are? Would you refer to physical or not outwardly physical characteristics as a determining factor, or would you refer?
Would I refer
to them
to
as
outwardly physical characteristics as a determining
like if
factor?
a dude
Yes.
has big tits, would you insinuate that dude is now a woman?
No, not in and of itself.
Okay, if they said that they are a woman, would you now agree that they are a woman?
I would respect their gender.
Okay, so the reality is that you would not agree with it. You would respect their gender. You would say that. Well, that
I
is
mean,
not
like
the
if they're
case,
not like
but because
particularly
they are
convincing,
saying-
I don't know. I would.
Like
There's
that.
probably like a level of like vibe check on them. Like, are they just trying to fuck with me or like?
What if they're not? What if they genuinely believe that they're a woman? But okay, hold on.
Just refer them to their gender. What's the problem?
Hold on. Let me restructure the question to try to again like put the nail on the final nail on your coffin, right? If a space Apache, right, came up to you, well, you know what? I'm not gonna say space Apache, bro. I'm gonna say Daniel, right? If Daniel came up to you, bro, and he weighed 400 pounds and he had a big, massive rack of titties, bro, and he told you, "I'm not a woman," would you believe that he's a woman?
I would not believe that he's a woman. He literally told me.
Okay, so I didn't ask you if you think that he was a woman. I was to ask if you would believe that he was a woman. So
I
you
would not
said
believe
no.
that they are a woman.
What if 3 years go by and you have not seen Daniel, and then you stumble upon him and he looks exactly the same. You got 400-pound Daniel with big fucking massive titties, bro, but he's wearing lipstick and a Lululemon dress, right? And he tells you, I am a woman now. Would you still believe that he is not a woman?
No, I would believe that they are a woman by gender.
Okay, so now, right? Now the only reason that you are changing your position is based on subjective reasoning.
No,
the reasoning
it's
being
referring to their
that
gender.
You want to not hurt his feelings.
It's just referring to
But
their
there-
gender.
But
I never
there
said their
is
sex
no
changes.
difference.
It's the same.
There is no.
I'm
Amanda,
just talking
there
about
is
gender.
no
Gender and
difference.
sex are different.
Daniel did not get a surgery.
Yeah,
I mean,
you don't
not-
need a
not that it was
surgery in
better.
order to have a different gender. In fact, you don't even need to do
Right.
anything to have a different gender.
Yeah, you don't need. Okay, that's my point. My point is that there was no difference between these two people, except that one is proclaiming themselves to be something that they weren't when you initially made contact.
Yeah, I mean,
So
it's
the
their
difference is the
gender, not their
subjective
sex.
Decision to make that.
I don't know why this is hard for you, man. It's just gender is different from sex. I don't know what to tell you.
I mean, it's arbitrary for you, bro, but it's not for me. I think that
Well, because
the
you're
words
just
have
stuck on
meaning.
the biology and not, and you're only stuck at the most simplistic biology, ignoring the more complex biology, and then just like completely just ignoring everything that I
these
said
are not
regarding gender
biological amendments.
from
I just proved to
actual medical journals that provide you
But
this
I just
information
proved to
freely,
you
right?
with
You could
my
sit there in your
analogy that it has
ignorance all day
nothing to do
fucking
with
long, but you're just
biology.
wrong. Like, you just be more
Amanda,
wrong. I don't know what to tell you. You're just wrong.
I just proved to you right now that it has nothing to do with biology, based on
What?
what you said.
You literally were just no. It does. It does have a basis and root in biology.
Okay,
A person's
if
gender
either
is
does or it
biologically
doesn't.
determined because the hormonal makeup is different.
But fucking Big Titty Daniel did not change biologically from one day to another, bro.
Well, I promise you,
He's
if they're feeling that way, they likely have a hormonal difference,
What if he just lied to you the
right?
first
And
time he
hormones
saw
do
you?
develop differently as you age. So,
Okay, Amanda, what if
like,
he
I don't
lied to
see
you
the
first
problem
time
here.
he
This
saw
makes
you?
perfect sense to me.
You heard what I said?
Huh?
What if he lied to you the first What if Big Titty Daniel lied to you the first time he saw you?
I don't know.
Exactly, you don't know. That's the point that I'm making, dude. You're making a subjective analysis.
No, I'm referring to the gender is
you're not
different from sex. You're the one that is bringing up a subjective analysis, your own interpretation when you've done no reading on this topic. You just want to say transphobic shit.
I'm not being transphobic, bro. I'm being, again, I don't have a dog in this fight, dude. The reality is that
I
if
can
a
tell.
dude wears a dress and presents themselves in a feminine way, I'm not going to fucking spit in their eye and shit on them unless they start fucking acting a certain way that I find disrespectful. And this is the issue, bro. The issue is that, like, you confound people like me with bigots because people
I didn't
like
even call you a bigot.
Well, no, hold on.
I said
I'm
you
not-
I some
I
blatantly
didn't say-
transphobic shit. You did.
Amanda, I didn't say that you called me a bigot. I'm saying that you mistake people like me as bigots because people like you do things that are disrespectful to them.
I don't think you're a bigot.
And
I just think you're ignorant.
I don't think that you think I'm a bigot. Again, I didn't refer to myself. I said that there are people that are conservative that you refer to as bigots openly because they do not appreciate things that people on the left do, and people on the left refuse to accept.
This doesn't
that
have
what they're
anything to
doing-
do with right and left. The problem is that biology is against you here.
No, biology is 100% pro.
All right, so like all of those. So just to be clear, all of those cited sources, right? That's just I just made that up. They're wrong. The APA is wrong. Neurobiology is wrong. Endocrinology is wrong. You're right.
Well, they're saying that a man is a man and a woman is a woman. And
No, they're just referring to the distinction of sex and gender. This isn't hard.
Right. Well, that's what I'm saying.
Huh? You're saying sex is different from gender.
They are.
So I can refer to a woman in terms of gender.
They are in the sense that it's.
I can refer to a woman in terms of gender. Are there gender typical traits?
Are they gender typical traits?
Yeah.
I mean, there's behaviors that are more tied to females that they are tied to males. Yeah, sure.
Okay. So somebody can be woman by gender.
No,
Yes. That would logically follow what you just said. That's wild. No. That would just prove me wrong. I can't accept that. Even though I literally just basically alluded to that. Exactly that. And you're realizing the reality of what you just fucked up on.
No, dude, because two things can be true at once, right? Premise one, right? Gender is tied to sex.
Yes.
Premise two, gender is different than sex in that gender refers to the biological reference to the species of a male or a female.
Why do you say shit that's just wrong?
Dude, we don't use gender to refer to monkeys or pigs, even though they're mammals.
Yeah, because
they
their
have
social
sexes.
constructs are likely different from that of humans, but there are
Right.
transgender animals, just so
now
you're
it's
aware.
said- So now this goes to premise three. Humans create social constructs and utilize existing language to define those constructs. So thus, two things can be true at once. Gender refers to biological truth and can also be used as language to refer to a social construct. That is what fucking scientists, quote unquote, are doing now. I'm not saying that they're wrong. They can be right. They can say, well, a woman now refers to a man that dresses like a woman. Okay? Sure, you can use that term. you're just wrong. But sure, okay, it's not a big deal. But the problem is that like I can accept that, you cannot. That's the difference between me and you, Amanda. And that's the difference between the right and the left, bro. And generally, unless you're just like a real big bigot or you're a closeted homosexual, which I could admit possibly is the case for a lot of Republicans, I would say that it's not less the case for Democrats because they're just openly gay. But the point is that like both things can be true at once, bro.
Okay. Let me give you an example.
That's why. What do you
hormonal
mean?
activation and sexual behavior.
Adult
female rats show sexual interest and behavior following specific sequence of changes of ovarian hormones, estradiol and progesterone. This hormone-induced situation, called estrus, occurs cyclically every 4 to 5 days. In males, there is no estrus cycle. Instead, the testes produce large amounts of androgens, including testosterone, from puberty on these these maintain sexual interest in roughly constant levels thereafter. Female rats in estrus show hormone-induced proceptive behaviors, hopping, darting, ear wiggling, and male rats respond to these invitations by mounting the female. She responds in turn by arching her back and deflecting her tail, a posture called lordosis that enables copulation. Like the proceptive behaviors, the lordosis posture is induced by the estrogen and progesterone present at estrus. After a series of mounts, male animals intromit, as in insert the penis into the vagina and ejaculate. Like mounting, intromission and ejaculation are enabled by testicular hormones. Thus, the behaviors needed for successful reproductive interactions of the rat maintained by specific gonadal hormone mylus of each sex. Evidence on this has come from experiments in which hormones are removed and replaced in adult animals. In classic studies of this kind, removal of the ovaries or ovarian hormones diminishes proceptive behaviors, as well as receptive lordosis response. Replacement of estradiol or progesterone, or in some cases of estrogen alone, reinstates the behaviors. Similarly, removing the testes or testicular hormones from male animals diminishes or abolishes mounting, intromission, and ejaculation, and replacement of the missing hormones restores them. The importance of hormones, rather than the experimental procedures used to manipulate them, e.g., surgery to remove ovaries or testes, or injections to replace hormones, has been shown in studies to sham-operated animals and animals injected with inactive substances. Only animals with hormones are manipulated to show changes in sexual behavior. Those given sham surgeries or placebo injections do not. So what this is basically saying is that
we're making gay rats.
What?
My God, we are playing gods, bro. We are turning the frog gay.
Yeah. Here's a behavioral sex reversal of this. Gonadal hormones are so fundamental to sexual behaviors that the behaviors can be sex reversed with an appropriate hormonal manipulation. The genetic female rat treated during the appropriate perinatal period with testosterone and given testosterone again in adulthood will show the entire male typical copulatory sequence of mounting, intromission, and ejaculatory movements. In addition, it will be difficult or impossible to elicit the female typical lordosis response from her, even when estrogen and progesterone are provided in adulthood. Similarly, the genetic male, from which the gonads are removed at birth, show diminished to no masculine sexual behavior, even when given testosterone to activate it in adulthood. However, he will show feminine sexual behavior, such as lordosis, following estradiol and progesterone administration in adulthood. The behavior of these animals correspond with their hormonal sex, not their genetic sex. Now what?
Okay. I would say that just because they behave atypical to their sex doesn't mean...
You think if you had less testosterone and more estrogen that you would be the same person? Do you think that your desires would be different? Do you think your feelings would be different? Do you think your skin would feel the same?
I mean, I obviously wouldn't be the same person.
Well, that's what I'm saying, is that the
question is, would it change my biology?
I'm saying the gonads alone do not determine these sex typical behaviors. It is possible to have the opposite.
I think that there are feminine men and masculine women.
Okay, so
Sure.
then when we're talking about this, we can refer to woman in terms of gender. When I am saying woman in terms of gender, I am saying that they likely have different hormonal makeup than that is typical of men, which causes a series of different behaviors.
I would say that behaviors, although typically associated with one sex or the other, does not determine the sex of the thing.
That didn't make any sense. I don't know what to do with that.
If you are a man and you're a drag queen, that does not mean you're a woman, bro.
I never said that. I never said you're a woman if you're a drag queen. I'm
you're-
saying
that's
that,
your
that
argument.
what causes
The
someone to be
argument is
transgender is
that
likely
the
because
rat
of a series of hormonal interactions
I was
that
just about
cause
to
someone
say
to
that.
possess those desires. This is no different.
I was just about to say that those biological things that create the behaviors that allowed for the male rat to be feminine. In the same way that those biological reasons or factors that create the conditions for a man to dress up and drag do not determine the sex of the man or the gender. Now,
We're referring to
the
gender, not sex.
No,
I
said
don't know what
gender.
else to tell you,
The
dude.
Gender, well, dude, I think that we beat this horse to death, and now we're shitting on its grave, bro. Like, the reality is that you agreed, and I agreed we both agreed, but
We don't
difference
agree.
in opinion. No, we definitely do. The difference in opinion is that I believe that the term gender is being used as a social construct or to define a social construct, where you believe that the word only has one definition, and it is to define the social construct. I'm telling you that's the only difference. I believe two things are true at once. You believe only one thing is true. That's the only difference in opinion between both of us.
Okay.
But I mean, I've already had you accept that multiple times.
Yeah, I don't know what else to tell you. Trans women are women by gender. And so therefore trans women are women.
I mean, trans women are not women because then they would just be women, bro.
Well, that's why we're calling them trans women. They are obviously different from biological women. I never made that argument, right? I'm not saying that trans women are exactly the same as women, but I do believe that trans women are women by gender.
Obviously, they're not, bro. Obviously. Appreciate you saying that, bro. Making it very clear. Amender is not a transphobe because he believes that trans women are not actually biological females. They are just men that dress up as in a feminine way or portray themselves in a feminine way.
By sex,
He is
not by gender.
for saying
By sex,
or
not by gender.
Whatever way you wanna, whatever term you want to
God,
use to
dude.
define the act doesn't make you a bigot, bro. I agree with you 100%. A trans male is not a woman. It's not a female.
By
They are not.
sex, not by gender. Jesus fuck. How
Correct. Gender being a term that you're utilizing.
so
to explain the
ridiculous.
behavior because of the behavior. Hey, bro. Look, I'm just the guy that believes that big titty fucking Daniel is not a woman, bro. I don't care
Okay,
how much
whatever.
how
Okay.
much fucking science tips
I don't know what else to tell you.
tell me, bro.
I don't know what else to tell you.
How about you tell me, bro, that you're gonna have a good time in Amsterdam, bro? God bless you.
All right. Bye-bye.
Salam alaikum.
All right. We are taking more calls. Oh, we already got one. Is that the same caller? You're on the line with First Amender.
Hey, what are you mainly debating today? It sounds like transgender is a no.
Yeah.
Okay. So what's like your main, I guess, contention, or like not contention, but argument that being trans is like, second gender being different things. You know what I mean? Like socially, biologically, like what's like your big, I guess, stuff.
Well, so I believe that like your gender is effectively an internal sense of your sex. or at least that's where it all stems from. And then, I mean, we could talk about things like gender norms or, the social constructions of gender. We can talk about those things. But I believe that it all stems at the beginning of an internal sense of your gender.
Okay, so you'd say that it's mainly biological.
So
Like
that internal sense of your
I've heard-
gender is biologically determined. Yes.
Yeah, okay. So like chemicals and everything, like estrogen, testosterone, or whatever. I'm not,
Yes.
I'm not a biologist, so whatever. So, like, what do you think? Kind of, what do you think the determining? Do you think it's from birth that, like, if you're a woman and you want to be, and you grow up and you become a trans man, is it like determined from birth? You know what I mean? Like, is there like like with the minute you're born, is your brain just kinda, like,
I think it
producing
depends.
more
I think it
testosterone?
depends. I mean, it would not surprise me if there existed people where they did not possess differences in their hormones early in, but then they later on did through puberty. There can be instances of that, and then there could, of course, be intersex conditions that would be present that would cause somebody to become to be trans.
Yeah,
intersex.
I feel like it's such a fringe minority. I'm not saying it doesn't exist.
Yeah,
and,
no,
like,
it's
yes, there are.
so like it. You're referring to like specifically regarding large genital aberrations, whereas I'm not referring to a large genital aberration. It can be a very tiny genital aberration, like say
I'm not.
a hypospadia.
I was just,
right, and
just
that
about to say,
occurs as little as 1 in 100 people, which is
well, that's
roughly
what I was saying.
equivalent
I'm not.
to what trans
I'm
people
not-
have.
I'm not saying like I'm not making the argument of like I don't know hermaphroditics or whatever. Like you have a fully you have both parts, whatever. But like I would say so. If it's biological, right? Then you said it can happen through puberty. Then what do you say to the people who like want to put people before puberty want to put them on puberty blockers, right? Would that not inhibit potentially their hormones that would determine if they're transgender? Wouldn't that inhibit that? That would kind of restrict their gender identity.
Well, it's again, it's an internal sense of of your gender, and the external body is not displaying itself in that way, right? And so, because I believe that there is an internal sense of your gender, they should be able to live their life as they would like, and live out their identity.
No, and
their
and
true
that's-
identity.
I never said anything about external though. Your argument was there is
So the hormones influence
chemical-
how you look externally through puberty.
Right, but I mean there is like testosterone. Like testosterone typically would make you. I don't know. The word aggressive sounds very
Well, more
hostile,
muscular
but,
for
like,
sure.
Well, yeah, but like external whatever. I'm not talking about physical like traits. Like my best friend, she's male to female trans. I don't sit there and I'm not like, well, because you look like a man, you're a man, right? What I'm saying is because I've seen there's women out there that are, I'm not a very strong dude or whatever, but there's women out there who are way more muscular than me.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean that they're a man, right?
Correct. Because the internal sense
so-
of their gender is not of a man.
Exactly, and I know that, but you have like, are you saying that those testosterone and estrogen only attribute to physical traits? Like, is there no like, because gender and sex are different, but I was listening.
No,
to
it
your
affects your
discussion.
internal sense of your gender.
Okay, exactly, and then I said, so if a big argument is to put trans kids on puberty blockers, but you also said like, oh well, those chemicals can show up in puberty. Like, let's say again, a man.
Well, I only argue for applying puberty blockers in the instance of if somebody is severely gender dysphoric to the point that of suicidal ideation.
Okay. So
Generally, this by the way, FYI, doesn't apply to most trans kids. Most of the time, with trans kids, a social transition is more than enough. They don't actually need to have a transition based on drugs.
No, I don't think that. I think that I do agree that the trans, the gender, I don't know what's it, gender. affirming care or whatever, I think that it's kind of, overconflated. I don't think a lot of trans people are getting operations or anything like that, honestly. I'm
It's
not
good.
part of the community, but I don't know.
Yeah.
And like I said, my best friend, she's trans, and she was on estrogen. She's not on it anymore, but she still is a woman, right? And like that's fine.
Okay.
But they also can admit like that while they societally see themselves as a woman, they don't biologically see themselves as a woman, right?
Correct.
I mean, and there's nothing wrong with that, but I think
There's nothing wrong with that. No.
I think to say that gender and sex are just completely disconnected is kind of, I don't know, it feels like disingenuous, right?
No, they're not disconnected. They are 100% connected. A person's gender, the internal sense of their sex, is dictated by their hormones.
Right.
So it is tied together very closely. This is why most people are cisgendered.
Mm-hmm.
Right? It's like over 99% of people are cisgendered.
Yeah, no, and
Like
yeah,
they don't
I'm not
experience an
saying-
internal sense of their sex being different from their external sex.
Okay, well, would you say like, what about if there's people who are like, man, I wish I was born a girl, but they're not transgender, right? Like, is that like is that just some kind of like, they're just going through a crisis or like an identity crisis? Like, what would you say that is?
I think it depends. You got to talk to a psychologist on that one.
Right. Okay. So
I think it
that's
requires
fair.
some pointed questions to determine whether or not you really are trans.
No, that's totally fair. But like, would you say that it's more of a psychological thing than it is physical, then, right?
No.
Like, because
it's aspects of both, I guess, is probably best to-
I mean, I think psychology is definitely
like I believe
at
that
least a
you
little bit
probably
biological.
psychologically feel a specific way that is predetermined through chemicals.
Okay, so it's like you're just kind of like you just got to get a lot in life. Like you like
Yeah.
are you just kind of like determined like, oh well, your whole life you're gonna make these like you're gonna either be depressed or you're not. You know what I mean? Like you're born, you're like either gonna be depressed
Yes.
or not, right?
Correct.
So it's like interest. Okay, so what do you say to things like like postpartum depression, right?
Yes.
That's not like predetermined. Not everyone goes through it. Some people go through it really bad.
No, it is predetermined.
Could you explain how? That's kind of interesting.
How? Yeah, it's
or
a
like
literal
anxiety,
it's literally a chemical imbalance that occurs in the brain.
Right, but I'm saying some people go through it and some people don't.
Yeah, some
You know what
people
I mean?
are. Some people. There's differences in people's genetics. A person is more predisposed based on their genetics. We know this.
But what would you say about people who like get PTSD? Right, that's
Yes.
going through a traumatic experience. That's not predetermined by life. You're not like, oh well, you're born and you're going to get PTSD, right?
Well, you may.
And then
I mean,
there's
I would probably venture to say like sometimes people can have an experience and not get PTSD that's severely traumatic, and then there are people who do get PTSD. There's probably a genetic component to that too.
No, I don't even think that. I don't think it's genetic. I think it's mental fortitude. Like some people, like I was talking
Mental
the other day.
fortitude.
Yeah, for sure. I mean,
I
think
think
about
they're
it.
chemically predetermined.
No way. Like,
Yeah.
so you're saying like, okay, I was just talking to someone the other day about it. I could never be a police officer, right? I mean, I read a story a few weeks ago about a police officer. He walked in on, he got a call. He walked in, he saw a father shoot himself, and then he saw a father that shot himself before, and then he decapitated his 3-year-old daughter, then shot himself. Sorry,
That's terrible.
and I know that's traumatic, right? Like that's something you can never unsee. But in that line of work, that's stuff you I don't want to say get desensitized to you, because I think you definitely like it stays with you. But it's just kind of something you learn to cope with, right? I mean, I don't think that.
Yeah,
fair to
there's a lot of
say-
PTSD out there that you really need to see a psychologist. There's no
I think
cope.
I don't disagree. No,
You know,
and I'm not
like,
saying that.
I just
no
need
one-
to be like mentally strong. I don't think so.
But there is scenarios where that is the case. Like, like for example, that cop, like he can't just have a breakdown right there. Like he has a job to do, and I know it sucks and it's hard to but at the same time, that is kind of something that you sign up. Like you go in knowing that is.
I mean, there are
not like
cops that break
exact
down.
Scenario.
There are cops
and I'm
that
not saying they're not.
100% break down.
I'm not saying they're not, but again, that's true. But you do have to have like you know, or you know, if you have a kid, I don't know if you're married or have a kid or anything, but
Yeah.
you know,
I'm not married. I don't
I'm
have
not
kids.
a parent either.
And
Yeah,
I gotta
but-
tell you, I'm so fucking free. It's amazing. I love it.
No, I'm not.
My
I'm
life
not
is
saying
so
I'm not.
fucking
I'm not,
chill.
No,
It's just
I'm
I
not
love
gonna-
my
I'm not
life.
gonna- yeah, I'm not going to sit there and tell you, oh, well, you're not doing right because you don't have a kid. But I'm just saying, like, you have to agree, because I'm not a parent, but if there's something traumatic, as the parent, you're going to have to stay strong for the child, right?
Sure.
Like, so does that mean, like, are you saying that from the minute that that person is born, it's just like, oh, well, you know, they can't build any mental fortitude. They're just mentally weak their whole life, right?
No, I think you can, work on yourself.
Okay, but like,
You know.
right, but I mean, it sounds kind of like I just see a comment that means you can fight your way out of depression. That's essentially what I'm trying to say.
No, I don't think
So
you can
if
fight
you're
your
go-
way out of depression. That is a
I'm-
chemical imbalance in your brain.
I'm severely depressed. I take 600 milligrams of antidepressants a day. But,
Yeah, it's a
I mean, I
chemical
feel- I've
imbalance
never-
in the brain. It's not
no,
fought against.
and I'm not saying it's not, but it is fought against. I mean, if you're just sitting there and if you don't go to therapy, whatever, you don't take any medicine. I know some people are like, oh, antidepressants don't work.
Well, yeah,
whatever.
they have to take antidepressants and they have to see somebody.
Right. So is that not fighting against that? Because if you don't do any of that, you just sit there and you be depressed. Like that's how most people commit suicide, right? They just kind of sit there and they don't do anything about it. They feel sorry for themselves all day.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just saying, like by realizing that it's a chemical imbalance in your brain, that you're not thinking straight. That is a good way to get yourself to get the help you need.
Okay, but that still is that. I mean, that still makes the argument of if you can recognize, like I can recognize I'm severely depressed, but if I don't take my medication or anything like that I'm still making the choice not to do it, right? So I would not be fighting against it. I'd just kind of be sitting there, like I said, feeling sorry for myself. I mean, it just kind of feels like, I don't know, that just kind of feels like a weird way to say, like, oh, like I don't know, it kind of feels like you're discounting people's struggles a little bit. You know what I mean?
How so?
I mean, if you're saying like, oh, you're depressed and
Go get help.
well, too
Yeah.
bad. Yeah, but like you're saying that's not fighting it.
All
Like,
right,
like-
I'll concede. Yeah, I suppose that you're fighting depression in that way by getting the help you need. Sure.
Yeah, I mean that does. So would the same argument not apply to like if it's a chemical thing in your brain for being transgender? And you know, I know everyone uses the argument. Well, in like 2013, it was just called gender dysphoria disorder, but you know, and you said you should see a therapist if you're
Well,
if you're,
you know what's crazy is that trans people don't necessarily have gender dysphoria. They can have a thing
I'm not.
like gender
No, that's not what I'm
euphoria,
saying.
and so just so you're aware, being trans in and of itself does not mean that it's a mental disorder, because a mental disorder basically requires there to be some negative aspect to it, and it's possible to have only gender euphoria and not gender dysphoria.
I mean, but that's. I mean, that could be the same thing if you're you know schizophrenic and you just have like these or like you know some kind of psychosis where you just have these delusions of grandeur. I mean that's not negative. You think you're on top of the world, right? But you still say that's a mental illness, no?
Well, I'm saying by the criteria of the DSM-5, in order for it to be considered a mental illness, it has to be something that basically debilitates you in a negative way. If it has no negative symptoms at all, it's not a mental illness. That's unironically what the DSM-5 will tell you.
No, and that's fine. But I mean, what I'm saying is, and which DSM-5 are you using? 2013 or
The latest one,
Okay.
DSM-5 TR,
I
I
just
think
like
it's called.
Yeah, I just like to ask because you know some people they don't know. But
Yeah.
what I'm saying is, I'm not saying that. Like I was just saying that you know if you go back to 2013, if you said you were trans, people would just be like, oh, you have gender dysphoria. I'm not arguing that it's all gender dysphoria. I'm just saying that's what like the case would have been. But and my trans, I feel like there is definitely
Well, no, because
societal-
the term, so prior it used to be called gender identity disorder. and they just basically lumped it all into a single disorder. But what they found out is that there exist trans people that don't have do not have like the negative symptoms associated. And so they realized being trans in and of itself is not actually a mental disorder by their own criteria. And so they changed the term gender identity disorder to gender dysphoria to refer to the negative feeling associated where your gender doesn't match your sex.
No, I think you're not understanding what I'm saying. It's like, I'll use it like this. If you know you're a girl, and I'll just say like 2008 or whatever, you know, before 2016 is when the really big kind of societal shift started, and you were a girl and you just wanted to, like, you know, do boy stuff, dress up like a boy, whatever, you'd be called a tomboy, right? Like, I would say objectively, like, that I feel like that was a lot more common than saying you're a trans.
Sure.
I mean, again,
but just so you're aware, like hormonal conditions like this has been known for longer than you think. Like a lot of these were already like people's where their hormones don't match their sex had been known since the 70s. But yeah, we had different words for it, I guess.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I'm not, you know, I'm not making the argument that, oh, this is just like a new phenomenon. I'm just saying, like, definitionally things have changed, and like language has changed to kind of go about that.
Sure.
I think that, you know, if you were to go back to 2013, and like I said, you know, you said, oh, I think I'm, and it was transsexual at the time, I think was what it was called, not really transgender.
Mm-hmm.
Or transvestite was another one. I know it's like kind of, that's not a PC term anymore, which, you know, fair enough. But you could go to a therapist and you'd be like, oh yeah, I feel like this, and they wouldn't, like, I don't know, I guess they wouldn't.
Well, yeah, because the discovery wasn't there yet. It wasn't fully.
Right. So, I guess what I'm saying is, like, if it's all chemically determined, and you're saying, well, you don't need to, like, did you make the argument that you need to take estrogen or testosterone if you're trans, right? Like, or do you just?
No, I don't believe that you need to. No.
Okay, you don't need to. Well, no. I don't know. It just feels like a lot of it is just kind of like the fluidity of it, I guess, is the thing that's kind of crazy. Is like, what do you say to someone who, like, doesn't present themselves as female whatsoever? And they say, oh, I'm a woman. Like, what do you say to them? You just like, okay, yeah, your chemicals say that.
I think it depends on like honestly, there's gonna be a bit of, it's gonna sound unsatisfying, probably because it a bit is, but it is a bit of a vibes check, you know, like. I mean, like, who's that one person who, like, they're like a hard right-wing streamer that they, I'm sorry, they were like on TV and stuff, and they just like deliberately went out of their way to, you know, wear makeup and clothes to like make fun of people. Like that kind of situation. Know, it's like, okay, yeah, I mean, it's a vibes check there. They're probably not actually trans.
I think that's definitely, like, you can definitely be like, you know, you can grift about it and just be like disingenuous and just kind of do it for content or whatever.
Yeah.
And, like, you know, I know the whole argument is like they're gonna be like, oh, well, I'm just you know, disproving the fucking.
Yeah.
But
you know what's wild about that guy, by the way? Just like I started suspecting that he actually might have been closeted trans, because the guy had started wearing dresses, you know, and walking around in makeup in like on a daily basis. And then after the gag was over, he continued wearing dresses and makeup for like several months after the fact that the gag had been over. Like, it was like, okay, the joke is over. You know, you could go back. And what was also quite crazy is that they had worn like a different outfit, like almost every day. It was actually wild. No. It was like, wait a minute.
They were making a conscious effort without the cameras being on.
Yeah. And I was just like, I think they might be trans.
Well, and you know, it's fine. Like I said, I don't really care. Like, I just think, you know, if you're actually trans, I know it's kind of like it's like a slow process, right? Like, you know, you come out and you're like, oh, I think I'm, you know, you're not going to want to go out in public, you know, the first day that you come out as trans, whatever, and you want to go out wearing, you know, makeup, or you want to go out, you know, wearing a suit, or, you know, either way, just because it does take a lot to get there, and I can respect that. But I do think that it's just kind of it's kind of weird to I don't know, say, oh, because they wear a dress they're trans. Like Kurt Cobain wore dresses, and I know like there was a whole thing of, oh, fucking,
There's a line. There's a line
video.
where I start to consider like, okay, I think there's more to
Well, no.
this person's identity than what they're letting on. Like,
Well, I think Kurt Cobain, he just was like one of those guys. I mean, he just kind of pushed the societal norms. Like he was I don't know, a trailblazer or whatever. He was just kind of like sticking it to the man kind of thing. But
yeah,
I don't think that there's anything inherently wrong if a man wants to wear a dress or whatever, who cares? And
I agree.
I don't think that just because they wear a dress, I don't think it's fair to say they're trans, right?
I agree.
I think it's kind of like, and if you are trans, I mean, maybe I'm just kind of, I don't know, insensitive, but I do feel like you should slowly kind of start to put in the effort to present at least. And I know there's people that no matter how hard they try, they just won't pass or whatever. But I don't think that should matter. Like how you are in society shouldn't be dictated. Like if you feel you're a woman, that's fine,
Yeah.
But I do kind of think that there is there's more than just predetermined chemical imbalance in your brain or whatever.
Okay.
Because I know the previous guy was saying, oh, well, there's masculine women and there's feminine men. I mean, I think that's true, and I think that we just kind of like, we jump on the opportunity now where if you say, hey, you see your son playing with like a doll, I feel like it's so like common now to just jump on them and be like, oh, you're trans,
No,
like,
no, I don't.
I definitely think so.
I don't think that at all. Like that, and I'm a very firm like trans supporter. I don't believe that you're trans just because you have this tiny trait about you as a kid. Like it just doesn't make any sense.
No, I'm not saying you believe that though.
Yeah.
I'm saying like, but you can see it. You see it all the time, right? Or like the gender reveal parties. Where
To be honest, like what I see more often than not is just like open and blatant transphobia. I see very seldom that people go like all the way to the other side where they're just like, I don't know, like it becomes too hyperbolic in favor of the trans individual.
I mean, I guess it's, we we're kind of, you're gonna look for the things you agree with, right? I guess like I don't see that a lot because I guess I'm not part of that. I'm not in that circle, I guess. But I don't know. I just think it is kind of like it's just kind of like a circular logic, I guess. Because hey, you're trans, right? You say it's a chemical balance in your brain, and then if someone wears a dress, you bring up that guy. It's like, oh, you might actually be trans because you're going to have the cameras off. But then I bring up Kurt Cobain, say, oh, he's wearing a dress, and you're like, oh no, I don't think he was trans. I think he was just like, there's a line. You know what I mean? And then it's just kind of like, when does it dictate? When does being trans start? Like, what's the point in which you start?
So the only thing that you have at this point is like effectively like you kind of just have to ask them. Like and the reason why is because it really does come down to a person's qualia, their internal sense of things. And so, yeah, you would just have to just ask them, I guess. That's
okay. But like, I don't know, societally, right? Like if you're not going to go around asking every single person what their gender is, right? Like you're not going to.
No, you assume, right, from the get-go,
right,
based on external characteristics. And if you're wrong, then okay, you change that, and that's it. It's easy. You don't have to. You don't have to go crazy with it.
No, but I just think like at some point like we can't. I don't think it's right to kind of teach the world, hey, every single person can be a man, every single person can be a woman, right? Like I don't agree with that. No. I know you said what a trans woman is a trans woman, not a cis woman, right? Like what was your point to the other caller before me? It was
I was just trying to get them to admit that trans women are women on the basis of gender.
See, I mean, I guess if you subscribe to the idea that gender is a social construct, I can agree. I do.
Yeah,
kind of feel
yeah.
like-
Well, I believe that there's social constructs and I think it's really important to note this, that there are biological factors that can cause that, like
Okay.
such as the internal sense of your sex. Like I believe
Okay,
that
but-
in itself is gender, but I also believe that's biologically determined.
Yeah, and I mean, I would have to like. I'm not like a neurologist or anything. I'd have to really look in. I'm gonna assume you were saying that you were citing sources. The other guy. I'm
did.
just gonna assume
I can actually
that-
provide you. I have
No,
one.
I believe you. Like if that's I'm not gonna be like, oh well, you made it up. Like in good faith, I think that if that's what you said, then I'll believe it. But I do kind of have to push back a little bit and like say, okay, well, what about what about being gay, right? Like there's some people,
Yeah, I also believe
that
that
something
your
you're-
sexual determinant, like what you feel sexually towards people, is also biologically determined.
Interesting. I don't know like I don't know what the consensus is on that. I was just curious because I think
There's like a small level where it's social, but most
Well, I don't even think it's
instances it's
social.
actually there's actually like a series of allele frequencies that causes someone to be gay.
mean,
There's
you
no
see,
like
I see a bunch of
independent
stuff.
like gay gene, like what was proposed in the 90s.
No, I don't think that's
In
true.
in reality, it's human sexuality is much more complex than just like a few sets of alleles. It's like a lot of alleles, and in the combination of like those specific alleles result in a person being gay, or a high propensity to being gay.
So what do you say to like the argument of like, oh well, most gay people were like sexually assaulted as a kid? Like I don't know if that holds any water or not. I do think that it's a case by case basis.
I mean, I'm sure there's an amount that is socially constructed. Sure.
I don't know if that's socially though. I don't know if
That would be socially constructed because you got to.
Abuse as a kid.
Yeah,
don't
it's
know
a
if that-
social thing that caused you to be gay. Don't get me wrong; it's a very negative social thing, but it is
Right.
something that happened
But
socially, not
I mean,
genetically.
no, but like I would still say that it's more like I would say that it would be more like it'd be easier to or not easier I guess, but to say I don't think it's social. I think it's more mental, right? Like I think that you just have a skewed I don't know. It's hard to say. I don't really know if it holds any water or not. Again, I don't know the consensus on homosexuality anymore. Like I think a lot of what Republicans say that you're born like that, and I think a lot of more people on the left say like, because I hear the argument all the time is like, why would I choose to be gay, or why would I don't know. It's so weird. It's a muddy water there. But I guess I was just asking because like a lot of people say that if you're gay you might as well just be trans, right? And that's why I was asking genetically, like if you think there's a chemical imbalance there. Because,
No, I don't
feel like
believe
it
that being trans
Okay.
and being gay are the same thing. No.
okay. And what would you say to like would you say it's transphobic not to date a trans person?
No. That's your sexual
No.
preference. You have a right to have sex with who you want.
No, and
It's
I
like
agree,
it's
but,
like not being it's like being racist because you like just having sex with like I don't know black or white people or whatever. It's just
right. Yeah. No. Yeah. And I see some of these comments of people saying,
Oh no! Don't worry about my comments, man. Most
I don't-
it's
no,
pure hate
I'm not-
comments. It's because most people know me from modern day debate, and it's all like
Yeah.
also people from the Crucible. So yeah, there's just like a lot of people.
No.
Yeah.
I don't. I'm not. I'm just seeing like what they're saying about it. I'm not influenced by that at all. But like, what would you say about like? Do you think that marriage should be dictated by government or no? Like, do you think like there should be laws to say gay marriage is okay? Like, I know it's legal, but like, do you think it should have ever been an argument?
As to whether or not gay marriage is okay.
If it should be legal or illegal, right? Like, do you think there should be like, do you think there should have ever been any kind of legislature that says it's okay or not okay?
Sure. I mean, you have to have the conversation, right?
I mean, the reason I disagree is I don't feel that the government should have any say in what two consenting adults do, right? Like, I don't think that it should. Like, I don't think that gay marriage should be legal or illegal. I think it should just be like it is what it is. Right?
Well, I don't even think you agree with that, right?
What do you mean?
Well, take for example, and you probably weren't thinking about this when you said it. Two adults consent to rob a bank.
Okay, yeah, no, that's fair.
We should probably have laws against that.
No, yeah. Well, what I mean is, like, what two consenting adults do, like, you know, for their own lives or whatever, like, you know, for their, you know, or in the bedroom or whatever, right?
Yeah, regarding within the bedroom, yeah, we should not have a, you know, regulations for that.
Yeah, that's good. I don't know. I think.
Right. I just believe they're not hurting anybody, and so.
No, they're not.
Like,
No,
do what you like, bro. I don't care if after your gay butt sex that you guys eat Arby's afterward.
No, that should be illegal. Eating Arby's should be illegal. But
no, I want Arby's. What the fuck?
That's crazy.
Cringe.
Shifting away from, like, you know, gender and sex and everything like that. What are, like, some? Because I'm curious. Like, this is, you know, woke liberal, but the term woke is so, like, if you're, like, you know, fucking, I don't know what, Charlie Kirk, if you say, like, yeah, I just think that, you know, fucking I should be allowed to wear a rainbow pin on my shirt, they'll be like, oh my god, you're woke.
Yeah.
What, like, are some other views, I guess, that you have about, like, you know, anything, you know? I know.
Oh, I have a whole list of hot takes. I got a hot takes list.
Yeah, give me a hot
Yeah, I got
take.
108 of them.
Okay, give me one.
All right, hold on. And I'll even share it with the class. Think tight. Give me a sec. I gotta load it up.
You're straight.
I got this big ass hot takes list. I even cross out areas where I get quote unquote defeated, or it's just like not relevant anymore.
I'm not. I don't think there's
Right.
such thing as I don't think there's such thing as losing a debate or whatever. I don't know. I think
Right.
that it's just being presented with information. That's all.
I mean, I can go through each one of these. There's a lot.
Just pick one at random. You don't have to go through. Just give me one at random. And
There is no inherent difference between the intelligence between men and women.
I actually disagree. I think women are smarter than men.
Haha, base.
I actually do because I think that and again it kind of depends on the field of study, I guess. And I know
it's wild. Like,
anyone can,
women get called like saying like that they lack emotion, like their emotional regulation. They're emotionally incapable, and it's like, wait, men do that too, just in a different way. Like men, like they will become rageful, right? Because of the testosterone in the body. It will get them to the point they cannot rationally think. And it's like,
for sure. I think it's just it's just different. They're I would say women are generally more intelligent as a whole. I mean, you can just look at statistics. You know, more women graduate high school, more women graduate college, more women have higher test scores on average. You know, I know that can be chalked up to environment and stuff like that. It's like, oh, are you living in an area where you know, where that's kind of pushed to be more like intelligent or whatever.
We should enact next one I have here is we should enact red flag laws in the United States.
What do you mean by red flag laws?
I think if you're like suicidal, we should take your gun away.
Oh yeah, no, I 100% agree.
Yeah.
I'm not even going to dispute that. I've been Baker Act a few times. I don't know where you live, but in Florida it's called Baker Act 5150 or whatever, I think.
We have Florida.
No,
I'm in Florida as well.
Yeah. No, I don't think I should ever. I feel the best I've ever felt in my life. I don't think I should ever be able to own a gun. I really don't, because that could change on a dime. You know what I mean? I know
I agree.
Anyone, but no, I'm in total agreement on that. I don't think that.
Here we go. The Wuhan lab leak hypothesis is likely false.
See, that I've kind of, largely forgotten about COVID because, like, I don't know.
Okay,
don't,
wait,
I
wait.
don't.
You could become the bourgeoisie by investing in stock.
No. I think that I think
Okay.
that I hear all this stuff about the bourgeoisie, and they're like, oh, if we lived in a communist society where everyone like just kind of spread the wealth and the workers on the means of production. I got in a huge argument. This guy was like, yeah, in my society there would be no money, and everyone would only like make enough as they need and share the excess. So it's like, okay, that's a good utopian idea, but
Oh,
people are
no,
always
this has nothing to do
selfish.
with communism. I'm saying you could become very wealthy by just investing in stock.
Oh yeah, no, I think you could. I mean, you see it all the time. I do. I, like,
Your
usually
vote
when people say
matters.
your vote matters. I
Yeah.
agree. Actually, I think your vote does matter. I
Um,
think that even if you don't
taxation
think
is
so,
just.
mm, yes, but in certain, I think it's a necessary evil.
Yeah.
I think that we do get taxed on stupid stuff. I think that we not knowing where the money's going is horrible. I know.
Oh,
that
this one's good.
you're gonna
Um,
you're gonna disagree with this, but I think Doge actually did a good thing for the government.
it's okay to be a furry.
Yeah, no, I don't care. As long as you're not like
Based-
actually fucking animals. I really
Yeah,
give a
yeah,
shit.
yeah, yeah. No to the animal abuse.
No, like I think that any sane person will say, yeah, I don't care what you do as long as you're not fucking animals or kids. Like that's my thing.
I have here all religions are nonsense.
That I disagree with. I think that yeah, I'm Christian. I'm not like super deep religious. Like I don't I'm not a Bible thumper, but I think that there are religions that are very nonsensical. Like I'm sure I don't know if you've heard about this one, but Agartha and shit like that, where it's like it's some weird white supremacist thing where they're like, oh, the world is surrounded by a great ice wall, and there's a guy, like a dude in space who's gonna like, if you're like an Aryan, blonde hair, blue eyes, he's gonna bring you over the ice wall in promised land or whatever. It's weird, but I think generally speaking, that argument of all religion is nonsense, it comes from a place of, well, a lot of bad things have been done with the justification of religion, and that I'm not going to disagree with that. I think that anyone who says, they do something because they're part of a church or whatever, that's not what religion's supposed to be. You don't put your faith in a church. You put your faith in whatever religion you believe.
Well,
Now,
my stemming of that comes from I believe it comes from the fact that I cannot empirically show any of this to be true.
no, but
Because what I need is like some sort of like predictive measure or an outcome that can like hey, it's this. Look,
Okay,
see
but
how this works.
Is religion a scientific process, or is it more?
No,
like
it's
psychological?
entirely faith based, which is why it's nonsense.
Well, no, I know, but I'm saying like usually when people bring up that argument, they say, well, science can't prove it.
Yeah, because
Yeah.
it's entirely faith based and has no basis
but-
in empirical reality.
Science isn't meant to prove though, no?
Huh?
Science
No,
is
it's not meant to do that. And neither is religion.
And-
I'm saying
No,
I'm
no,
saying
no, but
that,
I'm saying like
the way that I determine something to be nonsense versus not nonsense is whether or not that it comports with the facts.
okay,
And the truth is going to be what the facts are, and a good way to determine whether or not something is true, more true versus less true, is going to be its level of predictive quality, right? If you can consistently get a predictive outcome based off of some sort of a thing that you think is true, then it is likely that it is more true than it is false. If you're able to get a predictive outcome, and when it comes to religion, it's really, really bad at this. Really bad at this.
so you'd say that you like anything that's kind of based in faith is something you don't like agree with at all?
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
Okay, so if you drive, right? Do you have faith that your car is? Do you have faith that the wheels on your car aren't just going to fall off on the highway?
I don't have faith. I
you
know that the screws are screwed on tight, and they were screwed
How do you
on
know that?
tightly
You check-
yesterday, and so they would be screwed on tightly today. I have no reason to
But
indicate that somebody would have
so you have
modified
faith
my the screws
I'm saying like
to
you
make
have
them
faith
loose.
That, like, I don't know. You have faith that like the mechanic did a good job, right? Like you have faith in that. Like you would say, oh well,
I
I
don't know
paid
if
my
it's
money.
faith is the word I would use for that.
Well, then what would you use? I mean, because faith is like, I would say that faith is the trust in something, right?
No.
Really?
No, I think faith is believing in something without any evidence. I believe the mechanics at the Toyota factory or the machine that tightens the screws likely did a good job. Right? Why? Because it's a machine and it probably applies an X amount of torque, and it's, and they sell millions of these vehicles all the time on a daily basis, and they're a reliable vehicle. So they're not.
But then you have.
I'm not using faith to determine that.
You have recalls, then you have recalls on vehicles, no?
Sure, but let's be honest.
I mean,
it's a fucking Toyota, bro. Toyota's.
Well, no, I'm just saying
They just don't go bad.
You brought up Toyota.
They refuse to die. These fucking things
I don't
refuse to
know.
die. Have you seen Toyotas, bro? It's fucking wild.
Yeah, my buddy drives a Matrix, and he got a recall on his steering wheel airbag because it would send out shrapnel.
Dang.
But
wait, that's literally the Toyota company doing the right thing.
Yeah, no, they're doing a refund. But like I'm saying, if you buy the car, you're not gonna sit there and be like, hey,
No, because you're aware that Toyota is a trustworthy company. I don't have faith in that. That is empirically shown.
But what is the argument against, like, I guess, religion in the terms of it's not empirical, right? Like, I know you say it's faith-based, and like, I'm not gonna sit there and be like, oh, there's, fucking, if you say, give me a sign right now, God, that you're real, and I don't, and he talks to you exactly, but I feel like it always kind of moves the goalpost, right? Can you agree that, like, and again, this comes from a Christian perspective, but can you agree that Jesus was real?
I believe
Like
Jesus was a real person, yes.
Like a historical figure.
Well, and I believe that not just from like I wouldn't even need the Bible. There's the Tacitus account, and then there is what is it? The Pontius Pilate account.
Mm-hmm.
There are independent sources that are able to verify the existence of this Jesus figure.
No. Right, no, and then
I mean, as for the literal reversal of entropy and be resurrected because, I don't know, God magic, that no freaking way. I don't believe that for a fucking second.
So, how, like, there's all the Gospels, right? Well, Matthew, Mark, Luke, John, right? All separate accounts.
No.
They weren't collaborated. They were all separate accounts. Like, this is true.
No.
I mean, you can't, like, they were all separate.
No.
They all come to the same conclusion, right?
No.
Or what do you mean, though?
Because there's a crap ton of overlap between them. They literally were copying off of each other's work.
They weren't copying off each other's work, though.
They are.
They were,
literally some of it verbatim, and like 80% of the thing.
I would want you to pull up the verses of that, because I know that's not
I'll provide it. It's right here in the Synoptic Gospels here. I'm not making it up when I'm saying this stuff here.
No, I'm not. I just want to see it for myself.
No, fair enough. By the way, just so you're aware, it's about roughly a 12-second difference, so you won't see it right away, but just give it a moment.
No, you're good.
So you'll see the relationship between the synoptic gospels. And if you read it yourself, a lot of this stuff is like the same thing, Okay. And so you could see Mark, Matt, and Luke, right? In terms of the triple tradition, Luke is 41%, Matt 46%, Mark is 76%. It's the same words, verbatim.
Okay. I mean,
In terms of Mark and
I'm not
Matthew, there is a 10 and 18% similarity. 20% unique to Matthew. And then Matt and Luke have portions between each other which are the same. And then 35% is unique to Luke. And then only 3% is unique to Mark.
But so how long were they written apart from each other?
Good question. I don't know. Not off the top
They were
of my
written.
head.
They were all written about 40. They were all written about 40 years apart from each other. And I know that's not like, that doesn't really prove my argument because they could have just copied off it.
Well, yeah, I mean, but exactly, this is what I'm saying. It's like, but again, you could read them yourself, and they are extremely similar to one another. So much so that they're literally using the same words, the same exact words, same punctuation, and everything.
I don't know. I'm gonna.
Did you read the Bible?
A little bit more into that. I did. But again, it's been a while since I've sat and read through the Gospels. I'm not gonna lie. So again, I'm gonna take what you say as true because I'm not gonna I don't have enough I guess evidence or knowledge against it. So I'm just gonna look into it myself.
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing. I believe that Jesus Christ was likely a figure that was crucified. But I believe that he was not resurrected. He was just killed and then thrown into a batch of other bodies.
Well, he wasn't. He was locked in a tomb by himself.
That's what they say. That's what they say. But that's atypical. In terms of Romans just don't do that with bodies. Historically speaking, they're thrown into a pile of dead bodies and then they just bury it. So.
No, and
I understand that the story says that. I just find that I find it to be highly improbable.
Okay, I mean,
I think maybe it could have been possible that somebody was mistaken, that they were put into a tomb, and then witnessed that the tomb had disappeared and felt
never disappeared.
that Jesus likely had resurrected. I understand what the book says, right? What I'm saying isn't what the book says. What the book says is that Jesus Christ was put on the cross, and then he was, put into a tomb, and then there's some accounts that kind of contradict one another on this, but basically comes out of the tomb. They all see him, and then he walks around and does more miracles, and that's the end.
Well, he doesn't really walk around. He
does.
First shows up. No, he first shows up in the vision of 300 women. That's when he first shows up.
I'm sorry, it was in front of 500 people. It was 500 people.
Well, I've always heard 300 women. Again, it's been a while, so.
Yeah.
Either way, I think that, what harm, even if you don't believe it, right? And I don't think you're going around if you see someone reading the Bible or whatever, you're gonna be like, your fucking religion's fake, die.
Yeah.
But what harm does it do? You know what I mean?
Bro, ton of harm.
Again, no.
Bunch
I
of
know. Harm. Again, I'm not going to sit here and say that there hasn't been.
Did you know
things done in the name
that
of every religion?
There are Christians that unironically believe that the only way that you can get back the second coming of Jesus Christ is by enacting a war upon Megiddo, to then force destabilization to allow the second coming to come.
Again, but that's.
And did you know there are people in power that believe that to this day, and they're in power now, grown ass adults.
I would still say that's you said it's atypical for Romans to do that. I think it's atypical for Christians to believe that.
Okay, well, I am saying that there are politicians that believe that.
There's also politicians that
right?
believe that
they fund Israel because they know it will bring upon the second coming. They believe that. That is fucking nuts, dude.
Okay, but what about how do you feel about the religious fanaticism and jihad?
Yeah, I mean that's also a fucking nightmare, dude. Do you think I like any of these religions? They're all terrible. I hate them. I hate all religions. Don't worry, I equally dislike religion. I just don't like religion. Religion's bad.
No, that's fair, but I think that, it's just kind of like weird because I feel like it's always Christian. And I know I brought up Christianity, but I think it's always Christianity that gets kind of like put down, right? Like
Well, because let's be fair, it's the dominant religion, and it is in fact the religion that conquested the most and most successfully.
I mean, yeah, I guess Catholicism is technically Christianity. I know there's a million different branches, but what I'm saying is like
Protestantism and the Catholics. I mean, the entire Americas are completely flooded with it, and so is a lot of countries in Africa as well.
No,
so yes, I would say a majority of the world believes in Christianity, and then the second being the Muslims.
If you were a Catholic, back in like when the KKK first started and stuff like that, you would be killed. They hated Catholics. Catholic, that's why JFK was so like hated, is because he was a Catholic. That was his main thing. People did not like Catholics.
Mm-hmm.
Again, the Catholic Church has their own problems. I'm not going to say that's not true, but I think it's a little unfair. Like, what is there to hate about what even if you don't believe that Jesus was risen from the dead or anything, about the things that he said? Live a good life, like love thy neighbor. When he was crucified, and again, if you believe it or not, but he said like, instead of scorning the people that did it, he said, "Oh, forgive them."
I'm not against the things that he has said, but I am certainly against the what people will argue in his name. Such as slavery.
I agree. I think that well, first off, the slavery, like nowhere in the Bible does it endorse slavery.
I think the only thing that like Jesus said where I was just like, that's weird, don't do that, was where he basically said to abandon your family and that you're not worthy of him if you do not follow him.
No, I mean, my thing is you're never gonna hear me defend someone who does anything in the bastardization of any religion, right? I think that if you're saying like, oh, Jesus told me to fucking kill all gay people, it's like, no, that's crazy. That didn't happen. That's ridiculous. I think that but I do think that there are definitely religions that are way more dangerous than Christianity, like 1,000,000%. I think that
like Islam.
Oh yeah, 100%.
I would agree with that, but so are Christians, man. I mean, Christians. The only reason why we're not as dangerous is because of the Enlightenment. Like, the reality is if an Enlightenment didn't happen, then the Christians would be just as dangerous.
That's interesting. Do you think that a country that outlaws religion is the way to go?
Bro, I mean, we've done no, not at all. The harm to that is too great. But I think proper education is necessary. I believe people should be aware that, I mean, I guess if you want to believe it, you can believe it, but I just think it's nonsense.
So where do you think, like, what about, like, morals, right? Like, do you think those are, like, a subjective kind of,
yes.
you raise, like, in your
all morals are subjective. Even religious people have to agree to that, because a lot of the times they'll kind of pick and choose what part of the Bible that they actually believe in. They can't literally connect with God, and so it would be subjective even by their metric.
No, I mean, I think that there are certain things, like, to say, oh, if your clothes are made from different cloths, like, that's a sin and you're going to hell. Like, I disagree with that. That's ridiculous. But I do think that there is, like, a moral, like, we as people know what's moral, right? Like, what's good, I think you're born kind of like I think you're born just kind of knowing, like, if something's bad, or you'll feel bad if you do something. Like, I know, if you're a kid and you hit someone, and they start crying. Like, I know I felt bad when I was a kid and I did that, but it's just, I feel like it's ingrained in you. Like, I guess right and wrong, and you can say that's subjective. I know the argument people say, like, oh, well, the Nazis believe what they were doing in World War II was right, but I disagree with that, because I feel like not a lot of people in Germany knew what was going on, especially not even in the Wehrmacht. It was mainly the SS that they knew all that shit. They knew about the ghettos and shit for sure, but I don't. They didn't know about
They kind of
mean,
like looked the other way. They were like, I don't like that, and then they just kind of looked away from that.
I mean, but it's still they don't like it, right? That's what I'm saying. I know they let it happen. Still, it's horrible. I'm not going to defend that, but it is still like they know they they knew it kind of wasn't right. And there's certain times where you can't really like do anything about something that you know is not right. Like people say, oh well, I think that I see a big one is like abortions is wrong, and I agree, but like you can't stop people from doing it, even if you make it illegal. And I know it's a big argument.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, people are going to get unsafe abortions. There's no safe abortion in my opinion, but it's just kind of like you still know, like going into it, even if you agree with abortion. I've seen it time and time again in all these debates and articles and shit that I read. They always say, the woman getting abortion is, I felt horrible going into it, even though I wanted to do it, right? It's still like it's like morally wrong, right? And that's kind of what I'm leading into. Is like,
are you saying abortions are wrong?
Oh, for sure. I've seen 10 comments talking about abortion now. It's crazy, but yeah.
I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that abortions are wrong. I think a person should have to make that decision for themselves. Wait, actually, that's probably a better question, because I'm just going to ask you, like, you could consider abortions to be wrong, but do you think that they should be illegal?
Yeah.
That's a whole other...
Yeah, I do.
Okay, yeah, no, I don't agree with that.
No, I do.
I think if a child is, like, say, like 15 years old, probably shouldn't be having a kid. It's probably obvious. But don't have kids.
But
and I think like a kid, they're kind of dumb. And, like, why would we want to, like, ruin their life basically permanently just so, like, I don't know, this person, like, has that shot at life when in reality they could just try again when they're older?
I don't know. I kind of disagree with that because, I mean, first of all, I know people are going to say that, what about rape and incest and whatever. But,
I'm not saying rape and incest. I'm saying, like,
I know.
Dumbass just does dumbass things. It's a kid. They're dumb. They don't know better.
But they do know that. Like, I grew up in...
they can't really associate consequence to any significant level. Okay, they can't apply a loan. Why should they be able to bring another person into being and then have to be, like, responsible for that? That's insane.
Because they have to be responsible for their actions. They had sex. I mean, they know.
Yeah, I don't believe in using children as retribution. That's weird.
I don't believe in like just saying, oh well, you didn't know any better, so no consequence for you.
I mean? Well, we do that. We actually do that all the time, especially in, like, law, where it's like where a child does something stupid, and rather than it going on their permanent record, we often expunge it. Far more lenient with expungement of it from a permanent record, because kids are fucking stupid. They do stupid things.
Depends on the age and depends on the crime, for sure. I mean,
like, for example, when I was like 15, I got committed for arson. I was with my friends. I lit a fire in the woods. We would just chill out in the woods with a fire, just kind of like a campfire, basically. And
right.
Yeah, they basically it was like this super serious thing that they, like, freaked out about, and I was just like, why? And then they're like, oh, you have a felony for arson, and it got removed from my record eventually. Because
did you do it again?
No.
Exactly.
Yeah, I honestly didn't think that. I honestly didn't think there was anything wrong with it.
I know, but, like, you still, just because you don't know,
I would hate the fact, like, oh, okay. Do you have a felony, in the state of Florida? Yes. Oh, okay. What did you get a felony for? Oh, arson. That doesn't look good. Like, what?
No, but I mean, it's still
right. And it's like all I did was light a fire in the woods. Like, that's it. That's all that happened.
So could you like shoot someone and then the cop shows up and they're like, hey, you can't shoot people, like, that's murder, and like, oh, sorry, I didn't know that I couldn't do that.
No, I mean, there's certain things where you could be tried as an adult, I guess.
No, but I'm saying in general, though, like, it doesn't, like,
I just don't think a girl's life should be ruined just because she made a bad decision one night. Like, Sorry,
Is to
don't agree with
is to
that
say that it's-
fundamentally.
they should
I think
say
I think
that
them,
it's
they
one,
can
though.
just try again the next time, and they'll likely live a better life. The child will live a better life. It's just better for everybody if the child
how would you
has the
know?
abortion. Huh?
I kind of disagree with that because how do you know what is gonna be? I mean, you can't tell the future, right?
No, but I can look at like general statistical norms and realize that, yeah, in general, people who get pregnant at 15 far more likely to end up extremely poor. Children is a very good way of losing poverty, and also a very high determinant of removing your ability to go to college. That's the
College-
number
college
one
is-
reason why
is
women
like-
actually drop out of college is because of children. I
mean,
just
that's a skewed statistic because like most
It's not.
I think most people drop out of college.
well,
Like,
but I'm saying the
college
number
is-
one reason that women drop out of college is because they had kids. Their responsibility is
don't have
different.
unprotected
And if you,
sex. I mean-
yeah, but that's the thing. That's the thing. It's a dumb kid. It's a dumb kid. Kids are dumb. They do dumb
At what
things.
point-
They
but
don't.
you
They
just
don't
said
think.
dropped out of
I mean, if
college.
you
At
want to
what
talk
point do you
about like
stop being
whether,
a kid?
huh?
At what point do you stop being a kid? What point do you stop being a kid?
18.
Because you just said they said you drop out of college. I mean, most people in college are 18 to 22, right?
I suppose so. Yeah.
So you just said most women drop out of college because they have a kid.
I mean,
but-
I like.
Oh,
well,
they're
to be
just dumb
to be honest, like a lot of the time. Well, when we're talking about this, I'm talking about kids that could go to high school, or that were in high school that end up not doing that because they end up having a kid. They end up not going to college because of it. Because of that, they end up being very poor in comparison than if they just simply went to college. I
they
mean, their
get
life
worse
is just
too.
innumerably worse. They're much less capable
Yeah.
of taking care of that child. That child suffers innumerably a lot more than if not. So, like, why not just let them get the abortion so they can go to college, and then when they're graduated, they try again? Just seems a lot easier.
I mean, I don't think that's like how many people come out of college and make money.
Ha!
You know, like-
Ha! Huge determinant,
No, I'm serious.
actually. Very big determination in making more money by going to college. Yes.
No, that's not true.
No, that's
Um,
100% true. Here,
you-
I'll provide you
You have
statistics.
way more
on that.
way more student loans and like you.
There's more student loans, but for sure you make more money. Hold on a sec.
Give
me a
I
second.
mean, but that's getting away from the argument. You can still pull it up. I'd love to
Hold
see
on.
it, but
Give me a sec. All right, so here's a stat for, and this is coming from bankrate.com. And this is the source being the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics, where if you have less than high school diploma, the median weekly earnings is $738. A high school diploma with no college is $930. Some college and no degree is $1,020. An associate's degree is $1,099. A bachelor's degree is $1,543. A master's degree is $1,840. A professional degree is $2,363, and a doctoral degree is $2,278. So yes, you
now
100%. You 100% make more money
look up
by
look up how much
having
it
a college
costs-
degree.
Look up how much it costs to get there. I have an AA and I don't make that much money every week. I have an AA. I don't make nearly $1,100 a week.
I
You know what I mean? Like,
I have a
I think
bachelor's. I'm not going to say how much money I make.
No, don't do that.
But I mean, no, it's very helpful in getting a better job, and you do get paid more. I mean,
now,
are there
wait,
are there
what-
like
what are
states where it's like ludicrously
time out, though.
expensive and you have to weigh as
What
to
are all those degrees in?
huh?
What are those degrees in? Like what field of study? Because I think that's important.
No, it's just
Oh,
the
look,
median.
engineering. No,
It's just the
scroll-
median.
just keep going down. No, keep going down. Keep going down.
That's just the overall median.
No. See, that's the thing though. If you have an engineering degree, Yeah, for sure. You're gonna make way more. I think you need to go to college for that. But like, do you really need to do you need to go to college to be a fucking English major?
No, but it certainly opens the door. You're absolutely going to make
For?
more money. Huh?
For what?
For
For what?
jobs.
Like, what is being an English major? Yeah, but what job though?
Teacher?
Like what
Could be a college
Okay,
professor
teacher.
and
So you can be a teacher, which makes $45,000 a year.
no.
I wanted to be. I
No,
wanted to be a
that's
history
wrong.
teacher. Yeah, that's not wrong.
But
I
they
wanted to
don't
be a
make
history teacher.
45,000. They make more than that for sure.
Okay,
They do. I'm not making that up.
let's just
Like I can bring up these stats as well. Like if you think
I'm looking at
that
the
I have not
average
looked this stuff
salary.
up, I know.
The average annual salary for public school teachers in the state of Florida, because that's where I live.
That's
so
the state
what
of
I use.
Florida, and that's
Around
specifically public school. Yeah.
972.
Yeah, it's shit in Florida. It's fucking Florida. You picked like one of the worst states ever to pick.
I mean, what
I agree with you.
have
We
to-
pay in Florida. We pay our teachers too little. Great, but most
mean-
states don't make only 40,000 a year as a teacher.
I just think that's like. Here, I'll go to educate. I'm going to the NEA.org right now. The annual average starting teacher salary, $46,526.
Okay. Yeah.
That's coming out of high school, right?
Okay.
So, or not high school, sorry, college. So, I think you have to use you have to use that, and then obviously teacher unions, whatever, to be. You'd have to be tenured for, it says here, 13 years to make $72,030. So, how much money do you think it would cost to get like a 4-year degree? Because you need to get a master's to be a master's or higher to be a college professor, to be a high school level teacher. You need to have your master's. In the
I mean, if
subject.
you're asking me like whether or not that there are degrees that are worth less than other degrees, yes, that's true. But in general, college degrees make you more.
What about trade? How do you explain trade jobs?
I mean, you can make a lot of money in trades as well, but a lot of the times
I know,
a lot of it ends up being a lot of manual labor, which ends up destroying your body.
I mean, I know I couldn't do it. Like, I'm not going to say I could, but I'm just saying, like, there is I feel like to say that college is the end all be all, like you have to go to
I
college.
never
otherwise you're not
said
gonna
college
do
is end all be all. I'm saying you make more
So-
money by going to
those
college,
are the-
which is true. You do make more money by going
mean-
to college.
I think it depends on I think it depends a lot on field of study and where you go to work. I mean, I've seen plenty of people with college degrees who work at fucking Walmart, right? I mean, not dissing on Walmart. I work there. I make great money there. I'm not gonna lie, but that's what I'm saying though. Like it depends on what you do with the degree. Just because you go to college doesn't mean you're gonna be great. But we kind of sidebarred, and I appreciate the conversation though. But back to abortion, I think that to say, this a child could ruin someone's life. I think that's kind of like messed up. Like, would you not say like? I guess first I have to ask, when do you think that like? It's a typical argument. But when do you think life begins? Like, I know it's like the.
I believe it
argument.
begins at conception, but the question is not whether or not life begins there. The question is whether or not we care about it.
Okay.
Like we don't value people like the same from one another, from one to another, right? There's so many factors that result in us caring more or caring less, right? The actions they make is one. Whether or not that they're a stranger or familial is another. Another one is whether or not that they're capable of reason, or like if they're brain dead or not, if they have a conscious experience. I think those are all factors that are super important to deciding.
Well, okay, so when what you said brain dead, like permanently brain dead, or they're in a coma, what's the
Yeah, like if
I
someone
just
is
wanna
brain dead, for example, we can pull the
like
plug.
if they're in a vegetative state.
Yeah, we can pull the plug.
I mean I disagree with that. I think it's kind of not.
Well, why keep them alive? They're gone forever.
I don't know. It just, I guess for me, just morally, it just feels like I don't think anyone.
You should look up the
deserves
Terry
to die.
Schiavo case. Do you know that one?
No, I don't actually.
You should look it up. It's pretty good.
Okay. I mean, I'm just saying, when it comes.
They
to
decided
that,
to pull
though,
the plug, by the way. That it is
Yeah,
law
I
and just
kinda
to pull
figured-
the plug.
I kind of figured you wouldn't bring up a case that would not support your argument. That'd be kind of silly. But I don't know. I just think that it's to say like, hey, you know, having a kid could ruin your life. I disagree. I don't think that anyone deserves to die just because of that, right? I think that, and you know, you said,
I mean, there's other
people?
factors if you want to hear them.
No,
I mean, like one factor is the fact that it permanently mutilates their body beyond recognition. They basically have to, yeah. Not only that, it's also very life-threatening.
That's insane because that's not true.
That is 100%
not true. Having a child is life-threatening.
Yes.
That's insane.
Yes, it's a 15% chance at a pregnancy complication, and that's with modern medicine.
15% chance compared to what?
A complication. Yeah.
No, I know, but like I'd say 15% chance of a complication. I mean, if you're going into a surgery, you're gonna look at it like, okay, if it has a 1% chance of failure, does that mean that we should just outlaw the surgery completely? I mean, I had my.
No, I'm saying it should be up to the person's decision to make whether or not that they want to undergo something like that.
I mean, abortion mutilates people worse.
No.
There's people bleeding out, dude. There's people like what 33,000 people a year going into the emergency.
I mean, again, like even if it does cause in complications,
field.
then that's great. I think that needs to be up to the person to make that decision, not a politician or a Supreme Court judge 100 to 1,000 miles away. It doesn't make any sense.
Okay, but what would you say? Like, what would you say about like constitutionally though? Because you know the Constitution says everyone has a right to life, liberty, pursuit of happiness. But when do you start? Like, when do those rights start applying? That's the Bill of Rights. But either way, you know, I guess the founding fathers' documents.
Okay.
What
yeah, I
would you
mean,
say,
I believe that the rights of the mother supersede the child in that matter. This is not born; it's required to basically destroy the mother's body. Their hormones are never the same. The fat placement is never the same. They lose their youthful appearance. It's a lot.
That is. I don't think you said the thing you wanted to say there.
Yeah, their youthful appearance. Yeah, it gets removed permanently. Yes.
Bro, everyone ages though.
No, but we're not talking about like that. We're like a person literally like from pre-pregnancy to post-pregnancy. It's just permanently that way from then on. It'll never return to what it once was. And there's nothing you can do to make that go away. And again, I just think that once again, that's a decision that needs to be made by the mother. The person has to undergo such a procedure.
Okay. I got it. No, and I just want to understand your point. So physical beauty means more than the life of the child.
No, I'm saying that the person's consent matters more than the life of another human being. Yeah, you can't just.
No, but I mean, like
you can't just like revoke someone's like life just because you want to exist.
But when.
Right. Also, like FYI, I just think that there's certain people that just probably shouldn't have kids. Like they just need contraceptives to avoid them having kids. Like a good example is like I could imagine like a crack addicted mother who's just super crack addicted, and like all they want is just another score of rock. Under a situation like that, let's say for example that they're like, okay, well I need money to help score some rock, and so they have sex with their with their drug dealer for like an extra score of rock, and then they get pregnant. This person shouldn't be having kids. This child is going to be left on the side of the fucking road. No, get an abortion. You're an idiot. No kids.
Pimps do it all the time. They force women to get abortions if they get pregnant, so they can keep objectifying and using these women. Like that's. But what I'm saying is, why? Like,
yeah, that should be ultimately be up to the one person that it matters. The woman.
Right, but if they don't get an abortion, then they're gonna get like killed or whatever.
Yeah, that's still up to up to the woman. And secondly, that's actually would be that would be an argument in favor of. That would be an argument. That would be an argument in favor of legalizing prostitution, because then you can actually have a what?
No, prostitution shouldn't be legal. What I'm saying is.
You're saying prostitution should be illegal?
Oh yeah, for sure.
Oh no, I don't believe that. I think it should be legal.
I'm not a fan.
I think it should be legal and protected, like
like
alcohol or tobacco.
I mean, yeah, alcohol and tobacco, like I kind of I agree with alcohol being kind of like I don't drink. I don't think drinking's good. I think that there's a lot to be said. I know we've tried to ban alcohol before. Tobacco, I mean, there's really it doesn't inebriate you. I used to smoke cigarettes. It doesn't really do anything. But that's a side point. I think that to go back to abortion real quick. I think that what I've been trying to ask is when does when do
I
basic
care?
human rights start applying?
I believe it a conscious experience.
I'm not saying
not consciousness.
Okay, so a conscious experience. So
Yeah.
when
As
when
in
do those
response
people,
to
have
external
their
sense stimuli.
But conscious, I feel like you'd have to.
Nope,
People in
not
comas
consciousness.
people in comas react to external stimuli, but they're not conscious.
No, that's why I'm trying to tell you that I am not referring to consciousness. I'm referring to a conscious experience.
Yes, a conscious experience. I just, your reaction to external stimuli. That's what you said.
Yes.
So a person in a coma can get stabbed; they'll still feel it. That's still a reaction
yes.
to an external stimuli.
Yes.
So, I don't really understand. If we're saying that a newborn, like a newborn baby, or not a newborn baby, a baby in utero, if they kick, right? And I mean that's not just like a reaction. They just kind of that's something they do. Is that not are they not alive? Do they not have rights? Because I don't know, they can't get.
Are you talking about a baby or a fetus?
Well, a fetus is a baby, though. That's fine. I know people use that. People use fetus.
No, I'm talking. Baby and a fetus are two different things.
They're not two different things.
Yes, those are two different things.
They're not. People say fetus just so that way they can dehumanize the situation, so they don't feel like shit when they say they want to kill it. That's fine, but it's kind of, I know everyone's seen the Charlie Kirk clip, little human, but it is true. They are human life, and you said that life begins at conception. I think that it's kind of weird to say that.
The question is whether or not we care about it, and I believe that what we care about in humans is ultimately their conscious experience. If they lose their conscious experience, we effectively stop caring for that life. Simply them being alive is not enough.
I would disagree. I think that
all right.
When a newborn baby doesn't have any conscious experience, does that mean we just?
Well, let me ask you this. I have two different things, right? I have. Let's assume that I have this technology that I can transfer your brain to a robot, right?
Yeah.
And so I have two things. I have a zombie husk that is kept alive through machines, and then I have robot you. Which one is you, would you say?
I mean, I think that definitely people are made up from their life experience for sure, but that's not all life is. I think that,
I'm asking you, which one's you? I'm not asking, that's not what all life is. I'm asking you, which one is you, would you say?
I know what you're it's kind of a gotcha question where
it's not a gotcha question. It's the realization I had. It's what made me realize that what I care about is not necessarily the living body, but what I care about is a person's conscious experience. I'm trying to take you to it. I'm not attempting to poison the well or anything.
Well, is it unfair then to prevent someone from having that to have that life experience?
Is it unfair to prevent someone from having the? Well, I just don't believe that they.
Yeah, I mean,
that's a different question. I'm asking. I'm asking which one is you.
No, and I understand your argument. You're saying, okay, well, people are determined by their life experience, right? That's what you're saying. People we judge people on value based on their conscious experience and their lived experience.
Yeah, and so a fetus doesn't have a conscious experience.
Would you not say it's unfair though to prevent that from happening?
Well, wait, what? What?
Well, no. I mean,
I don't know what you said.
No, I said so. If we're determined by our life experience, okay, fine. But when why should we strip the potential for someone to have life experience away? Again, a newborn baby doesn't have life experience, but should we just be able to like get rid of them?
No. I didn't say life experience. I said conscious experience.
You did agree.
No, I don't agree with life experience. I never said life experience. At no point did I ever say.
You already agreed. Rewind the tape,
No,
my
it's
boy,
the same. I said conscious experience from the beginning.
Okay.
I never
So what's
said
the
life experience, not once.
Okay, then what constitutes a conscious experience to you then?
Response to external sense stimuli.
So like what? So if someone's like deaf, they can't hear, so they haven't had a full conscious
Like
experience.
if I shine a light at their eyes, it dilates. When I touch them, their fingers wiggle. That's an external, that is a conscious experience, right? Because what's happening there is a connection between the brain and the body, right? It is effectively a human conscious experience.
So how do you explain like a baby kicking though?
That's a conscious experience.
Okay, so like a baby in utero and when they kick them,
there's a certain level to be said. I believe that a child at roughly 20 weeks. I believe that a child at roughly 20 weeks effectively has a human conscious experience. I also do believe that after 25 weeks, the only abortion that is performed is a birth. You apply a birth after 25 weeks. That's the abortion.
C-section. That's what I'm gonna say. Like, you know, when you said that.
But prior to that, it's yeetus the fetus, baby. Yeetus the fetus.
To say that, you know, baby, or to say that, yeah, you know, childbirth is just the most dangerous thing ever, even with modern medicine.
Well, it is dangerous. It is. That's because it is.
Every medical procedure is dangerous then, but like you could just do a C-section.
Yeah,
right?
well, I mean, that's why I think that in order to enact in any medical procedure, you ought consent to the medical procedure.
And I agree. You have informed consent, which people getting abortions don't get.
Huh?
They don't get, people getting abortions don't get informed consent. They don't tell them how horrible it's how to make them feel mentally, how it's gonna.
No, they're told what an abortion is like and what they have to go through. Where did you get that? Where did you get that?
Where did I get that? Dude, look at any.
Like, you think that a person is just put into the unknown as to what an abortion is going to be like prior to the? No, absolutely not.
Informed consent for sure. I think that they
are given informed consent. They're not left in the dark about what they're going to go through. I'm telling you that right now, 100%.
I mean,
where did you get that?
We're gonna fundamentally just. I'll send you the link, or I don't know if you have a. I'm not in your Discord, right? I can do it over and give it to you. But what I'm saying is, I don't think that like, you don't go like when you go into an abortion clinic, right? Do they tell you, yeah, you know, this is gonna really, you know, make you depressed, and you know you're probably gonna regret this, and you know if we go through with the abortion, you know, it's a later term abortion anyway. You know, they stick like
that's multi-factor. There's multiple factors of that. For example, if other people tell them that they've had abortion, that a person
and they snap its neck, like they snap the spinal cord. That's what's going to happen. Do you think they tell you the entirety of that procedure?
No.
Okay.
It doesn't mean there isn't informed consent, though.
For sure, it does.
Yeah, it does.
And also,
like you're saying that, like we have to base it. Like the only way that you can have informed consent is by scaring the shit out of the mother. No, you can give informed consent without scaring the shit out of the mother. That's just stupid.
The shit out of anything.
No, you're literally, you're using divisive language entirely to scare the shit out of them so that they don't get an abortion. But really, and then you're calling that to be informed consent. I think you're being disingenuous here. I really do.
Okay, that's fine, and I'll concede that then. But what I'm saying is like what would you say they say to you know, someone getting an abortion? What do they say?
I mean, I have to pull up the documentation on what is what is the informed consent regarding abortion, and then I have to read that out to you.
No, I'm just asking. Like
They're going to tell you what to expect. They're going to tell you what are the side effects. They're going to tell you, like, hey, these are the things that will likely happen. This is what is to be expected during the procedure, whether or not you're going to be awake or asleep. All of those things.
I mean, like, I don't know. I think at the end of the day, I feel it's so insane to me how, like, I don't know, how easily we can just kind of throw away human life, right? I think that's kind of crazy. I mean,
no, I don't think it is crazy. I think it's completely logical. I think that there are certain people that should not be having children, and it's dangerous to have children. And I think that the person that has to undergo that risk should be the controller of that, right? I don't believe that if they've been raped or if they're like young, they should be having that child. I think that's insane. I think, and it's also a deeply personal matter that I believe every individual has to go through. And also a child is a very large commitment, and their existence continues to exist far after that, there's any perceived punishment to the woman on behalf of the transgression of having sex. I think it's wrong to associate punishment of babies on women because they had sex in the past. I just believe that women should have reproductive rights and control over their own body. Very simple. It shouldn't be up to a Here's, what's wild about this is that you can be pro-life in a pro-choice world, right? You could say, I think it's wrong, it's not right, and that's fine, right? You could go do that. That's unironically what being pro-choice is, right? You have the choice to say, well, I believe it is a life, I'm going to have the child, or no, I'm not ready for a child, right? And that's the problem, right? It really comes down to ultimately that you believe that a politician or a Supreme Court judge 100 to 1,000 miles away, who, by the way, will not only not take care of that child, but they will openly try to avoid taking care of children with all of the social safety nets like SNAP benefits and food programs. They will openly push against those things, making it even harder to take care of children, and then blame people for having sex. It's completely idiotic.
I think that, first of all, to I don't know, to say that I want politicians to be able to do that, I think that's kind of weird. I never said that.
I'm saying that's ultimately what happens.
Okay, but like, what about, what about legislature for anything? Why would I want a politician to tell me to do anything, right?
Well, I can find reasons why. I think it leads to better societies, but by preventing abortions, that does not lead to better societies. That leads to empirically worse societies. There's more crime, there's less educational outcomes, there's more drug use, there's more homelessness. All four of those metrics are empirically verified in states that restrict more abortions than not.
Okay. So basically what you're saying is, I just want to kind of outline the entirety of your argument. Giving birth is a death sentence because it's dangerous. Giving birth makes you ugly, so don't have kids because I guess you'll lose your youthful appearance, and it mutilates your body beyond reusable recognition, and if you ever have a kid...
Also changes your hormones permanently.
Oh, but we don't
They
care
never
about
return.
Hormones.
What? You probably should. It affects a lot of things in your body.
No, but I'm just saying, like, if hormones are the thing, like, I mean, your earlier argument, way when we started this conversation before, was, hormones, it determines if you're a man or a woman, but, now it's kind of like, oh, well, having a kid makes your hormones worse. I mean, I guess.
Well, it changes your hormones, and a lot of the times in ways that you don't want it to. Right. Again, that's a thing that is effectively destroying the body, and they have to come to the decision as to whether or not that they want to go through with that. I believe that.
I mean, that to me is so crazy that because of an inconvenience.
Dude, if there was this equivalent action put on men, I think men would lose their goddamn minds. The idea that the state can tell you whether or not that you have a choice in ruining your body. That is completely insane. If this was on the men, if men had to carry children, it would be a completely different fucking scenario. Right. But the reality is that the women are the one that take care of the children, and they are perfectly okay with subjugating women, even though that not only that, like, let's just be clear, most people don't even want zero access to abortion. They actually want abortive care. It was the Republicans that decided to put in the anti-abortion measures, something that is ludicrously unpopular, bipartisan. It's I think over 80% of people want access to all abortion.
I would agree with that if, after they turned Roe v. Wade and brought it back to the states that, outlawed abortion, it was, voted on by the people. And
well, they didn't actually vote for it. That was actually pushed specifically in the state of Florida. Ron DeSantis decided to elect Supreme Court representatives that would argue in his favor, often by the Federalist Society, which then resulted in them in making that really dumb 6-week abortion, which women aren't even aware that they're pregnant at 6 weeks.
Well, I guess my thing is, though, like, if having a kid is an inconvenience, we should be able to kill people based on inconvenience. That's kind of what I'm hearing. And
no, I just think people should have a choice, and then if they want to try again at a later date where they feel like that they are ready, they can do that. You should have access and ability of reproductive care.
Most pregnancies are accidental anyway, though.
What?
Most pregnancies are accidental.
And?
I mean, if you're not.
But then when you accidentally get pregnant, you then decide whether or not you want that child.
Okay, but your argument was, they can try again at a later date.
Though, yeah,
right?
They can try again at a later date. Just because it's an accident doesn't mean that they don't necessarily want the child. Again, that's a pro-choice argument.
That's so no.
If it was an accident, but then they go, I want the baby anyway. Can't you imagine that?
I mean, yeah, but can you imagine? I don't like. Are you saying that like abortion should just be like birth control? Like it should be the same thing as like a condom?
What? No.
Well, I just like I need to like I don't know. I don't see your argument in terms of your.
Just so you're aware, most women even like they'll get their abortive procedure within 12 weeks. That's like most abortions. This is 12 weeks.
Yeah, and most of those abortions should be illegal. But what I'm saying is,
yeah, it's fucked up. It's that you're taking away the rights of women, all on the basis of some not
women.
Huh?
We're taking away the rights of potential women.
They can try again, Bucko.
Yeah, but they can't try. But that person
they could try again at a later date. And usually, when they already have kids, right? They usually don't go out and get more kids.
I mean,
you understand how that works? Yeah, that's how that works.
There's a lot more. I would say there's a lot more non-only child, families than there are. But
listen.
I don't know. I just think that's so,
when you have a bunch of
crazy.
kids, you end up not having kids later on. Right, because the more kids you have, the less desire you have to have more kids.
I mean, that's typically true, but I don't.
That is true. Okay, so here's the thing, right? If you have a kid at 15, the probability of you wanting to have a kid at 27 is drastically reduced. Right, but let's be honest. The mother who has a kid at 15, that child is going to be much, much worse off than if they had, say, a child at 27. Giant difference in socioeconomic condition.
So we can,
right? Like you basically have, I don't know, Steve live like a horrendous nightmare life their whole life versus like, I don't know, potential Jim, far into the future, result in much better socioeconomic conditions.
I mean, listen, that's fine. We can keep using like fringe,
That's not a fringe. That's not a minority of examples. I'm saying there's tons of instances. I'm just giving you one instance. I'm just giving you one. Oh my God. I'm just giving you one instance of I am just giving you a single instance of like a bad scenario that a woman has to go through. Right.
You can use but there's for every
Okay, but usually women only get abortions when they need a fucking
I'm
abortion,
never gonna
dude.
drive- I'm never gonna drive again.
Women don't
because
get an
I might-
abortion because
I
it's
might
like,
get in a
oh, I
car
just
accident.
kind of feel like it, and I just have so much sex.
you
That's
talking-
fucking right-wing
you-
nonsense.
No, it's not right wing.
Yes,
you
it
can't
is.
Tell me that we don't live in a sexual like the culture we live in with OnlyFans and shit like that. Just saying like, oh yeah, just have sex with whoever, do it. It's fun. I disagree with that. But to say like, oh yeah, well, you know, a girl who's 15 shouldn't have to have a kid. Okay, fine, but 9% of abortions are women under 20.
Okay,
You know, 57% of women who get abortions.
even if they're an adult, they should have a
20 and
choice.
24.
They should have a choice if they want to go through that. That's a
That is
big fucking commitment. It's an 18-year goddamn long commitment, all for one fucking mistake over 5 minutes and drinking too much alcohol. That's fucking idiotic. That's dumb as fuck.
Oh my god. Okay, so yeah, I guess then we should so like should you get a DUI if you kill someone when you're drunk driving?
Yes.
Okay, but it was a dumb mistake you made for 5 minutes and a little
But
bit
you
of
hurt
drinking.
other people.
You're hurting a living person when you get an abortion. You're killing them.
I mean, I don't value them the same as I do the mother. I'm sorry.
No, that's fine. I mean,
It's not even
at the end of the
close.
day,
Like,
No, like,
okay, let me
you're-
ask you
you're
this,
being
right?
honest.
Let me
No, no,
ask you
you're being
this.
morally
I want to be
honest. I
very
appreciate
clear here, right? Just curious, right? And I ask this to all the anti-abortion people.
Mhm.
You're standing there in front of a burning building, and on one side of the building is a literal baby. On the other side, you have a tray of 100 fetuses. Now, just so you
Oh my
know,
God.
the tray of 100
I just heard
fetuses,
this argument.
the tray of
I
100,
just heard this argument
shut
today.
up.
I
What
heard
is
this
wrong
argument
with you?
today, bro. I heard this argument literally today, like 20 minutes before I called in. It's yes, you're gonna save the baby. You're not gonna save the tray of frozen
Why?
fucking
Why?
goats or whatever.
Why the
Yes,
tray of fetuses,
there is-
all 100 of them, they are going
Mm-hmm.
to get put into a mother. And so
Mm-hmm.
that's 100 lives. Why the baby?
Yeah. Look, I don't know. I don't have an answer for you. I think that morally,
I think
yes,
you know
a-
the
a-
answer.
a
The
baby
answer
that's
is
born-
obviously
a
the baby is more valuable than the fucking 100 fetuses. If you
Not-
want more
not more
fetuses,
valuable.
grow more fucking fetuses.
Not
You know what's great?
more-
The fetus
not more
doesn't
valuable.
have like this fucking personhood that everybody likes to think. Obviously, if you're even remotely logical, you would pick the baby. Period.
okay. I mean, I don't know. What do you want me to say? I still,
Just-
I think
That's where I'm at with it.
I mean,
Yeah.
I mean, is freezing your eggs like it's kind of the same argument. Like, oh, freezing your eggs is still potential life. I mean, yeah, and I know a lot of people say, oh, so, sperm is potential life. I agree, it's potential life, but it's not like.
By the way,
not to
just
eat.
curious, are you subscribed?
To
My
like
channel.
your YouTube, Twitch, like whatever.
My
No, I know, but like
channel.
you're on Twitch and shit like that.
Yeah, my YouTube
No,
channel.
I'm not. I just like came across you today. I'm not gonna.
All
lie.
right. Would you subscribe? Would you
I mean,
consider?
I think it's. I mean, yeah, no.
I do these
I'm
shows
gonna
all
be
the
honest,
time.
like, well, no, I'm gonna be honest. I think like we both kind of got heated, more me than you, but I think you do kind of you do debate in good faith, and I like that. I'm not like a debate. I don't debate often. I think it's kind of the way people do it now. It's like they just start slinging personal insults, and the minute that happens, and someone's on the defensive, no one's gonna listen to what you have to say, right? So I think you do a good job in that, and I appreciate that.
Well, thank you.
And like I said, we can disagree. Like, here's my thing. I'm going to say this at least about abortion. I may not agree with it. I think that it should be illegal, but it's not. So I'm not going to actively stop people from doing it. Right? I'm not going to. If it's not.
Wait, that's a pro-choice argument.
No, and I can understand that. If what I'm saying is I don't think that if you get an abortion, I know a lot of, especially people on the right say this, that if you get an abortion, the woman is a murderer and should be put in jail. I don't agree with that. I think that is so like ridiculously harsh. That is stupid. Because if that's the argument of saying, you said like, oh, why should someone have to deal with a mistake they made when they were a one-night mistake? I think it's the same argument on the other end. Why should they have to suffer the consequences of being a murderer for one mistake they made, right? at least in that case. Obviously, there's like crimes of passion and shit. That's a different thing. But yeah, I mean, if it's not illegal, I can disagree with it. I think it should be legal, and I'm going to push. If I can vote for it to be legal, I'm going to do that. But if it's not, then I'm not going to sit there and I'm not going to sit outside of a Planned Parenthood and like throw fucking rocks at someone walking out.
Who'd you vote for?
I voted for Trump. But
No, God damn it.
Listen, time out. Listen, it's not because of like I think the way that he did abortion, I think people.
Oh my fucking God! Never mind. I'm sorry. I don't like. I'm sorry. I can't. It's so.
No, you don't have to like Trump. I think that Donald Trump. Is
I got,
arguably,
dude. Like, bro. The level that I'm at is like I would like if you had a dead dog with rigor mortis and flies running around it. I would pick the dead dog because at least dead dog just vetoes everything.
I mean, that's fair. I think that there are a lot of things I disagree with them on, but I think a big part of why I think a lot of people voted for him is because of the I don't know the social climate. People are kind of getting sick of like being called all this stuff for something. Like if you say like, oh, I don't know your stance on it, but if you say like, yeah, people shouldn't enter any country illegally, and you're called like you get called like a racist and shit like that, it's like that's kind of crazy.
Like for voting Trump.
Yeah, I mean, in general.
I don't know if I would call somebody a racist for voting Trump.
I'm not saying you would.
I think there's like some, I think there's some logical reasons to, but there are a lot of racists that vote for Trump because they're racist.
Oh, yeah.
I'm just gonna be honest with you. There's a lot of them, man. They're gleeful about their little like fucking alligator Auschwitz.
No, that's just weird. I think like I was talking to someone about it the other day, and I was like, what's insane is like, Florida public schools are going in the tank, and like everything is horrible. Like all this stuff in Florida is going horribly wrong, and they don't do anything to fix it. But they can build a fucking detention camp in 8 days. Like that's insane to me. That is so ridiculous. I think that's stupid. I don't think any immigration. We should have any immigration right now. I think our country's so fucked as is. It doesn't matter who's president. I think something's got to give. I honestly, I know that this is a while ago. I actually think Ramaswamy was kind of my guy, but obviously he wasn't there. I didn't like Kamala Harris. I just think she's shady. I wasn't Mr. Anti-Joe Biden. I know a lot of people voted for Trump, but Joe Biden's the worst. I don't have a problem with him. I think that honestly the Democratic.
I like Biden. I actually thought he did a pretty good job.
I disagreed with like a lot of his stuff, but it's mainly COVID that I disagreed with. But again, I can't.
What did he do with COVID? I think he responded in a good way, and we recovered faster than any other OECD country on planet Earth.
I agree, but I think that like having the mandated lockdowns for longer, I think they were longer than they should have been.
That was actually under Trump, not Biden.
Either way, I mean.
Also, they never recommended a lockdown. They just recommended like social distancing.
Yeah, social distancing.
And fair enough. Yeah, I would definitely do that. But to be honest, it was actually a state by state thing. It was your own governors, like at local levels, that were pushing lockdowns.
And that's true. That's true. And I just think like, or like his what? How many executive orders did he sign in the first week? I thought it was crazy.
How many executive orders did he sign? Well, hold on. To be fair, right? Donald Trump signed way more executive orders than Biden by a long shot.
I don't agree with that either, though. I'm not defending that. I think that executive orders they're good in certain circumstances. For the most part, I think they kind of jump over, how the process is supposed to work. I know it's like in the Constitution and shit about executive orders, but I kind of disagree with that. But either way, that's neither here nor there. I'm not one of those people like I think the MAGA.
Would you vote him again, knowing what you know now? Let's say like you went back in time, you know what you know now. Would you vote for him?
Who's he going against? Still Kamala Harris?
Kamala Harris.
Yeah, I'd still vote for Trump.
Oh my God, you suck! You suck, bro. You suck.
I can deal with that.
Dude, you suck.
I can deal with that. I just think Kamala Harris is way worse.
No. I read her book, and I was like, she would have been an amazing president. I believe
you read
that.
her book. Of course you're gonna.
Yeah, I thought it was good. I thought she had good policies. She was arguing stuff that I thought was super smart and pragmatic and great, and I thought they were good.
I haven't read her book, so I can't speak on it. But like, I do think it's a very skewed point of view, right?
No, I mean, here's the thing. Like, I've read a crap ton of books on Donald Trump, and like from what I've learned is that like he's basically like a narcissistic moron, and he's fooled a lot of people into thinking that he's like really smart. He's not. He's actually a complete idiot who has no idea what's going on.
You know what it is? You know what it is that I think a lot of people don't like about Trump is that, and I think people just aren't used to it.
He's a narcissist idiot.
No, every politician is.
No,
I'm not one of those people that says,
no.
yes,
Obama is not that. Neither was Jimmy Carter. Neither was Kamala Harris.
Well, I'm gonna say this.
Right.
I was through the entirety of Obama's presidency. I was 7 years old to 15. Right. So like, I'm not gonna remember. I can just look back at what he did. I'm not gonna remember every single thing that happened in that presidency. Right. I think that there are a lot of stupid like. To say, oh man, when Trump would like drone strike the Middle East, it's like, well, you shouldn't do that. But like Obama was dropping fucking Predator missiles on them every day of the week. Fair enough. I do think that the Middle East is fucked in a lot of ways, but that's neither here nor there. I do think that a lot of politicians are very, very selfish. I mean, that's what politics is. It's patting you in your friends' pockets, right? I think that's what politics is. But I don't think that.
I don't agree with that. I think you should read these politicians' books. You'd be surprised how often it is that they legitimately believe in the things that they do.
At the end of the day, I just think that politicians are just kind of like, I don't want to say moronic, but they're just normal people. I don't think they're corrupt or anything. I just think that they kind of just
I agree with.
Kind of normal. And they're just kind of like a little bit brain dead sometimes. Like I know like TikTok ban was a big one, and I was watching that, and it had like some Republican fucking representative saying like, if I plug in my earbuds and I listen to something through TikTok, does TikTok have access to my ears? I'm like, what the fuck is that question?
Yeah, no, it's like, people not they're old. They're old.
No, it wasn't even. They were like.
Yeah, it's old man.
46
old man.
Or something. No, they weren't even that old. They were just. It's just they say it. They just word it up to like try and make it sound as horrible as possible. I think both sides do that. But like, if you watch, I think a big thing of reason why I voted for Trump and why a lot of people did is because Kamala Harris, like, she just wasn't personable. I guess. I think that's a big part of it. Like, she didn't do interviews. If she did, they were highly.
She did do it. She did do interviews, but
not that many.
She could have done more. But I mean, to be fair, right? She only had like a
interview.
month to run, and she did do several interviews. It's just like she could have showed up on the
really have a
Joe
month
Rogan
to
show,
run,
and
though?
she didn't. I think that was a huge mistake. There was also there was also the she had said earlier that she would basically do nothing different. To be fair, right? I don't believe like. Yeah, I don't actually believe that it was like it's a bad thing that that's what she wanted to do, because I believe Biden actually did a pretty good job.
I can agree. I just
but
think she should have said
but with that being said, you shouldn't have fucking said that.
Yeah, no, for sure. That's what
Huge
that's where
fuck
she
up
lost
on
the
your
confidence,
part.
I think. No, for sure. But I think like too, like how much money did she spend on her campaigning? Like for like what, her month of campaigning? I guess she spent a shit ton of money.
Yeah,
right?
I mean there was a lot of money backing her. Fair enough.
Yeah,
I don't blame people for backing that, for sure.
Well, no. But what I'm saying is like, and like I said earlier, I think that I do think that she was kind of like behind closed doors for leading up to the election way before that, month that she was put on the ballot. I think that she was getting put in there. But again, that's kind of like a conspiracy theory or whatever.
Well, I mean, they had to make a choice, and generally speaking, what happens is that they run some polling, and then there's also the fact that they looked at the typically what happens when a president is not fit to serve, the incumbent is what is who. So the vice president gets picked. That was the decision making.
I just think they should have done it sooner, I guess.
Yes. Yes, 100%. Yes. I think if they would have done it sooner, she likely would have won. I think if she was able to communicate her message out better, she would have won.
Yeah, she's not very
because
good
like here,
public
I've noticed that people just
like,
they don't read. They don't read. They aren't interested in reading a politician's book. They just you know, listen to some podcast or something and that's it. And, you know, I mean, like, it was wild to me because, like, people were just like, oh, she has no policy. I'm like, did you read her book? She definitely has policies. They're there.
Right.
And I read her website and it's like, yeah, she had policies. But the problem is people don't read. They don't read. They don't.
No, but I think it is, like, it's a two-way street, though, right? Like, people, I think that a big thing with Trump, and people do it with Biden, too, so I'm not going to say anything about that, but I think that, like, if Trump says anything, people are going to jump on it and be like you can say the sky is blue and they're going to jump on it and complain about it, in my opinion. And I know, like, he didn't write a book or anything. His son did. I actually read that, Triggered book. It was so, like, I don't know, it was just kind of like, it was like maniacal almost. It was weird. Donald Trump Jr. is kind of a weird guy. But, you know, I think there's a lot of, like, mischaracterization on both ends.
Sadly, I have to actually get going. I have not eaten any lunch.
Yeah, I was about to say,
I'm going to eat some lunch. Appreciate you calling in. Consider subscribing. Come on, man.
I did.
I'm tiny YouTube. I'm so little. I'm an itty bitty little itty bitty
listen,
guy.
Again, we can disagree. I don't care about that. Genuinely, like, you're a cool dude to talk to, and I like talking to people who I kind of disagree with that stuff. But
well, fair enough.
It seems like we kind of agree on we agree on a lot more than we think we do. But
yeah,
anyway,
that's good. That's good. That's not to say, like, with most Republicans that I talk to, a lot of them are fucking awful.
I wouldn't even say I'm a Republican. I don't really use that term. I guess I could go either way. It just depends on the policy, I guess. But
all right. Well, thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. Sorry for monopolizing your time, everybody.
No problem. You're good. Have a great day.
All right. See you later. Have a good day.
All right, y'all. I'm going to call it, but consider subscribing if you haven't subscribed. Appreciate everything you guys coming in and you know, coming in with the discussions and stuff. I don't know what it is about my notifications that it does not seem to, like, work. Like, I try to, like, have it to where it, like, notifies whenever you, like, it alerts, but it doesn't always work. I don't know. It's weird. Anyway, I thank y'all very much. Calvin says I unsubscribed. Jeez, dang. That's messed up, man. Throw me a bone. I'm little. I'm a itty bitty, so little. The tiniest. Gotta start somewhere. I'm sitting at 679. Let's get that shit to 1,000. Come on. We can do it. It's doable. Anyway. Thank y'all. Thank y'all for watching. If you're not on my notifications Discord, to see, like, when I'm next streaming, it just basically lets you know, hey, I'm streaming. That's it. And there's, like, a small discussion. It's nothing. All it is but if you want to actually have, like, open debates and discussion, go to the modern day debate. But here's the notifications Discord. Amender, you should make your own Discord instead of using MDD. You are insane. I'm not doing that. I used to do that. That took up so much of my time. It's not worth it. I'm not doing it again. I'm going to let modern day debate do its thing, and I'll just be there, right? And I'll support modern day debate. That's what I'm doing. Anyway, thank you all very much. Have a great Saturday. It's a cheat day for me, so I get to eat garbage. Me? Okay.